Hey, good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. A lot to dive into today. Today is Monday, January 15th. Today is Martin Luther King Day. Got a good workout in. Let me know where you guys are coming from inside the comment box. And everybody wants to know, is T-Rob the DC? Is he coming over from Georgia? That's what we're going to talk about today. I want to take your calls and dive into kind of the news, the rumors, and everything around Alabama Crimson Tide football. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting us throughout the last couple of days. I mean, it has been a wild ride covering Alabama football as of late, and we're going to talk about the news, the notes, and everything that is surrounding Alabama football today. I am your host, Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube, and appreciate you guys being here on the show today. Call line number is open, but before I take your calls, let me go over kind of around the roundtable about the latest. What's up, Brandon? I see you inside the comment box. B-Wood, good morning. Michael, what's up? Sports Podcast, good morning to you. I appreciate everybody being inside the podcast as well on the live show. Today is a great day to be an Alabama Crimson Tide football fan. It's been nonstop updates. What's up, Cat Pool? I see you inside the comment box as well. All right, so what we know as of today is that you have clearly your head football coach. What's up, man? I see you, dat boy. Kalen DeBoer. And the offense, from what we learned yesterday, was pretty much filled, and it looks great. I was really optimistic about the coaching hires on the offensive side of the ball. And the more I thought about it, the more that I'm happy for the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. But I was thinking about this too. Dylan Johnson got fed at Washington. I think sometimes that gets left kind of on the back burner, right? And I think, with Alabama retaining Robert Gillespie, that is a really significant move for the running backs. And I think we're about to see Justice Haynes really be the guy that we're anticipating him to be. Okay. All right. So offense filled out. Jamarcus Shepard, wide receiver coach. And Broman 24 says that Rusty Manziel believes that T-Rob will stay at Georgia. All right. So here's where we are regarding T-Rob. All right. That is the news that broke last night. So what we know is that T-Rob did interview for the coaching position on Sunday. Okay, he did. We heard that he had an offer on the table. Now, as you saw on social media, I'm seeing the same things that you are. He changed all his information to Georgia. Okay. Rusty Manziel, who is top-notch in terms of covering Georgia football recruiting, put on their site today, and things started to feel kind of good for Alabama's side yesterday, right? That they're going to get T-Rob to come back to Alabama, and that was everywhere. I mean, you saw it. I mean, there was a lot of notable people talking about it, and there were some rumors too. But it looked like the more that we dug into it, those rumors had some legs to it. And then when we found out that T-Rob did actually apply for the job, and got an interview. It was good. Kind of early, isn't it? I don't know if it's early. I think this is kind of just like the way of life now. It's like nonstop news. Now I've seen more people wanted to dip into the morning spot. It's all good. I mean, it's interesting. It's like subscription-based businesses that survive on like having to have premium subscribers now moving to like a free format. So giving the news away for free. It's all good. Love it. Got to keep up. Got to change. Got to change with the times. There's no longer like the message boards to me are outdated. You have to keep like refreshing. This is live. You get like, and it's free. Think about it. You can, of course, support the channel, which we appreciate. But it's a free running message board with 100,000 subscribers. It's a lot of people, man. And, and I own the YouTube channel. Free to watch, not free to produce, clearly. So we appreciate you guys. It's crazy, man. What's up, Brandon? I see you inside the comment box. Okay, so here's where things stand. What's up? 500 people already inside. What's up? Man, I got a workout in. So first of all, and so I just want to get right to it. T-Rob, Georgia is feeling confident today. They are feeling really confident this morning. That's it. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Georgia is feeling confident that they are going to retain T-Rob. That's it. Last night, it felt positive for Alabama. This is how this thing goes. And I still don't know if the Hayes Fawcett tweet was even tied to anything related to coaching, because that's not really his forte, right? He's more about transfer portal and recruits. You follow him on social media. Kid absolutely crushes it. Zach Arnett, no thanks. Yeah, not ready for it. I like his like defensive mentality, but in terms of like being an actual guy, I don't think so. What's up, Alex? I appreciate you. Look, so free Jeremy Pruitt. That has been like the thing, but the show clause is going to keep him out of here. I don't know about Ryan Williams, man. That has been so dramatic to follow. You see him like flexing with Texas A&M. You say that he's going to come back to take an official visit. This guy is just riding it. He's enjoying it. He's going everywhere. But again, right now, Georgia, I'm going to put the banner on the screen. So, because everybody's coming in and they just want to know, they're like, just give me a T-Rob update. What you guys deserve. So I'm going to put UGA is feeling good about T-Rob this morning. Okay. So that is the update right there. Okay. As I talk about other things, and you guys like don't have to keep asking inside the comment box, but UGA is feeling good about T-Rob. I was thinking about this. It is a nice, what's up? Here we go, Horns. I appreciate you coming in. John, what's up? Ben, Maddox, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here as well. Alex, good morning, man. Appreciate you. I thought it would be a good, like, look, if I was kind of thinking like the chess pieces of hiring coaches. Okay. And if T-Rob signed with like to be a defensive backs coach at Georgia, then he could still apply for a higher position, which is the DB here at the University of Alabama, right? And then, which would force basically Georgia to like give T-Rob an elevated role as like the co-DC, which maybe Glenn Schumann wouldn't mind. But it kind of puts him in a tough spot. And what is Alabama paying its defensive coordinator over here? That's a major cheddar. I mean, I got to think it's at least close to 2, right? What is Ryan Grubb coming here for? I got to say like at least 2-1, something like that. I think B Wood makes a great point. Look, forget it all and make Saban the DC. Yeah. But I think he's even above the GM. He's like the CEO. So Bo is asking, why does Georgia feel that they're feeling good this morning? Well, one of their reporters, Rusty Manziel, who is like, he got scoop, man. Like there's guys out there that have more scoop than you. Rusty Manziel is one of them. Very tenured at On3, very well respected. And this morning he is saying that Georgia is confident that they keep him. I'm going to send a text message right now to people I talk to, actually from Georgia. And I'm going to see what's up. See how they're feeling. All right, just send out a feeler on that. What's up, Surgical Tech Proper? I appreciate you guys being here. So that's kind of why we're talking about Georgia. Look, you saw it as well as I. I mean, there was tons of stuff about people talking about T-Rob. This is fact, though. We do know that he did interview for this position on Sunday. And the timeline is crazy because why announce on Saturday if he's going to get a look on Sunday, right? And I'm gonna be here, so we're gonna track this. And as things change, I'm going to update, the banners, the graphics. I appreciate you guys being here for me and being here on the channel. And I'm gonna have the coaches run through today as well. Kids home, of course. Kids have been home, I think, since Friday, because Friday they didn't have school because there was supposed to be some bad thunderstorms. And then on, Saturday, of course, they're home. Sunday home. Today they're home. And tomorrow, guess what? They might be home because they might be canceling school because of the weather, because it's too cold. Man, like, I mean, I get it. Cold is cold, but I don't know. Feels kind of soft to keep them home for cold. I know kids have been home for a week, man. Look, that Friday they should have gone to school, and on Tuesday, I mean, they should be going to school. That's what I'm saying. All right. In terms of Caleb Downs, he has not entered the transfer portal. I know there's been a lot of people talking about Caleb Downs entering the transfer portal. He never even went into the portal. I would be curious to see what happens with Caleb Downs or any other defensive players if, when the defensive coordinator is hired here at Alabama. To be honest, Alabama has really only lost one starter for sure, which was Isaiah Bond, who went to Texas. And yesterday, Amari Niblack hit the transfer portal as well. We don't know where he's going. Some people were saying Texas. CJ Dupree played more than Amari Niblack. I'm not saying that CJ Dupree is better than Amari Niblack because they're different tight ends, completely different. But, I mean, you have Caleb Odom coming in, who's a freshman. Yeah, and I kind of have a little of anxiety, too, about this coaching stuff. And I hope that things work out for T-Rob today. That's kind of like fingers crossed day. Whatever the case is with T-Rob, and if it doesn't work out, then I think you have to, clearly we're going to shift gears and you're going to have to make a hire quick. And it's got to be a home run hire here because there's a lot of players on the defense trying to figure out what's going to happen. Bama is a team that's been built on defense. So I feel a little bit nervous about the defense, at least kind of the defensive coordinator position right now. I think there's a lot of anxiety out there right now. And if it's not T-Rob, I don't know who you go to. I really don't. I don't think it's going to be the coach from Iowa. I think he's too kind of entrenched in that fabric of, Hawkeye country. Chris is saying, I don't really care, to be honest. Yeah, maybe that's probably, save yourself some anxiety, Chris. I'm with you, man. I got you. David's like, give T-Rob what he wants, for sure. Absolutely. See, I'm with this right here with Rue. You can't have a scrub DC. I 1,000,000% agree. You got to. And I don't know why, because I've kind of felt, I feel okay about Charlie Strong, but there's something why I don't feel like it would be a slam dunk. Not like I feel about Ryan Grubb. Like I think that's perfect. Kyle ignoring T-Rob's horrible record at South Carolina. Mitchell, yeah, that's something that we definitely got to think about. I appreciate you chiming in this morning. I feel he's grown. I mean, how could you not, since he's been here at the University of Alabama? Jesse Minter would probably be, candidate number one. But, man, I mean, he's going to be candidate number one if Harbaugh does leave. I mean, that guy's an absolute, I didn't realize how young he was. I didn't realize how polished he was. I don't know about this either, though, hitting up Tosh Lapoy. I think kind of that train has passed. Jeremiah said we're going to get 200 subs before this coaching search is up. That'd be dope. Kyle, how do you feel about Jamie French decommitting? So Jamie French, class of 2025, 5-star, decommitted from Alabama yesterday. You see it on this graphic at the bottom. And I feel I'm not worried about it at all, to be honest, because recruiting, for those that follow recruiting, it's drama plagued. It is this guy is probably going to decommit, recommit, flip, fake sign, re-release to 12. It's all about staying in the algorithm, right? It's all about staying relevant. I mean, he's got a long time to decide. It's a long time to be committed. So, I mean, it's crazy, right? I said it yesterday. You commit, then you decommit, and then you reopen to top 15, top 12, top 8, right? Top 4. Then you announce you're going to sign, and then you don't sign. And then when you do sign, you delay your announcement. It's crazy. It's going to go on forever. Thank goodness. I mean, the one positive thing about the signing period is it makes the kids sign early, like sign paperwork. But Ryan Williams hasn't signed paperwork, so he's still playing the game. He has up until February 9th. I guess that's when he's signing. So he's going to do this the whole time. Yeah, I know Alabama fans excited about having Ryan Williams back. You should be. The guy is, I think, is a day one starter, especially under this Ryan Grubb. But Ryan Williams, I mean, continuing to, take his visits, which he should. He doesn't owe anybody anything. But what world are we in today? Pay for play. Listen to what I just said. Pay for play. If you're a player of Ryan Williams, imagine the offers that he's getting. Imagine the offer that he got from Texas A&M. I think the only school that could really match that right now would be Auburn. I mean, Alabama has like the Alabama that they're asking people to contribute to, which they should. But that's kind of a nickel and dime approach. And sometimes that can lead to, a big pool of NIL, but all it takes is one big oil dude from Texas to change things. I mean, you can't compete with Texas money. Same thing with Yellowwood down in Auburn, right? I mean, there's a different level. He's a billionaire, right? So I get it. B-Wood, man. You've won me over the last couple of days, man. Good stuff. I subbed. Hey, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. I hope you can see the authenticity from me. I try to treat everybody, with respect. They deserve respect. And try to put, all of it, together for you guys to keep it organized and report the best way that I can right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You guys deserve it. I don't work for not salary. I don't work for On3. I don't work for Rivals. I don't work for 24/7. I don't work for ESPN. I work for myself. I work through YouTube. I'm a content creator. I have 2 kids. I pay bills. I have a job just like you. The more you put into it, the better things come out of it. And that's it. I'm trying to bring on the coaches, trying to have some sponsors roll up in here as well. And, we grow the business from here. I would have never, ever thought that I would be doing this as a full-time job. Never. But this is where we're at. And, I'm doing my best to try to bring it. So I appreciate you guys. All right. So I got another update for you guys on T-Rob. All right. You're not going to like this one. Reached out to someone close to Georgia. And they were told this morning on January 15th that we are good. He's with us, and that's Georgia. So that's another source saying that T-Rob staying with Georgia. So that's why, I mean, when Manziel puts it out, that is that's a big deal because he's got the scoop of Georgia. Kiltack became a fan funder. I like it. And how you become a fan funder of the YouTube channel, just go up, hit the hyperlink, as low as $2.99 per month to support the YouTube channel. You can also become a fan funder. There's different levels. And of course, you can hit just the subscribe button or hit the thumbs up or super chats. We appreciate those as well. It's like a dollar icon inside the chat box. But free to watch. So, I appreciate you guys being here. I mean, after hearing from the 2 Georgia sources, I'm not feeling confident about this about T-Rob coming to Bama. There was a lot of stuff about it yesterday. I mean, that he interviewed yesterday. So that's kind of where things stand. I hate to be kind of the bearer of bad news this morning, but it's better to have news so we can at least kind of go forward. And I'll keep you posted. I mean, until we see like something absolutely concrete, we kind of go forward and we move on. So, and I think this could be it. What's up, Primetime Dog? I like that avatar, by the way. T-Rob signed the contract and accepted the this should be DC position at Georgia. So, man, that, and I'm not trying to scare anybody. I wouldn't do that. But what I think about is if you don't get T-Rob, then what happens with the other players on the defensive side of the ball for Alabama, right? Could some of those guys want to follow T-Rob? And I think if that could have potentially already happened, right? Because I mean, T-Rob hit it on Saturday. So I don't know. I mean, look, change is constant, absolutely. Antoine, I see you inside the comment box. So yeah, why worry, right? So look, if we have to turn the page from T-Rob, I think it was, we're kind of, I mean, I don't know if we were wishing on a star because like literally this was happening. I mean, he did interview for the job on Sunday. And I thought it was a really good chess move to have him bring in Cadillac. I like Cadillac, to be honest. I really do. I don't know kind of everything that transpired with Auburn, but I like Cadillac. Do you guys like Cadillac? It seems like you guys do. So yeah, that's kind of the latest on T-Rob. So where do you turn? And like, I think there was a couple people inside the comment box that said, you got to have a slam dunk hire at DC. I agree. You got to have a name that has gravitational pull in a sense, because Bama is built by defense, and a high potent offense is great, and I love it. But like, unless you get somebody that could really, facilitate this defense, maybe not facilitate, but like keep stable the defense. I don't like it. I don't like that we've had really no defensive news. I don't like it. All right, we go to the phone lines. We got a 205. Let me see. Let me make sure I got the audio set up. 1 second. All right, we got a 205. Let's take it right now. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson.
Dylan from Jasper.
Dylan from Jasper. What's up, man? Good morning. Thanks for calling in.
How's it going?
Yeah, appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, here's something I was gonna say. I saw this on Facebook last night. That either T-Rob wants the full defensive coordinator job at Georgia. That's the title with no co-defense coordinator. Or we could end up getting Glenn Schumann. One of the two is going to happen, I think.
And how do you feel about how do you feel about Glenn Schumann? Because I think if that was the case, if Alabama was to just then be like, okay, then we got Glenn. See, that's kind of what I was thinking was a chess move, and who knows, maybe that comes up from Saban. Make them an offer so they have to basically pick one as their DC, and then we'll take the other. Do you think that could potentially be the chess move that we're looking at here?
Yes. That could happen, and here's another thing to think about. All right, you got Jim Harbaugh interviewing with the Chargers this week. That could bust some things open up in Ann Arbor. And also, you never know what Jerry Jones is going to do with the Cowboys. That could be a possible landing spot for Harbaugh right there. So a lot of things can bust loose this week.
I think that if, I mean, the news is so fluid that we're basically just like, it's nonstop. We became like a nonstop like news station because everything is so fluid. And I mean, Mike Ford brings up a good point. What's up, Mike? He's one of our Michigan fans that's been here for a long time. If Jesse Minter leaves, Jesse Minter's the DC at Michigan. If he leaves, he's going to the NFL, not another school. I could see that. On the line with Dylan from Jasper. What do you think about? I mean, would you be upset if it's not T-Rob? I mean, do you think it's just fluid? I mean, what do you think about maybe Alabama not landing T-Rob?
Far as the players go and how the players like him, he's a real key piece to recruiting and everything. But I mean, it's like this right here. It's college football now. You're not going to just pick and choose. Alabama can't just pick and choose like it did back in the early 2010s. It's more wide open right now. But I wouldn't be depressed if I did if we got stuck with Schumann, because I mean he's a bright mind, and if he wasn't, he wouldn't be on Kirby Smart's staff. I mean, I think he'd be a decent defense coordinator, and I'm pretty sure he can recruit and everything,
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. Well, I mean, I just I felt good yesterday from after learning that T-Rob did interview for the actual position, but now hearing some guys who understand Georgia and have some good sources to Georgia, like, I mean, Rusty Manziel, nobody outscoops that guy, and having him, feel good about Georgia this morning is just like, we kind of move on. So is there any other names that you would like to see that Alabama potentially reach out to in terms of the DC position?
Well, everybody says Jeremy Pruitt. I mean, I be honest with you, I really don't know why there's still a show clause on that. I mean, what he did then is legal now. I mean, I know that's out of the question. I mean, we might be forced to go with Charlie Strong.
Mm-hmm.
What about Mississippi State's?
I brought up Zach Arnett before, and I threw it on the board. And another name was like DJ Durkin, and those are like two other names that I think Durkin has been a name. Nobody has really talked about Zach Arnett other than us. We were talking about that yesterday. I like his kind of like the mantra and the mindset. The dude seems just like he's a true defensive guy. And I think since he's so opposite of like a guy who's as well polished and outspoken as Kalen DeBoer, that it could be like a really nice symmetry. Maybe those dudes just blow up. I don't know. But he's a guy that's out there, but I don't think that he's going to get any sort of look to come to Bama. I think if DJ Durkin would probably be more likely to come.
But and another thing here, Alabama's going to want to keep that same base 3-4. They want to keep guys coming in that runs that same base 3-4 defense. I've been saying for a while, I think a lot of teams has picked up on that 3-4, that nickel and all that right there. We might have to go to a 4-3 and or go to a stack defense. That's a bunch of things we're going to have to look at right there.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like I think you bring up a good point in terms of like what the returning pieces are, but I do like the elements that Alabama has coming back to retain their similar defensive front, right? Because the reason I say that is you have Jaheim Otis returning, you have Tim Keenan, you bring in LT Overton. I mean, the components are there as long as they can as long as these freshman outside linebackers are as good as we anticipate them to be, and Q-Rob comes with it, I think you could still stay in that defensive set. That's kind of where we are. Anything else, Dylan, while I got you on the line?
No, man. I just want to tell you I like your show and everything. You've done a hell of a job the past couple of days. We thought it was going to dark times, but now it's everything's lifting up, and I appreciate your show and everything, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. All right, take it easy, Dylan. All right, Dylan calling in from Jasper. Look, if things don't work out with T-Rob, I don't think we freak out. Jellyfish Gumber just became a fan funder of the YouTube channel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't think you freak out. Look, good for T-Rob. I would love to see T-Rob as a defensive coordinator. I just want to know, what are some other serious names being, considered for this job? Because everybody has been so tight-lipped about the defense. And what's scaring me even more is the fact that Washington's defense was so terrible last year. Terrible? Yeah, they were terrible, in my opinion. They were ranked number 94 in the country. That scares me. It scares me if you follow Alabama and you're used to defensive consistency this last year, because the defense under Pete Golding was bumpy. It was scary, made me uncomfortable. There was a lot of points. It was scary. I don't want to go back there, right? I think the offense right here, I don't know how many points these guys are going to put on the board. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid on the defensive side. And look, I don't know about any sort of fallout or what there'll be, with the DC. It's just like we need some names to come in here that are good. And Bailey's right. We got to keep the positive mindset. Don't be optimistic. But I guess it, stings a little bit to wake up to see that Georgia's feeling confident about things. Who knows? It made me uncomfortable. That defense under Pete Golding, that wasn't it. What's up? I see you guys inside the comment box. Appreciate you guys being here. Good morning to you guys. We keep getting earlier and earlier. This morning, I got up 4:40. I got my workout in. It was amazing. So we went down to downtown Tuscaloosa. If you've been here, today's workout was outside of the Hotel Indigo area. There's some new hotels that have came up, and we had 22 guys out there. I'm a part of this boot camp style men's group, and what was amazing, we ran to different parts in downtown Tuscaloosa, and we went over the civil rights history. Today is Martin Luther King's Day, and we went over the civil rights history on each part. One of the guys in the group is a associate professor at the University of Alabama. So there was so much information that, he was distributing. Now that I'm part of the fabric here in Tuscaloosa, it's important for me to understand the history of the city that I live in. And I liked it. I went to, some places today that, some high impactful stuff. I mean, the history is definitely deep in this city, in this part of the country. We went over to First African Baptist Church, where MLK actually spoke. So it was a good way to start the day. And I'm still feeling good overall about the staff. I'm not going to freak out. I want to know the entire staff. I'm not going to. I don't want to go too much into hypotheticals because I'll freak myself out. So Calvin's like, yo, I'm good with Zach Arnett. I kind of am too. I just think when I didn't think that would last long, because it's going to be tough to figure out to fill Mike Leach, just like it's going to be tough to fill Coach Saban. But I knew that Zach Arnett wasn't going to last long. The guy, he was straight business. Jellyfish is saying, how about Jim Leonard as a DC? I don't know. Who would be your slam? I don't even, because when I say slam dunk, you guys are going to put unrealistic hires. Me too. I'm going to be my slam dunk hire is Jesse Minter. Who are some realistic names for us to throw inside the comment box? Let's throw them up. All right, we go back to the phone line, 706. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, how you doing, Kyle, man? This is Chris from Columbus, Georgia, man.
Chris, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. I just started watching your show this year, and, man, I just want to tell you, man, you're doing an amazing job on everything that you're doing with your show and everything, and I love it, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the gas up this morning. I appreciate it. I try to put, as much of myself into the channel as possible, and I'm glad that you guys could feel that. With that said, Chris, man, welcome on in, and welcome to the show. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just want to say this one thing and get this out there. With Isaiah Bond transferring, he said it was 100% because of Nick Saban. I can understand that, but you said I'm pretty sure that he wanted to go to start because he's a great offensive mind. He was here at Alabama, but didn't DeBoer beat him twice already? So it would make more sense. Of course you want to go drive in a Lamb, whatever the case may be, money, but I don't know. I'm not even a football player, but me sitting here as a fan, it's I would want a national championship. And somewhere where I know that I have a great chance of winning that national championship. Now, don't get me wrong, Texas is a great program. You can't argue with that. But when it comes to Alabama, come on, you already done. You've built something here. You know, you're getting the receiving yards. Okay, yeah, Jalen Milroe isn't the quarterback that you probably want, but still at the same time, man, you already done built something here, man. You know, you'll forever be a legend here. You know, with the grave digger play, but still at the same time, I would want to play for a coach that has beaten top 25 teams more times than he's lost.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, that just makes sense to me. You know, what you think, Kyle? I don't know, man.
I mean, honestly, what I think, my honest feel is that Isaiah Bond wants to get paid. It's pay for play. And he has the stones to be like, look, I'm not a team guy. I want to go and I want to get paid and I want to get fed and then I want to go to the NFL, period. Isaiah Bond is the most outspoken player I've ever spoken to. He never told me that. When I did catch up with him, we talked about kind of the ride-up mentality. He likes his teammates. But I think, you know, the offer to get like a Lambo in this wild, wild west that we're in, yeah, it's a junior NFL. And Texas has the money to do that, and I get it. I don't know how much, you know, how much it has to do with like Sark, and I know Kalen DeBoer has beaten Sark 2 times. I don't think he cares about that. I think he cares about the fact that they have a very solid quarterback coming back, and I think they're losing some wide receivers, and they need people to come in and step on the field immediately. And when Bond is like, because his stock is so high, any of these other guys that are returning, they're really excited because we haven't seen them on the field. Thus, they don't have their NIL value through the roof. Now, they have NIL values for these players now, and if you've caught a grave digger, if you've caught for 1,000 yards, highest bidder, where you at? But like other guys who you see, they're like, oh, I'm ready, I'm locked in. It's because they're excited to get their opportunity too, to only see their stock rise to get more NIL deals. Why do you think like the Alabama and all this stuff coming in? It's to pay these players. They need money to pay the players. And look, I just don't think, while I think it's great that they have like this setup to pay the players, because 100% of that goes to the players, you're never going to catch up with one guy from Texas who has, millions of dollars in oil or whatever it is. You're just not going to do it. You can't compete. The competitive balance now is so unfair. With some of these schools, they just have so much money. Oregon has more money than Alabama. Texas A&M has more money than Alabama. Texas has more money than Alabama. Auburn has more money than Alabama. Pay me to play. That's why I think he left.
So I want to. So Kyle, can I ask you this question? So do you think that if they did this to level the playing field for other schools, but still at the same time, it's still schools out there who don't have the money, like say for instance, I'm not going to say any specific school, but do you think it was because to level the playing field or just to make sure Nick Saban didn't win so much?
Change the whole spectrum for Saban. No, I think that, this has kind of been in the works. Players have wanted to be paid. And, I asked this yesterday, when you go to the games to watch college football, or when you turn the games on, who are you watching? Are you buying tickets to go watch the coach, or are you go watching the players play? I think we're paying to watch the players, right? We're paying to watch the players, but where is that money going back to? I mean, look, a great Netflix series. It's a documentary, The House That Johnny Manziel Built. Johnny Manziel literally built the entire Texas A&M. He rebranded that program. He built it to what it is. It's $1 billion stadium. He did all that. And how much money did he get from that? Seriously, I don't know if he got any. Probably now because they're having to pay him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a better understanding, Kyle.
And now they have the for sure. No, I think they're worth asking. So that's kind of just the world that we live in. Is the pay to play, and there's going to be players that stay and are committed because they're getting fed from the NIL perspective. They're getting fed with playing time, but now is a really difficult challenge. It was even super challenging for Coach Saban to be able to make sure this player has an NIL deal and that you're also playing him, right? So there's never going to be like Q was like competitive advantage. You guys have been cheating forever. Yeah, maybe cheating forever, but now it's like legal cheating, right? You're just like straight up doing whatever you want and can pay whatever. Who knows if there's ever going to be a salary cap on college football? I don't know if that's coming, but right now, man, players can go wherever they want and get paid, just like coaches can do. And that's why I never thought like think about yo.
I got one question. I got one thing to say, and then I know you got other callers, and I know you got to get to it. But I will say this: Nick Saban came from a championship team.
Yep.
And I know that history repeats itself, but it's the one. I learned something from a wise man. He said the simple things matter, and we have to pay attention to the intricate things. Nick Saban came from just winning a championship from LSU to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Kalen DeBoer, even though he didn't win the national championship, he was in the national championship, and he came to Alabama. So I just want to put that out there and say that little small part, and hopefully it goes far. But thanks for letting me call, guys.
All right, cool, man. All right, take it easy, man. Yo,
All
right, take it easy. Yo, Bama, where'd you go up top, man? Bama's like, Bama, we gave you the update, man, when you started the show. Where'd that comment go? What's up? Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Kyle Henderson, the Bama Football on YouTube. Got 1,700 on right now. If we could have 17 thumbs up, that'd be really good. So just take a pause. Hit the thumbs up. Really helps the video. And I appreciate you guys being here today. All right. Bama Nation asks, what's up with T-Rob? And then I think Bama Nation was like, we're not talking about the topic. Yeah, we are. We talked about it this morning. I appreciate you being here. The news is this. Georgia is feeling very, very good, very, very confident about keeping T-Rob. Okay? Yesterday, kind of walking you through the timeline, is that T-Rob interviewed for the DC position here at the University of Alabama, right? That went down. Heard he had an offer on the table. So goes back to Kirby. Who knows what the works were, but from what we understand right now, Georgia is feeling confident that T-Rob is retained now at Georgia. And that is coming from Rusty Manziel. And when you look to kind of like guys who have major scoops, that's one of them. He has major scoops for Georgia. It's not over till it's over. New things can happen. But yeah, that's kind of the feeling right now. That Georgia is feeling really good about T-Rob, and that's where we're at. So that's the news. And until like things come up, official, we'll add them to our board. But what we know right now is that Kalen DeBoer has these guys that are listed on the screen as members of his staff. Don't have a DC. I don't even know if Freddie Roach will coach the D-line. Could he be moved to outside linebackers? I know a lot of Alabama fans would like that. I think this is a good point. What's up, W Knight? Kyle, if T-Rob personally believes he wants to be the co-DC rather than DC, then he might not be ready to be his DC anyways. Maybe it's best for him to stay at UGA. Maybe so. I think that he would be a hell of a coach here as a defensive coordinator. And I think, to be honest, the more that I kind of look at it, I think him and Coach Saban had most of the responsibilities coaching the defense. So I'm kind of wondering, like, was it a three-headed monster coaching this defense? What was Kevin Steele doing? Because Lane Kiffin, I keep coming back to his comments because he said when they changed, Alabama changed the defense, he noticed something. And he said that Kevin Steele wasn't calling the plays anymore. And then at the end of the season, Kevin Steele said that, who the defensive coordinator is, and he said it was Coach Saban, right? So T-Rob had a lot of responsibility this last year, and a lot of players have a lot of respect for T-Rob, and a lot of players want to play for T-Rob, and a lot of players, I'm going to tell you this, are going to be hurt if T-Rob does leave and he stays at Georgia for these, he's been there for like I don't even know if he's there. So we'll keep you posted, man. But I appreciate you being inside the comment box, and thanks for being here. All right. 305, what's up? Are you on the line with Kyle Henderson? Who am I on the line with? Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from South Florida by way of Mobile, Alabama. For both places, I spent some time down there, about 20 years. Born in Jasper, grew up in Saraland. Proud of the Jasper collar and all the technical stuff you. But the outside view of South Florida and what's going on right now in the world of Alabama football is almost as good as what's happening on Toomer's corner. Nick Saban is hated and still can't come to town, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I was there in 2007 when Mal Moore shoved all in at the poker table and got Nick Saban from Miami. And that still resounds down there. But I've moved back to Mobile for a while and have been enjoying Jimmy Stein and Locked on Bama and tuned into you, man. What a great show.
Yeah, I appreciate it. There's a little bit of kind of like a feedback on your side. So what I'm going to do is have you ask your question, and then I'm going to or make your point, and then I'm going to answer you on the other line. So why don't you get in that right now, and then I'll get with you after we hang up. So make your point or ask me a question, then we'll move forward.
Super. Sorry about the feedback. My question is, can the Alabama fan base set the same kind of reboot that happened in 2007, or are they going to require instant gratification?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I missed your name too. You kind of cut out at the beginning. What was your name?
Billy Ray Flynn.
Billy Ray Flynn. Love it. All right. Thanks, Billy Ray. I'll answer you on the other side, man. I appreciate you calling in. Call in again next time. Maybe we'll have a better connection.
Thanks. No worries.
All right, man. Billy Ray Flynn, I heard he was calling from Southern Alabama. Kyle, is T-Rob coming back or not? Connor wants to know. So this banner right here at the bottom says UGA is feeling good about T-Rob. That is like the major update. Manziel, who covers Georgia, who has he is completely dialed in. He said this morning that Georgia is feeling very confident about keeping T-Rob away from Alabama. So that is like the major headline that we're tracking this morning. I'm going to leave that banner up as basically kind of like the landing spot for eyeballs. And I'll keep, coming back to it with updates that we get throughout the day. Billy Ray Flynn was asking kind of about the transition of the guards and can the fan base really get behind Kalen DeBoer, or do they want instant gratification? I think that's really tough because this schedule is going to be a gauntlet. And I appreciate the super chat inside. I'll get the super chat in just a second. But I think the fan base showed out for Kalen, and I was really happy for that. Kalen knows his place at Alabama. He hasn't done anything. He's been on the job, 2 days? He's recruiting his players. He understands the magnitude of coming here, and maybe he doesn't. Walking through the halls, opening the door to Coach Saban's office and seeing Coach Saban's stuff gone, and putting your little name tag there that you made the national championship from the Pac-12. You didn't win a national championship. You haven't won a national championship at this level. This is completely different from the Pac-12. People in the SEC, I'm gonna be straight with you, they don't have respect for teams in the Pac-12. They don't. They don't take them serious. Yeah, Washington had an amazing team, and I think you should be excited about Kalen. But overall, I'm serious. Is anybody that follows SEC football, are you scared of any of the teams from the Pac-12 ever? No, you're not. I get it. I used to cover Colorado. They did a great job this year. But the football mentality there is not the same here. So when Kalen is coming down here, I think that the fans are going to get behind him, but they are going to be. He has to understand that there is going to be so much pressure on every single aspect of him. Thank you, Micah. Pac-12 is a joke. The Pac-12 doesn't even exist anymore. So when he comes here, Coach Saban, with every single thing that he did, was scrutinized for tiny little imperfections. Team scored too much, and he was hard on himself. He was hard on himself against games like Mercer and South Florida and games where they should have, they could have ran up the score. And he was always talking back to his team through the media. Kalen DeBoer has to understand that, and he's going to find out really quick how this fan base will get on you for imperfections. That's why this defensive coordinator, what we're talking about, is so important. We don't mess around with the defense here at Alabama. The Pac-12, the Big 12, how SEC fans view the Pac-12 and the Big 12, they view them as big offense with a soft defense. And last year's defense, and I have a right to say this, was ranked number 94 in the country for Washington. That's not going to fly here. That's why everybody is asking about the damn update today. Give me the update, because they need to feel comfortable with the defensive coordinator, period. And he did beat Texas twice, and this is great. And he did beat Dan Lanning twice, right? I'm just saying that this isn't the Pac-12. This isn't Pac-12 country. So kind of Billy Ray Flynn, I appreciate you calling in, and I think the fan base is going to 100% support him. I think they've already shown signs that they are and that they have. And A-Day will kind of give us an indicator of where the fan base is. But the first game against Georgia in the SEC, when Georgia comes here, and the outcome of that game, people are going to people are going to have strong opinions about this team, where they're going that early in the season. Remember, Coach Saban lost in week 2. And I'm not saying that Alabama's going to lose to Georgia. I knew Alabama would beat Georgia this past year. And Alabama has the players to beat Georgia this next year. But, early season loss is going to really piss people off. Because people here in Alabama, they are accustomed to greatness. Week in, week out, every single day. That's how it is. Tom G, what's up with the super chat, man? Much love, Kyle. All talking about the money, but if any of us were offered a 30% raise, most of us would leave too. Head coaches do it all the time. Bama will continue to be great. Pay for play, that's where we're at. And if anybody is certainly offered a pay raise, you're certainly going to think about it. I mean, you ever been to Publix grocery store lately? I don't know what grocery store you guys go to. Publix, you buy like 5 items and it's like $47, right? Pay for play, but yeah, at the same point, it's like things are expensive. Kyle, you do a great job. Just wanted to show you some love. Appreciate it. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Looks like you have a really beautiful family. You should be really, you're obviously really blessed. So I appreciate you, your contributions this morning. 1,800 on, get the thumbs up, run them up. I appreciate you guys being here. Waylon, inside the super chat, asked, in your opinion, what positive change needs to be made to stop pay for play and even the playing field? Will this affect Bama's dynasty, or could Nick Saban help aid these changes? That's a really good question. I don't know if like some sort of like salary cap or something, that's going to be added to college football. It's going to take minds much smarter than me, like a Coach Saban, to really focus in on this, for everybody to kind of get into a room and figure out the parameters of NIL and kind of where we're at. I don't know. I mean, now with Coach Saban taking like this front office position as a CEO, maybe he could, have some time. I've always thought he was the college football commissioner anyways. Maybe he comes up with, some ideas and presents it to high-level thinkers that are in charge of college football, and maybe that's kind of his final legacy, is figuring out NIL. But everybody wanted it, you got it, and here it is, right? BJS, this is it. So one more time, I'm gonna keep looping back to the main topic. Publix even has quality sushi if you're into raw fish. Yeah, so on Wednesdays, they have sushi here in Tuscaloosa. So, it's like you could just go and get like like a spicy tuna or something like that. But it's like, and I think on Wednesdays, I think it's like $5.99. but overall, I think it's like $9.99. Keith saying, do I sleep? Yes. Sleep is very important. And this morning, so I went to bed last night at like 11, and I woke up at 4. I woke up at 4:40, and I got my workout in, and I had to. And I was laying in bed, and I was thinking about it. I was like, should I go to my workout, or should I stay in bed until like 6? But I was like, I understand the importance of sleep, but I also understand the importance of working out and how it gives me endorphins to carry on the show, energy, makes me feel better. So I went and I worked out. I knew it was MLK Day. I knew we'd be learning about the history this morning during our workout. So I got up and worked out, and I felt great. And honestly, I'm probably going to do it tomorrow as well. I know it's going to be like 19 degrees tomorrow. The cold doesn't bother me. The work doesn't bother me. I like to be here. I'm enjoying this, what we got, you know, and Bama Flashlight saying what's up with the $1 spot. I appreciate you being here. All right. We go, yeah, and the workout was good. Crushed it. You know, I mean, I feel good. All right. Back to the phone lines, 256. Yeah, I appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling it from?
This is Daryl from Huntsville.
What's up, Coach? I appreciate you calling in. Daryl from Huntsville, welcome on to the show. Make yourself at home, man. What's up?
As usual, Kyle, you got everything laid out. I mean, you'd have to have double glaucoma not to be able to follow what you're saying because you do such a spectacular job.
Yeah.
But I'm going to throw 2 names in there I don't think anybody's even thought about.
All right.
For defensive coordinator. First name I'm going to throw in there is Wink Martindale. You ever heard of Wink Martindale?
No.
He was the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens for about 5 years before he moved to the New York Giants. And him and the coach had a falling out this year, and they fired him at the end of the season. He had great defenses. He had 3, 4, and multiple type defensive fronts while he was in Baltimore. He coached, of course, Humphrey and the other guys from Alabama. So he's a proven name. He's also been he was also a college coach before he went to the pros. Well, he wasn't a head coach, but he was a DC. And also Jim Leonard, I think I'm saying his name not right, up in Minnesota.
Yep.
He was a defensive back in the pros. Great guy, intensive, great intensity, which is what I like to see my defensive coordinators have, that intensity like they're on the field themselves when they're teaching, when they're preaching their defense. I think those 2 guys would fit the bill. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of them, but Leonard, I believe he will be a head coach before it's said and done.
Yeah, a lot of people, Coach, nobody has talked about your first mention, but the second mention, Jim Leonard, has definitely come up in the comment box many different times. So I appreciate you kind of bringing that to the light. Other people have also talked about Iowa's DC. DJ Durkin has probably been mentioned the most. And what we're tracking right now for everybody that's inside the chat, if you're just joining in, if you're just kind of waking up, if you saw the thumbnail and you jumped on in, is the bottom banner right there that says UGA is feeling good about T-Rob. And I say that because Rusty Manziel, who covers covers Georgia, I mean, one of the best in the business, said that they're feeling good about Georgia. So what we know is that T-Rob, and if you've heard this a million times, I have to say, I have to tell you guys this because you guys are here for T-Rob news. T-Rob interviewed yesterday on Sunday. And I heard he had an offer. So this morning we wake up and find out that Georgia's feeling good. Could be going back and forth. Who knows? We haven't heard anything as of yet. What we're doing right now, tracking the news, staff additions, transfer news. And right now we're on the line with Daryl from Huntsville. Daryl, continue, man.
Yeah, I heard I saw that, and I trust your intrepid reporting because you're going to be on it. And I saw that about T-Rob, UGA saying they're feeling good in the source that you had. But I'll say this about T-Rob, and this is what I've learned in my life. It's never over till it's over.
Yeah.
Till he walks in there with that Georgia hat on,
Yep.
and puts his name on that dotted line. It's never over till it's over.
Yeah, and see, this is and you bring up a really great point, because while Georgia might be feeling good this morning, this is where Coach Saban is going to come into play. Coach Saban is a mastermind at building out staffs. Coach Saban is always playing chess, as we like to say, and this could be where we see him in terms of like an operational standpoint, really come up with some ideas and really speak out to Coach T-Rob about figuring out a way to come over to keep Alabama, their defense intact, and also elevate him to the defensive coordinator position. So, I don't think that Coach Saban is playing golf right now. I think if anybody is also in on this, on the defensive coordinator pursuit, I think it is Kalen DeBoer, and I think it is Coach Saban. Honestly, I think honestly Saban is in on this for the defensive core. I think the program is too important to him. I don't think he's just chilling, eating a little Debbie right now. Do you? In chat, do you think that Saban's?
You're right.
Do you think that Saban's chilling now, or do you think that Saban is like dialed in on the staff? Saban is not going to rest easily and like kind of overlook from the stadium until the staff is complete. He's not. This is Coach Saban's legacy, man. I knew, it's just like your kids. You want to make sure that your kids are taken care of 1,000,000%. You're just not going to go and hopefully it works out. He ate a little Debbie at 7:15. I'm sure he had a little Debbie, but I guarantee you he's dialed in. What else you got, Coach?
Yeah, I like the little Debbie reference, and he's probably in a couple of little Debbies and a black cup of coffee, because he's rolling his sleeves up and you made a very important point. His legacy means something to him.
Yep.
And he's not just gonna let this thing fall apart. I think he'll be sitting right there, making suggestions, taking suggestions on this defensive coordinator and the staff period, because again, it's too important for just them to, just like you said, for him to go and go throw snowballs this morning.
Yeah, not doing it.
So I agree 100% with you, and also I think I would have thought they would have gave Freddie Roach a look at defensive coordinator. Maybe he doesn't want to be a defensive coordinator, but I would have thought they gave him a serious look at defensive coordinator, being that he played at Alabama. He's been on the staff. He knows what to take, and you made a very, very important point. At Alabama, we used to winning. We used to great defenses. We used to running the ball and dominating on the offensive line and the defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not about to come in and accept a candy cane coach as far as our defensive coordinator goes, because that's our lifeblood, and it's been our lifeblood as long as I've been an Alabama fan. I've been an Alabama fan quite a while.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you calling in, Daryl. You got you have a final point or anything? I think but before you move on, I actually wanted to get to Freddie Roach being a DC. I think in time, at some point or another, he's got to be a defensive coordinator, right? I mean, he's just not trying to be an outside linebacker coach or a defensive line coach for his whole career. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know his future coaching aspirations, but I think I don't know if you put him as your DC right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Emmanuel's asking, and I'm answering these questions because a lot of people aren't, following it all the time like we are. But Kyle, did we even offer T-Rob the DC job? Yeah. From what I understand, he had an offer to be the defensive coordinator here at the University of Alabama as of Sunday. Yeah, and that he interviewed for the position yesterday, which is Sunday, January 14th. I just don't think that Freddie Roach is ready. I don't mean any disrespect by that. He's a younger coach still. He's got a lot of energy, so I don't know if he's ready just right yet. Make a final point, Coach, before I move on, man.
Yeah. Here's my final point, and I'll let you move on to someone else. I know you got tons of folks on the line. I'll say this: what you just said about Freddie Roach. You still have to offer him the job to at least make his aspirations feel that, Again, we don't know his aspirations. Does he really want to be a defensive coordinator? But you still got to give him some consideration because everybody wants to be patted on the back and everybody wants to feel as if, I'm not left behind. I'm an afterthought. So that's my as far as Freddie Roach theory goes. You just don't want the man to feel like he's an afterthought because people don't work good when they feel like they're afterthoughts. They don't give it all. Yeah. And I'm not downplaying Freddie Roach that he would do that, but that's just human nature. Mm-hmm. And Kyle, thank you so much. And as I always say, it's my pleasure to talk with you. All right, man. Appreciate it, Coach. Same to you, man. I really appreciate the dialogue, man. Coach Darrell calling in from Huntsville. We got a 256. I'm actually going to have my boy Tahez join this morning as well. So I'm going to take your calls. And as we did yesterday, we're going to filter it out where we have the coaches come in, give their assessment. And then as news happens, we'll bring that to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. This is interesting. I haven't been looking at the Undefeated Internet because I've been on here with you guys. But according to Kenny, and I'll check the UGA site right now, Rusty Manziel, who dialed in, just update his message board post, not as firm as him staying as previously stated. Yeah, it is fluid. I mean, man. And I'm kind of wondering about this as well, to be honest. Will Tuscaloosa's economy suffer if Saban is not the coach? Honestly, I think that is a damn good question. I've been asking myself that as well. I think it will if they're not winning championships. So talk about, hey, Kalen DeBoer, take over for the greatest college football coach of all time and also keep the economy high in the city of Tuscaloosa. All right, good luck. All right. Hey, T-Rod, let me help you out. A DC will make $4K to 1.2 at Bama, more than the Tri-DC at Georgia. See, I think, look, if T-Rob is the defensive coordinator here, I think he's clearly making at least 1.82. You want to, 2 is probably, I think that's the going rate right now for a DC here at Alabama. Right? Let's see. I'm trying to see what Barstool Coach DeBoer will be introduced at 6 p.m. at Coleman Coliseum. Is that tonight? That'd be cool. That's what's up. Good for him. I'll put it up for you, man. Schoolie, thanks for it, man. Barstool saying that Coach DeBoer will be introduced at 6 p.m. Coleman Coliseum. Is that tonight? Schoolie? All right, man. Appreciate it. That's what's up. So 6 p.m. Coleman Coliseum. Be there if you're around. Take a jacket. It's freezing here. It's actually supposed to be colder tonight into tomorrow morning. But yeah, if you're out there, 6 p.m. tonight, I'll leave that up for a minute. All right. Do a couple things. Let me take a call, and then I'm going to bring in Ty. But we got a 256. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Tank from Orlando.
How'd you say your first name?
Tink, Tink.
All right, what's up, Tink? I appreciate you calling in from Florida, man. Go ahead, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm glad I finally got through. I love the show. I think I got a pretty wild name for you for a DC. I don't know if we could get him to leave North Carolina. I think where he's at now, but I think he would be an awesome DC. But what about Gene Chizik?
Ooh, huh. I don't know how Bama fans would feel. What you guys think? I'm gonna ask chat. Gene Chizik, chat. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Yeah, I know he was a really good DC.
Yeah. All right. So Schoolie is saying it's Tuesday night. They're gonna introduce Kalen DeBoer Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Come back, Schoolie, or remind me on Tuesday, and we'll put it up. What else you got, Tink? People are saying hell no.
I honestly feel like that. I think Saban's going to be the reason that we end up keeping T-Rob. But I am afraid that if Kirby does lure him away and gets to keep him, I'm very, very scared that Downs is going to follow, because I'm pretty sure he's from Georgia. So we don't need that. So I'm really hoping that T-Rob wants the DC position at Bama, which I don't see how you wouldn't over a co-DC at Georgia, but I guess we'll see. But I'll let somebody else talk, and thanks for everything you do with Roll Tide.
Absolutely, Tink. Take it easy, man. Tink calling in from Orlando. We got Tink asked, and then Clink asked inside the comment box, Kyle, you feel Jim Leonard would be a slam dunk? No. I don't know who, other than like T-Rob, I'm not feeling like a lot of these other coaches. Look, Jesse Mentor would be a guy. I think it's unrealistic. That was like us wishing on a star for, Steve Sarkisian. I think he's either going to be at Michigan or somewhere else. I don't know. It's just like there's not a lot of, like, Charlie Strong. I like Charlie Strong. I just don't know, where he's at in his career, if he'd want to be a DC, if we feel good about that. Gene Chizik, no. Zach Arnett, I don't know. The guy from Iowa, the DC, I think he's too entrenched there. No. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's T-Rob or bust, because it's not T-Rob. You guys are going to be pissed. So who knows? Maybe let's just be hang tight and see. Hey, if you're on the call-in line, I know you guys have been there for a minute. I'm going to take one more call, and then you guys call back throughout the day, because I'm going to bring on Ty for a minute. But this 205 will be my call up until at least like the 10 a.m. hour. So I don't want you to have to wait around here. It's a 205-612. I'm not going to give out your full phone number, but 205, you're up. Because I got three 205s in the call queue, but this first 205, we're up now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. This is Ron from Dora, Alabama.
What's up, Ron? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, I love your show, man. I've been watching you for a long time, man, and I've been trying to get through the lines for a while, and I've actually tried to get you on Twitter. I've got something great for you, man, and it'd be really, if you think about it, it's going to be very, very big for you. I actually am the owner of Ron's Bama Picks on Facebook and all over the country.
Awesome.
I represent a lot of Alabama football players, and they've been watching your show, and we've been talking, and I've got a lot of connections, man. I kind of know what's going to go on. I can't tell you, but you'll see pretty soon. It's going to probably be really interesting. The T-Rob thing, it's kind of, if you think I know what's going on that already. I wish I could tell you, but I can't.
Can you tell me
I got
how?
my sources
Can
too, man.
you tell me if I'm going to be happy?
I'd really love to have you at this thing coming up soon for this year. It's a big one, and I've got we're going to have probably 10 or 15 players. I just want to know, would you like to interview some of these guys coming up this year up in Huntsville?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to put my my email up on the screen. This is for anybody else too. So kind of the vision of the channel is I definitely need sponsors as well. So if you're out there and you own a business and you want to get your eyeballs out to thousands of eyes, then Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. So YT, YouTube, Bama Football on YouTube, YT@gmail.com. I'm going to leave that up for a minute. So just email me there, and I'll definitely get back to you. Thanks, I guess, for the insight, and we'll. I'm curious to see what happens, Ron. In the next, I don't know, hours or whoever else. But what else you got for me, Ron?
Well, I'm actually originally from California, Santa Bernardino, California. I've got family out in Seattle, Washington. I've got family in Michigan. Man, you talking about all these things going on, and now I've got family pretty mad at the family over there in Washington, and man, they were just going mad back and forth when that championship came up. Man, it was just crazy. And now they're like they're on me now because now we got the majority of the staff and the coaching at Alabama here now.
Mm-hmm.
So now I've got to do all over again with my family in Washington, my family in Michigan. Now they're at me right now. So my question to you is, what do you think about the upcoming? How many games? I'm just going to put it this way: how many games do you think Alabama's going to win coming up 2024? I'm just curious on your thought.
Yeah. All right. On with Ron calling in from Alabama. I mean, when I look at the schedule, we brought up the schedule yesterday. I mean, certainly, anything less than 10 games is just, is not it. So I'm going to say 11 games is, I think, absolutely doable. I think that's kind of, that's kind of the standard. But then again, I look at the schedule. The schedule's a gauntlet. I mean, there's different parts of that schedule that are very, very challenging. There's kind of a middle tier gauntlet where you have Tennessee, you have LSU, and then on the back end, you used to have like Mercer and then Auburn. Well, now you have Mercer, then Auburn, and then Oklahoma. So, 10 games, 11 games, I think is certainly doable. And if he does that, if Kalen DeBoer comes in here and wins 11 games, people are going to be really happy in Alabama because I don't think we've been able to wrap our heads around how challenging college football is going to be for every single team, specifically in the SEC this coming season. Like reaching number 1 or number 2 and playing in the SEC title is going to be kind of a mini, it's going to be bigger than the past SEC championships, in my opinion. Anything else, Ron? You want to make a final point before I move to Ty Hayes?
No, I appreciate it, man. I love your show, and roll tide, brother.
All right,
and
man.
I'll be in touch with you soon.
All right, man. Take it easy. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. Hey, everyone on the call-in line, you guys call back. I'm going to have Ty on for a minute. All right, Ty, let me switch this audio out, and then we'll... What's up, Ty? Good morning to you, man.
Man, what a morning it is. I'm already stressed, and it's 9:30.
Ty, before I come back, I'm gonna take a quick break, but I kind of wanted to set the stage for you real quick. What we are tracking, as you know, is Georgia is feeling good about T-Rob right now. They feel that, it was Rusty Manziel that his original post was that they feel great about Georgia keeping T-Rob. I didn't see it yet. I'm going to go check it now as I take a quick break to see if he had edited that post and said that he feels, a little less confident. I think things are going back and forth. I think Coach Saban is definitely involved in the DC position at Alabama, which, in my opinion, look, the OC was going to step in my opinion, flourish here. How could you not with all those pieces coming back? But the DC seems like the biggest piece of this puzzle after the head coaching spot, in my opinion. That's why it's such a big deal. That's why everybody is asking. So if you want to kind of, ask some questions in chat, provide kind of both sides of the story on the DC, maybe mention some other people that we're tracking with DC, I'd appreciate it. And then I'll be back here in a few.
Yeah, a lot to talk about. So let's dive into it. I already see some questions in the chat talking about are we retaining Baloo? I have no idea, Jeff, whether or not. I have no idea who is going to be retained, who's not going to be retained, because right now I'm operating under a wait and see assumption. And I think that's kind of the best way to operate right now, because so much is going on, so many moving pieces. As in every contract negotiation, there are punches and counter punches. So I have no idea. And I'm not even going to sit up here and speculate, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk about, the conversation pieces that are out there. But I outside of that, no idea what's going on. I'm just along for the ride, as are all of you. But talking about T-Rob, it's been an interesting situation. Yesterday, 24 hours ago, less than that, actually. Yesterday evening, I was on this show, and a bunch of people were in here spamming the chat about T-Rob. And at that point, I hadn't seen any reports. And so I said to chat, hey, love to have him back at defensive coordinator. Y'all know that was a guy I was thinking might get promoted to defensive coordinator. Excellent recruiter, did a great job with the defensive backs. I thought he'd be a great addition to this staff. Yesterday evening, I was taking the approach of, if it's not coming from these major sources, just operate under the assumption it's a rumor. Well, come to find out, there was smoke, right? There was absolutely smoke. From what we know, T-Rob interviewed for the job, and as far as I know, that's about all that is confirmed, is that he interviewed and that there is a lot of back and forth right now. So, going to be interesting to see what happens throughout the day. Now, there are some interesting defensive coordinators out there, if not T-Rob, right? Someone said it in chat. And there's an interesting situation over at Michigan right now. If Jim Harbaugh is to leave Michigan, what happens with Minter? That's going to be a guy that a lot of teams are after. And if T-Rob declines, if you're Alabama, why not put your name in that hat? Minter coaching up what was a fantastic defense for Michigan this past year. Really the strong suit of that team. That offense was consistency incarnate, but that defense, super aggressive, super physical. Minter's a name to watch for sure. But this T-Rob saga, huge. And as Jeremy says in the chat, T-Rob was important for his relationships with the players, not his defensive coordinator experience. I think both, man. I think both. I think that he is someone who he called some games this year for Alabama, as I understand it. I think his relationship is great. I think he'd have been a great addition to the staff for all of those reasons. So hopefully there's some positive news there, or just news in general. That way the search can continue. Yeah, it's just wild. But let's talk about these staff additions that have been widely reported on, right? You have Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator. I think that's just an absolutely home run hire at offensive coordinator. Retaining Robert Gillespie, ladies and gentlemen, whenever we look, Robert Gillespie did a lot of fantastic recruiting. A lot of fantastic recruiting for Alabama. Retaining him is huge. And one thing we need to understand, whenever we look at these Alabama recruiters, just because Robert Gillespie is a running back coach, they would send Gillespie after everybody and anybody. The same with T-Rob. Just because he was a defensive backs coach, he was a flat-out recruiter. They did the same with Charles Kelly. Just because he was a defensive backs, he was a flat recruiter. And Robert Gillespie is a lot the same way. Jamarcus Shepard, that's a hire that I love. Absolutely love that. What he did with the Washington wide receivers, there was a reason that Nick Saban was interviewing this guy anyways. The same can be said for Grubb, right? There was a reason why those guys were in play even before all of this happened. Nick Sheridan at tight end, if that ends up going through, very pleased with that. Nick Sheridan does have some SEC experience. He was at Tennessee for a while. He has experience in the South, coaching at South Florida, I believe. And I think that the tight end usage at Washington is something that's largely overlooked. When we look at the tight end talent that's currently on roster, and even with Amari Niblack not in the picture, you still have Oots, you still have Danny Lewis, now you have Caleb Odom. There's a lot to be excited about right there. A lot to be excited about right there. And as Jeff said, Washington had a 1,200-yard rusher and 2,000-yard receivers. Jeff, I said this yesterday, that one of the aspects of Washington's offense, I said it in both my video and I said it over here on Kyle's channel, one of the most interesting aspects to the Washington offense that nobody talked about was their running game. Dylan Johnson was a massive piece of that offense. And a lot of people just thought, hey, it's Penix, it's the receivers, and that's true. That's true. But Dylan Johnson was huge for that offense. I was somebody who the year prior, the 2022-2023 season, I was someone who thought Michael Penix should have been in New York. Now, he got there this past Heisman voting, but the one prior, I really wanted Michael Penix to be in contention because I thought he was that good. So I've been watching a lot of Washington Huskies football for the past 2 years because I would always say they're a really fun team to watch play football. I love their offensive concepts. That's why I think largely you guys, whenever you hear me talk about DeBoer, I talk about it with excitement because with Nick Saban retiring, you had to make a move. You absolutely had to make a move. You couldn't sit on your hands and sit there and say, well, nobody can replace the GOAT. He's the GOAT. It's going to be incredible. It's an incredible task to replace him, but you have to make a move. And I think they made as good of a move as you could have made. So I'm excited about it. I've watched a lot of Washington football and I'm excited about it. But that running game was a really key part of that Washington offense that never really got talked about. Now, the hire, ladies and gentlemen, if it goes through, I love is this Scott Huff hire. I was someone, whenever we talked about Coach Wolford, I always would go back and look at what he did with Kentucky, where he was able to assemble an offensive line for Kentucky that was really productive. However, that never transitioned over to Alabama. Now, Wolford can recruit his tail off. He's been able to get several big wins, but the problems that existed under Doug Marrone are still rearing their ugly head. And that can't continue. Like at a certain point, you can't be one of the worst teams in not the SEC, one of the worst teams in college football in sacks allowed for what's it going on now, ladies and gentlemen? 3 years? 3 years. This has been a constant problem for Alabama. And it didn't get much better this year. Yeah, Jeff, their reports are that they're all in. You had Chris Lowe saying that. I just said I always operate and use that verbiage until Alabama tweets it out. But you can take it to the bank, right? Chris Lowe tweeted it out. A lot of people, Zenitz has tweeted it out. The best reporters in the industry, and obviously Kyle's not going to steer you wrong. But that's just the me working in law firms coming back out with me being like overly careful, but neither here nor there. If you can retain Freddie Roach, and retaining Freddie Roach, huge. He has been one of the best recruiters for Alabama for years. The relationships he's been able to establish, paramount. Keeping him gives you access to major recruiting grounds. So I love that. I think there's a lot to be excited about, but the defensive staff still has to come together. Now, I saw somebody said, big Bama fans, Alex Grinch is out there for DC. No. All due respect to Alex Grinch. He's, I'm interested to see where he ends up, but no. I am too, Roach. I'm very glad we kept Roach. Tanya asked, Washington had a trash defense. Who's here? Who's coming? So Washington's pass defense, Tanya, was a little bit misleading because if you get into some advanced metrics, they weren't near as bad as their rush defense. If you look at their total defense, it was not a good defense at all. But a lot of that was how poor they were against the run. They had some defensive backs that were very productive. So I haven't heard much about anybody from the defensive staff of Washington coming over, but that's going to be something we have to wait and see. As I said earlier, for those of you just joining, I always operate under a wait and see until it's reported by guys such as Zenitz, Chris Lowe, the people at Bama Online, any of those great reporters, Kyle, I operate under a wait and see. But the defensive backs at Washington, they were not as bad as the total defense would lead you to believe. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the defensive staff. Washington's defense was subpar, Mike. There's no doubt about it. Listen, there's no argumentation here from me about that. That defense left a lot to be desired. It's just looking at that secondary, they weren't near as bad as you would assume whenever you'd look at Washington. If you looked at scoring defense or total defense, you'd see them and they would be really low. And you'd think, oh, this defense stunk. And it did, but it was one part of that defense that was significantly worse than the other. And I'm not claiming that the other was a world beater by any stretch of the imagination, Mike. You're 100% right. But it is a little interesting when you start going into it. Yeah. Mike says their secondary was the bright spot, weighed down by a terrible front seven. 100%, Mike. 100%. You hit the nail on the head. RB, is T-Rob coming back or not? Nobody knows, my man. Nobody knows. And we're just operating under the assumption that when it comes down, it comes down. We'll see. But there are some other names out there. We talked about Minter. If Harbaugh is to take that job, and On3 had an article earlier that he is interviewing for the Chargers. If he's to take that job, Minter is a defensive coordinator that was very productive this year. I know that there's been some people asking about Parker, the Iowa defensive coordinator. I think Kyle hits the nail on the head there. You have Arnett out there, who is just the coach of Mississippi State. And that was always going to be a really hard task, right? Whenever you inherited the situation that the Pirate left you, rest in peace, an absolute legend in college football, especially, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in the state of Texas right now. Mike Leach out there at Texas Tech. A lot of my childhood, I remember Leach out there at Texas Tech. So huge figure in college football, especially for the offenses he ran. But if you're Arnett, you were taking over a team that was 100% an offensive identity team. I mean, Mike Leach's whole philosophy was, I'm going to throw it. You know I'm going to throw it, but I'm still going to throw it. And he had 1 year to turn around an offensive team to a defensive one. That was always going to be next to an impossible task. He has defensive coordinator experience. He's a name that's out there. But we're just throwing around possible names now. Once again, remember, I've told y'all, I'm a fanalist. I'm like y'all. We're over here just talking as a bunch of fans discussing what could happen. So it's going to be interesting. Chris asks, can Pruitt come back? So the interesting thing with Jeremy Pruitt is if he's hired by any university, he has to sit out for 1 year. On top of that, not only would he have to sit out for an entire year, you would then have to lobby to the NCAA and try and prove why you're bringing him on staff and why it's a good enough reason for them not to continue the show clause against him. And so you would have to then advocate why you're bringing him in, why it should make it exempt to where you're not going to receive any sort of penalties while he's on your staff. So Pruitt, there's a lot that comes with it, right? Even if you're saying, oh, let's hire him as an analyst, that way he sits out this year and then next year he's good to go as a defensive coordinator. That's great, so long as you can lobby to the NCAA why the show clause should be waived and why you shouldn't be getting penalized through it. So that's the deal with Pruitt, right? Is he's still under that show clause. He still has the year suspension. So you'd only really, if any team brings him in, it would be for an analyst role. That way he can serve out that year-long suspension and then hop back into it. But they would have to advocate for that show clause to not be enforced. So that's the situation with Pruitt. That's why it's such a sticky situation. And that's why you haven't seen moves being made in relation to him. Timothy says Derek Mason, another name to watch out for. Listen, there's going to be a lot of names thrown around, and it's important to note that as I'm sitting here, I haven't gotten any clarification from anything. The T-Rob situation is still very much well up in the air, right? That's just very much well up in the air. So we're going to see. We're going to see, no doubt about it. A lot of people are going to be asking about Derek Ainsley. Someone says, yeah, listen, there's just so many names that will be thrown around if T-Rob isn't the guy. Now, as I understand it, DeBoer was interviewing others already, and T-Rob was a priority. That's the guy that they wanted to interview, but they have been interviewing, and maybe I misread it, but that's my understanding of the situation. So we'll see. We'll see. Timothy says T-Rob situation up in the air to us. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So I have a question for everybody in chat. Who would you like to see as defensive coordinator if it's not T-Rob? Right? There's a lot of names we've talked about. I even saw as I was coming in here, someone was talking about Jim Leonard, and that would be an interesting one. If you could swing Jim Leonard, I think that'd be, swing for the fences. That would be a really good hire, but I just don't know, right? Like what that would look like if it's possible. So we'll see. Jim Leonard would be an interesting one. Mike says Leonard doesn't strike me as an SEC defensive coordinator, and 100%, Mike. Like there is a level to this that you would want somebody that could transition in the SEC landscape. We have a few mentors. We have some Phil Parkers. Mentor would be interesting. JS says Saban. Now, in a perfect world, can you imagine? Nick Saban announces, I'm coming back as defensive coordinator. Alabama fans everywhere just erupt in cheers. We can all dream, can't we? We've earned a dream after this. So yeah, no, that'd be what Tom Landry. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, right? Why is Jim Leonard a good hire? He is named in every DC opening, but still not. He's just a young coach, man, who can put together some good defenses. I think it's a combination of things, but it is interesting. It is interesting that he is always attached to these, but hasn't been named in anything. Hasn't been named in anything. Noah asks, if T-Rob leaves, does Alabama keep Downs and Ricks? Well, Ricks is already in the portal, and Downs, I have no idea on that. Once again, I'm not privy to what he could do. I'm not in the Downs family, and that's not my decision to make. So I have absolutely zero idea what they would do. No idea what they would do. As you're coming in here, let me know who you would like to see as defensive coordinator, because if it's not T-Rob, there's going to be a lot of questions asked. There's still some pieces of the staff that need to be put together. I mean, you look at special teams. I'm interested to see who's the special teams coordinator. That's interesting. We have Jeff saying Charlie Strong, Harold saying Derek Mason. And this is the underlying point, right? Joe says, I'd love to see Shoe. Yeah. This is the underlying point, right? There's so many different names that are being thrown around. And I'm just here for the roller coaster ride, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just here for the roller coaster ride. Clint saying, Ty, can you entertain the thought of Derek Mason as a defensive coach, good or bad? You know, I'd have to go back and really do some diving into Derek Mason. But he has SEC experience. All right. Or I'm sorry, he has SEC experience. And listen, it didn't work out as a head coach. He was the defensive coordinator at Auburn. He was the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma State. And the thing with the taking over the Oklahoma State defense, they lost a lot of talent. Yeah, they lost a lot of talent over there at Oklahoma State. He'll be, I mean, I have no idea, but I think if you're asking me, Minter is a name that I would be very intrigued by. I would be very intrigued with Minter. Now, how realistic that is, who knows? Once again, if you hear me saying I would be intrigued with this or I think this, it's just my opinion, right? No, we're just over here, a bunch of fans sitting around a table talking football. I think Minter would be interesting. We saw what he did in the national championship. We saw what he did against Alabama. That Michigan defense was for real. We knew they were going to be good. But they were physical. They were aggressive, right? I mean, and they knew what they wanted to do. So, and once again, that's if, a big if, Harbaugh is to take an NFL job. What do I think of Adam Fuller from FSU? I mean, they've turned the FSU defense around. I don't know much about his coaching history outside of what he did at FSU this year. I would have to really look into his coaching history, Andy, but I'll do so right now. We'll go through it. But I can't say that I'm super well versed in. So Florida State defensive coordinator Adam Fuller, he got a start coaching the Wagner Seahawks football team, a division up in New York, where he was co-defensive coordinator. That was his first time really calling plays, 1999 to 2004. In 2005, he was the Richmond defensive backs coach. 2006, 2007, linebacker coach. He coached in Chattanooga as the defensive coordinator. At Marshall as assistant head coach or associate head coach, defensive line. Marshall in 2018, defensive coordinator and safety. The defensive coordinator at Memphis in 2019. And the Florida State defensive coordinator from 2020 to present. So let's check out some of the stats with this Florida State defense. Let's see where they were when he took them over, and let's see where they ended up. So whenever he got there was the 2020 year, 2020 to present. 2019, they had a defense that was 67th out of 130 in scoring defense. 2020, not good. They were 106th of 128, but that was the first year he got there. So, always growing pains. They went from 106th 6th to the next year to 67th in 2021, 2022, 21st of 131, and 2023, 18th of 133. So that's improvement. That's improvement every single year, right? And that's really all you can ask for is improvement. So that's a name to watch, but I don't know much about like scheme fit with the personnel we have, like, which I think that'd be probably a pretty secondary concern. But Byron says Glenn Schumann or Minter. Schumann, let's be honest, I think a lot of Alabama fans would love Schu considering the fact that he has the ties to Alabama. I just don't know how realistic it is. Dentran says, bro, you guys are Alabama, the Alabama. Struggling to find a defense of any position is a problem. You guys are in trouble. Well, the hire just happened, my man. Like, he just got there. He's just doing his coaching search. Like, it's going to take some time. And he's in the process of interviewing. So if we were at Friday, Kyle and Den, I would be worried, right? Like, if we were on Wednesday, I would be worried. But he just got hired and did the press conferences and has now had to fight Georgia for T-Rob. That's an active slugfest going back and forth. So it's, chess, not checkers. And I think we're still in the chess phase, and I'm not at the panic phase yet. I'm not close to there. We knew this was going to be a transition. You don't go from the GOAT to a very good coach and not expect transition. Kyle, glad to have you back, my man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. So by the way, Ty Hayes is, he is a guest host now on Bama football. Does an amazing job. Follow his content at Around the Table Sports. All right. You see him sometimes in the chat. Does an amazing job. He's an up and coming YouTube guy. And we have high aspirations for him to even contribute on this channel. So on his channel, he has a lot of topical college football viewpoints that are very good. Ty is he's very intelligent, and I appreciate you guys supporting him. So when I'm away, or you see Ty, you see Smook, or you see Coach Sean, or you see Coach Jarek, support those guys as you would myself, because those guys doing a great job here contributing on Bama football on YouTube. As we continue to kind of morph this into a nonstop news generator, it's amazing. It's amazing to think that we've been covering Alabama football really nonstop since Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I think kind of the vision, we'll continue to kind of, map out the vision going forward. But my thought process is this: we're definitely going to continue just to keep the news coming to you all day long. And as news develops, you guys just treat this like a message board, like the old message boards, like where you had to subscribe to like talk to other people. Man, those are outdated. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to keep refreshing. Like this is the new wave, the now. You see a lot of other people creating YouTube channels to get into this space too. And I think, it's going to be tough for a lot of the subscription businesses to continue to keep up as well, because there's so much news that is out there so fast. It's just always so fast. It's so fluid. And glad we have 100,000 subscribers on. It's amazing.
It's one of those things, man, where you can't get, or you can, but it's much more difficult for these places like ESPN to generate any sort of interaction. Whereas on YouTube, right, with someone like Kyle, you're cutting the bridge, right? Like you used to have to watch ESPN back in the day and see what the reporters were saying. Now you're in a chat room with the reporter, interacting with him on the fly. And that is that, ladies and gentlemen, ultimately is, among other reasons, why so much of the big media is failing and places like this are succeeding, is because Kyle's able to cut through all the middle and provide you, the viewer, you, the fan, with an experience. And there's a reason why I named my channel Around the Table Sports, because every time I hit the mic, I want it to feel like we're a bunch of friends sitting around the table talking ball, like we've all done so many times. And Kyle has a great way to convey that feeling here on the channel, which is why it's so easy to hop in here and stay in here all day, because you just feel like you're out at lunch with all your buddies. We've all done it so many times. So
can you imagine, like, back in the day, like if you had a show like this, like, because like, I don't know, like a personality that I always like to watch, I just liked his style was like a Dan Patrick,
Oh, yeah.
Or like Dan Patrick was, I mean, Chris Berman was kind of the G of like the NFL, right? But if you had a show where you could literally access Dan Patrick and talk to him, like for example, like Troy, what's up, man? I see him inside the comment box, or anyone else, right? Like facts. Like if Dan Patrick at that point was to put you on, I'm not saying I'm not no Dan Patrick, but I'm saying like the interaction is there. Because I used to listen to Dan Patrick's podcast a long time ago. Then he went to YouTube as well. So if you have access and you could ask them questions, or you could just call in and talk, man, that's a new wave. Okay, so I think Bailey asked, she's like, okay, that's all great, but what did you find out on your break? Right to know. Okay. So yeah, that's what I did. I went and because Rusty Manziel, like if you that is the one thing that these sites do have guys with absolute scoop. That is true.
Yes.
Like Manziel puts his stuff behind the paywall, like you're gonna pay for it because those guys do have scoop, you know. Same thing with the guys that in all these Bama markets. Like these guys are dialed in. Some of them live in Tuscaloosa, others don't. And I don't know, like if that even matters anymore, but
probably matters a lot less these days than it used to.
Like scoop is scoop. Like if you got scoop, people don't care if you could be reporting on Alabama from Japan. You got scoop, people don't care. They're like, I don't care where you're at. Give me the scoop. Shut up. Okay, so what I went to, so it looks like Georgia understands the same thing that the Georgia side is saying. He 100% interviewed for the DC spot yesterday. So Alabama and Georgia are on the same page in terms of that. People who follow Alabama, people who follow Georgia, me included, he interviewed 1,000,000% for the defensive coordinator position on Sunday. This morning, Georgia felt confident, like really confident that he's staying. They feel a little bit more apprehensive about that, but they still feel like T-Rob will stay at Georgia. Alabama is doing everything that they can. Like this is back and forth right now to get T-Rob. So the winner in this is going to be T-Rob. T-Rob's going to win. That's your winner.
True.
Right? Like T-Rob won, and rightfully so. I mean, from the jump, maybe he should have been named the defensive coordinator like right away. And that was hard because all this stuff is happening so fast. Coach gets named on Friday, press conference on Saturday. Kirby Smart, man, really threw a wrench. He really threw a wrench into this.
I must say, though, no matter what happens, ladies and gentlemen, I do think, and listen, if you, whatever you want to say, we can say it. I got to give a shout out to Coach DeBoer, man. He came to the SEC and he's playing chess now. You get what I mean? Like Kirby played chess and DeBoer sat down at the table with Kirby. His first day on the job, he's sitting down at the table playing chess with, outside of Saban, the best chess player in all of college football. Now, I'm not saying he's winning this game of chess. I'm saying he took the challenge on and sat down and said, okay, you want to take T-Rob? Let's play chess. Let's play this game. And now there's the back and forth. The fact that he sat down and instantly attacked it, I am happy. Like between that and him acknowledging like, hey, I have all the faith in my ability as a coach, but I know what I don't know. I know I'm not familiar with recruiting down here. I know I don't know these relationships, but I know that that's where my knowledge falls short. If you can acknowledge that, you can overcome that. You can understand how to get better. So, no offense, Ty, but he didn't have a choice but to sit down. Sure, but I mean, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. He could have just as easily came in here and said, well, I'm going to assemble my staff, right? Like he has guys on that defensive staff for Washington that have been with him for forever. And he's sitting down, and instead of taking it and saying, oh, well, I'll just get those guys. Yeah. He's playing chess. So I got to tip my hat to him there because it's Kirby we're talking about. It's Kirby.
And I think to build onto that, I'm thinking about this now. So this keeps staying in my mind is the fact that Kalen DeBoer, what did he say? You have to re-recruit the players. Okay. And I think in sitting down with the players, imagine being Kalen DeBoer. The first question I'm asking is like, okay, look, I'm happy you're here. Our defense, we need to figure out, I want to see where you're at. What are your questions? And if I'm a defensive player, I'm like, who's the defensive coordinator? And like, what happened with T-Rob? And I think he heard that enough to where he probably already knew this coming in, that T-Rob played an integral role in Alabama, but he's like, the players want T-Rob. You know what? Let's go get him. Greg Byrne, I got my DC. Okay, who is it? Who do you want to go after? T-Rob. Okay. T-Rob, he signed with Georgia, but you want to keep him? Yes. Why? Schematics, and the players want him. The players want to play for him. Let's go get him. Let's keep him here. And then Coach Saban, yeah. Hey, we want to go out to T-Rob. Let's get T-Rob on the phone. I bet you all that is happening. Can you imagine? That's a full court press, right? Kalen is like, hey, man, we'd love to have you, to retain you. Coach Greg Byrne is like, whatever you guys need, we're in. And then Coach Saban on the back end is like, hey, look, this is Kalen's team, but from an organizational standpoint and from the University of Alabama and what we represent, man, we saw you did this last year. Be elevated. Come over here. I think that's some. I like that angle.
No, I'm also trying to find. Agent says, "Ty, please stop." Agent, if you disagree with anything I say, man, you're more than free. You type it in the comments, man. I like dialogue, right? Like everybody's free to disagree with me. My goal is not to be agreed with. My goal is to be understood. And if I've done that, then we have moved it into a positive direction. Stock trends. You have a comment that I think we need to unpack. He asks, what about Todd Bates? Defensive line coach for Clemson, played at the University of Alabama, and is now co-defensive coordinator of the Oklahoma Sooners. He followed Brent Venables over there. He has now I think that'd be an uphill one because he has no defensive coordinator experience. He's only ever been co-defensive coordinator. And even then this year, I think is the real year where he and Zach Alley, the new defensive coordinator Oklahoma just hired to replace longtime or defensive coordinator Ted Roof. He has the ties to Alabama. And defensive linemen, I mean, they flourished under Todd Bates at Clemson. And if you look, he was just at Oklahoma, and that Oklahoma defense was in a bad spot when Brent Venables and them took it over. So, of course, it's not going to hit the ground running because it was built by Lincoln Riley and Alex Grinch. Their goal was, if we can score 150 points on you, we're going to hope that you can only score 149 on us. That's slowly changing, but it takes time. The defensive line class they just pulled is really, really good over there at Oklahoma. You're talking David Stone, 5-star defensive lineman. There's another defensive lineman for IMG. I forget his name, but he is, I think, underrated. He's a really good recruiter. I think he's a really good recruiter, but I just don't know because he doesn't have the sole defensive coordinator experience. And that's Mike. I think that's a very fair question, right? Which is why I think it's an interesting conversation. I think it's interesting to talk about, but I have no idea. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're hearing it from me, I am just basically shooting out ideas and just talking like we're sitting around the table. Yeah, I saw Stock say that and thought it was an interesting name that I hadn't seen anybody say, but Bates does have the connection to Alabama.
Where did everybody see this Greg McElroy that he's like saying T-Rob to Bama? Because I saw it on here, but is that I haven't. I mean, he didn't like actually tweet it. Was it the news comes from On3? So On3, that's probably an aggregated article. So how On3 works is you have like your national desk team, and they write basically stories that they like sound bites, and then they reference them back to where it came from. So if you're out there and you saw the On3 article, click the article and read it, and then it'll tell you exactly where it came from because they have to source like where it came from. So and that desk team kills it. I mean, they write because that team is responsible for page views and clicks, right? And they're geniuses at headlines. JG saying, I heard it, Kyle, from a friend close to the program. Not sure if it's real, but he said an offer was made. Yeah, so the offer was definitely made to T-Rob. We don't know. I would assume the offer was to be the DC. We don't know the timetable, though. That's kind of the thing, is we don't know the timetable of when this would be decided. Can you imagine we do all this all the way to Friday? I didn't want to freak you guys out, but it's only Monday. I do like that Todd Bates, though. That was nice, Ty.
Well, he played at Bama so listen to these connections, right? He played at Bama from 2001 to 2004. He was at Talladega High School. He was at Oxford High School. He has been a defensive line coach at Idaho State, East Central, Jacksonville State. He was the defensive line coach at Clemson, 2017. Then they moved him to defensive tackles from 2018 to 2019. Run game coordinator at Clemson from 2020 to 2021. And from 22 to present, he's the co-defensive coordinator and defensive tackles coach for the Oklahoma Sooners. But it's the connection to Alabama that's intriguing, right? He played. He played for the Tide.
Yeah, I do like that. I mean, I think, if there was Brett Venables, clearly the head football coach at Oklahoma, it was going to happen at some point that he was going to be a head football coach. But there was a time and place in college football where he was the hottest name in college football from the defensive coordinator standpoint. I think he was basically just waiting his time. I think he might have had some kids at Clemson, or didn't he have a son who played or something like that before he was able to take a head coaching job.
And I think he was one of those that was kind of waiting for the right opportunity, right? And he had the history at Oklahoma. Bob Stoops hired him at Oklahoma years prior before he'd ultimately gone away. So I think there was only a few jobs that would really have piqued Venables' interest. I think Oklahoma was one of them because of that past connection. And also, is it Kansas State that's his alma mater? I think it's Kansas State. That was another one where if that would have ever came open and offered, and maybe they didn't, I just can't remember.
Yeah, you're right. Yes. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
But he was known as like a hard-nosed defensive coach that a lot of people were really excited about. So now him with Oklahoma, and now Oklahoma coming to the SEC. Actually, Alabama will play Brett Venables this year.
Yep.
Yeah, the back end of the season. Man, that's going to be crazy. And that game is in Oklahoma.
In Norman. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whew. Man, what a game that's going to be.
Yeah. OU and Bama have a great history playing each other. I think it's 3-2, and it's fairly even. I think they have the edge by one game in terms of historical win-loss. I think they have the edge by one game. So, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited for some of these new teams in the SEC.
Here's some names from Jamarcus Morgan, Phil Parker, DJ Durkin, Joe Rossi, and Jesse Minter. I think we've highlighted some of those. We haven't talked about Scaly on the back end. Question in from Doc. Cool avatar. Doc Sports Pick. Question for Kyle. With 80 players and each of them wanting money, or they will have to leave, how will these programs afford all these kids? Well, all these players do get a little bit of NIL money, right? From, like, for example, Alabama, that money is distributed, I think, from what I understand, equally to, like, for example, just the football team. And then there's like a department that is responsible to help these athletes get bigger NIL deals, right? Whether it's through, I'm just throwing this out there, through like a t-shirt company, like, Jalen Miro has some of that, other stuff. But that's why it's so important to have a really large NIL backing. Does Alabama have that? I'm sure, there's a little bit of a pool there. Not a little bit. I'm sure I don't know how much money's in that pot. But that's the one thing that we keep talking about is how big is the pot at other places? We don't know. It might be a lot larger than we think. And somebody was like, "Does Auburn really have more money than Alabama?" And yeah, I think in the NIL for sure. With Yellowwood, I think he's the state's only billionaire. If you read up on Yellowwood, it's pretty interesting. He basically made his money. It was a family business in logging. And then he resurrected that company like in the 70s, made some acquisitions. And now I think like pretty much like owns all like the lumber, in charge of all logging. And did you know this? This is a crazy stat. I don't even know why I know this. But Alabama is did you know this, Ty? Alabama is the fifth most wooded state in the country.
I did not realize that.
You not like if you've ever been driving on some of these roads, like down to the beach, you come by, you get the worst thing that can happen to you is getting stuck behind one of these logging trucks, these semis that have these, they're basically trees in the back. And it's always scary because, yeah, and the CEO of Apple went to Auburn. So there's another one. And it's always scary driving behind these trucks with these logs. Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about, because it reminds me of that scene. I don't even know if you've seen this movie, Ty, but Final Destination.
I know Final Destination. Yep.
Yeah.
Justin in chat beat us both to it. Final Destination vibes with those log trucks.
That's what I'm saying. Here's Jay inside the comment box talking about Alabama. Yeah, absolutely. You got to support that. You know, we wish we could work with Alabama. Reached out to them before. I don't know if they were very interested. And now, you know, we got 2,000 people on like all the time. I would love to work with Alabama. Bama football on YouTube, yt@gmail.com. That's email. If you want to work with us in terms of sponsorships, get your name, brand out, whoever it is, doesn't matter. Hit us up. I mean, this YouTube channel is the YouTube channel, right? It's it. You can see the numbers. You can see the people. You can see the content. You can see my work, the consistency and performance. I mean, there's a lot of spots. So Bama football on YouTube at Gmail. Hit us up. But you gotta take care of, your school. My family sells lumber to Yellowwood, mostly pine. See, I'm a trucker. See, yo, so you know what I'm talking about, Banks. Yo, when you get behind it, this man, I get it. Those are tied down, but still, I'm still the Final Destination. You saw that, right, Ty?
Yeah, and I can't. Every time I get behind one, I try plotting my way around it as quick as possible. I turn into Jason Bourne real quick.
All right, so okay, so for those of you just joining, I just want to continue to make like almost a on the hour update. UJ feeling good about T-Rob, and nothing has been officially decided. I think the people at Georgia now are starting to feel a little bit more uncomfortable because Saban's probably in on this as well from the back. And that's what I love is that Saban is going to play this like mysterious role. So like everything that goes positive now for Alabama, right, is going to be like, oh, Saban was in on it, right? That's what's going to happen. And I bet you with him still having an office up top, and Alabama makes some changes, guess what people are going to say? Oh, Saban made a call or something like that, which is probably unfair to the coaching staff for Kalen DeBoer, but you have to know that coming in to the program to take over. Like, you haven't done anything, right, as a coaching staff. You have to prove yourself on the field. But I guarantee you everyone's going to be like, yo, that was Saban. Saban did this. Saban did that. That's the GOAT. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, that's one of the things we were thinking about the other day is that if T-Rob ends up coming, a lot of people are going to say, oh, this was Saban's doing. And maybe he had his hand in it, but that's why I did want to give DeBoer his flowers for sitting down at the chessboard and saying, all right, let's play it against Kirby, who with Saban out of college football is the best chess player in the game, right? Like let's call a spade, I think. So, and listen, I think Alabama knocked the hire out the park because I think when you compare DeBoer to his contemporaries, to his peers, he's up there. I mean, he is up there in terms of being a football coach. And right now he's saying, I'm willing to do what it takes to be successful here. I like that. I'm excited, man. Whatever happens, I also think that I've had so much of an emotional roller coaster over the past almost week now that I'm hitting the stage of apathy for everything. And I'm just going to be like apathetic. So no matter what happens, I'm going to have the same reaction to everything. It's coming. I don't know. 24 hours away.
I don't know if you've had time to, I know we're chasing the DC updates, but have you had time to internalize like Ryan Grubb?
No, I actually, did you get the picture I sent you in our group chat where I was like, hey, I stumbled upon all 22, and I've downloaded, I think I've downloaded like
all the
20 all 22 games of Grubb's offense from the past 2 years. And I have it waiting. I haven't even had the opportunity to go through it because yesterday I was either on the move, trying to take that first little breather of like the past week, or I was just not able to, but I'm going to have to put aside some time. I love the Grub edition, man. Love it.
Yo, Kyle, would you be interested in being a guest on Stephen A. Smith's show? Of course, he's a huge Bama fan. Yo, yeah, hit me up. If this is my email, Bama football on YT@gmail. Yeah, hit me up. Screenshot that, everybody, for inquiries or sponsorship deals, whatever it is. It's all good. I put my cell phone in there, but it probably happened to like what happened to Coach Saban.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right. So this is what I've taken. Okay, so look, I'm gonna leave the banner on T-Rob, okay? There at the bottom. But I want to talk about real quick. Pin that email, Kyle. All right. Hold up. Let me can someone pin? I think I need a moderator to pin it, right? All right, someone's gonna pin it for me. All right, thank you. But I've had a little chance to dive into Ryan Grubb. And I know you want to talk about the DC, but can I talk about the OC just for a few minutes?
Oh, please, because let's talk about something definitive. Like, let's talk about something that we like, please. I think it'd do me some good, pull me away from the apathy that I've been feeling, and I think it'd do chat some good. Let's please.
Oof. Someone just said Bama Online reporting that T-Rob declined. Oof. Let's see if we can dig into that. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm reading through everything. All right. Okay, we'll continue to keep you posted on T-Rob. About Ryan Grubb, look, I think the one thing that's kind of that we're forgetting about when talking about Ryan Grubb, Coach Smook is saying that T-Rob just declined the job at Bama. That's what Smook said. We'll continue to wait to see, and I'll continue to check the Georgia site.
I haven't seen anything yet.
I haven't seen anything either, but now that's kind of we've been floating on these waves, right? Of all this stuff. Let's see. Smook is saying, okay. So we'll keep you posted. Yikes. Damn. John, what's up, man? John's coming in to slam dunk. Smook is saying that UGA doubled the offer. Nothing's definitive. Georgia's trying to sink Alabama's ship. So let's just wait. I want to see something from yo, what's up, Kyle? Kyle, recognize Kyle. I want to see one of these big dogs break the news. I want to see one of these big dogs come out with it. Because we just saw that Greg McElroy just predict T-Rob to Bama? That was 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Now everyone's saying T-Rob's saying it at Georgia. Rusty is the GOAT, though, so nobody messes with him. And as soon as On3 got him, that was monstrous. All right. I'm gonna look at let's see. Because Rusty Manziel, he might be the best reporter in college football on the back end. Seriously, for these sites, he might be. He's like the GOAT. So let's see what he has to say. I don't know. Todd, you want to pick up on this real quick while I read through this?
Yeah, let's I haven't found anything either. Robert, thank you for the $2. He says, what about Corey? I don't know much about him, to be honest with you, Robert. But if he declined, it'd be everywhere. Joe says, we'll see, man. Right. It's still so early.
That's what I'm saying, Joe. Yeah.
I'm operating under the assumption that I've said all the time. Until it comes from like Zenitz or them, or like
Yeah.
Rusty himself,
Chris
or
Lowe has been the guy. I've just only been rolling with Chris
Lowe,
Lowe.
Bone, until it comes from like any of the great people over at any of the team sites,
Yeah.
or Georgia, Bama, or any of the ESPN people that are super tapped in with Alabama, like Chris Lowe, I don't, yeah.
Yellow would pay for him to Georgia. All right. Okay.
Yellowwood, my word. Let's talk about Grub though. I was very interested
wanted
to yeah, let's
yeah.
talk about this. Let's get some happiness in chat, right? Let's get some things that we can get excited about.
One of the things that I was going to say that was really bit like I felt that we're missing here when we're talking about the kind of the new offensive regime being put into place is the fact that like I think we just talk when we think about Washington and when we think about the Pac-12, we just think about a big time quarterback and very dangerous wide receivers that are used in creative schematics on the field, right? Running really good dig routes, being wide open, whatever it is. But the thing that I think is being overshadowed is the fact that Ryan Grubb has been able to get the football to the running back as well. I mean, you have a running back, you have two wide receivers that caught for 1,000 yards, you have a quarterback who threw for 4,000 yards, and you have a running back who ran for 1,200 yards and 16 touchdowns. So I could totally see Justice Haynes being the featured back. In my prediction, I think that Justice Haynes will be the featured back at Bama. Can you agree with that, Ty?
I do agree with that. Justice Haynes, I think, is very talented. Jam Miller is very talented, and Richard Young. I think a lot of people have forgotten, but Richard Young, I think he is going to be a really exciting running back as well. I think Bama's in a really good position with the running back talent they still have on roster.
Yeah, and look, you bring up a good point. Is that Ryan Grubb has not officially been announced. None of these guys have, to be honest, other than Kalen, except that like Chris Lowe. Who's been so tapped in and broke Saban's announcement. He is the guy who said that Grubb was coming to Bama. At least said it was like likely, and same thing with these other coaches, and said that the guys to be retained are Robert Gillespie and Freddie Roach from Alabama. So like big time sources have said that. That's why we went with them. And I think if you're Justice Haynes, you're really excited about the offensive philosophy because you're not going to get lost in the shuffle, despite it seem kind of more like an air raid style approach coming in. Right. And then I think that the fact that from what I understand in doing some research is that Ryan Grubb is a quarterback whisperer. And I've mentioned this a couple times. I don't think that Alabama's had a quarterback whisperer over the last 2 seasons. I really don't. And the reason I say this is because Alex Mortensen was like the guy behind the guy. There was a crew that used to work with the quarterbacks here. It was Steve Sarkisian, AJ Milwee, and then it was Alex Mortensen, with Mortensen being like the guy who was like the day-to-day guy with the quarterbacks. And when he left, I think the quarterbacks, I mean, sure, they're going to improve, but it's just I don't think that these guys had the development that they had in the past under Mortensen. You look at, I mean, with that said, you also had some ballers coming through. And not to say that these guys aren't ballers. But I think Ryan Grubb being a quarterback's kind of whisper is really good for the setup. I love the fact that Robert Gillespie is being retained here. Having that continuity with your running backs. And thanks, Ty, for bringing up Richard Young's name. If I don't mention someone's name, it's not like I don't have like respect for the guy or anything like that. It's just like didn't get to see him a lot this past season. And
100%.
right. And then you look at the two running backs coming in. Kevin Riley, who was originally a commitment to Miami, but he's right here in Northport, right, which is connected to Tuscaloosa. And then you have Daniel Hill. Do you know Daniel Hill is 240 pounds? And did you know he can? What is it? Is he squatting? What was he squatting
like 700 something? It's ridiculous.
Thank you. He looked nice in that all American game, to be honest. So that's your
Yeah,
running.
a lot of people were really, really impressed with him. So I'm excited to see the running back room. I think is in a really good position. I'm not worried about the running back room. I did see someone in chat say Jace was overrated. I could not disagree more, man. Jace was an absolute warrior for Alabama. He
Yeah.
played through. People say in football, there's hurt and injured, and you can play hurt. Well, Jace played injured, right? Like he was an absolute warrior for Alabama. Like he gave it his all every single time, and he is so talented. Now, y'all got to remember, I'm from a hop, skip, and a jump from where he played his high school ball, right? Over here at Alito. And so I was watching him in high school. Jace was a really, really talented running back who, even when he battled injuries, put his head down and kept working for Alabama. So I'm really excited to see Jace's future. Really excited for him.
The thing with Jace is I don't know where he's going to go into the NFL. He's not the same style of back as Jahmyr Gibbs, not Brian Robinson, not Najee Harris.
No, he's more of one of those well-rounded backs where it's like I can contribute, and Najee is as well, but Najee's just so darn big and powerful and but I think Jace in the right system. I mean, you get him in a downhill system that will feature some running backs that get out. Like I think he's going to be really a fun running back in the NFL to watch.
Yeah,
but like I said, I loved going to Alito.
Sometimes you just can't tell with NFL running backs.
100%.
Yeah.
The NFL with their running backs are wild.
The NFL with the running backs, you can't tell. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is nice, though. You saw him last night.
Yeah, but his ability is just insane, right? Like, just wild
And
ability.
I'm with Jake Blues inside the comment box. I don't think that Jace will ever start for an NFL team. That's no disrespect to the kid. He's going to play, and he's going to get his, but I don't think he'll ever be a starter in the NFL. That's just my take. I don't even think it's a hot take. I think a lot of people would agree. You might disagree here on the channel, but I just I don't think that he's a starter in the NFL.
I think he could once he gets fully healthy. Because that's the thing, man. We haven't seen Jace not super banged up. And if he gets into a system where they already have someone and they allow him to get healthy, I think he could really take off. Because you remember when he came here, that first Arkansas game, when he was fully healthy, he busted, what was it, a 78-yard run and just outran everybody.
This is a good poll question right here. Jarvis asks, who's better? Who is a better running back here at Bama? Jason McClellan or Brian Robinson?
I think B-Rob, just because he was the feature back, right? Like by extension, he was the feature back. He put up big numbers. Like I said, I think Jace has so much ability, but he was so banged up and he just kept battling for Alabama the whole time, man.
I'm going to say B-Rob too. B-Rob got shot and came back. Man, that was crazy.
And then walked out to Mini-Men.
Yeah.
One of the coldest things I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, man.
That was wild.
Man. Wish that upon, man, crazy. What a wild story. B-Rob's right here out of Hillcrest. Right here in Tuscaloosa. Absolute baller. Bo Scarborough, I think he played at Northridge, I think. There's been some running backs out of here for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying B-Rob for sure. Like I think B-Rob is a better running back. I think Najee was the better running back than B-Rob. And then you throw Najee against some of those other running backs and people's going to start a war. So, because those other running backs, you can't, I mean, Najee's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, Hunter Biden is saying donate to Yeah Alabama. Yeah, if you can support Yeah Alabama, that's the collective, definitely do it. There's like different levels, probably easy to find if you search it out for sure. And I think 100% of that all goes back. They even have, you see like the linemen have some jerky. It's like Roll Tide jerky. Do you see that?
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, so I got some of the jerky.
Is it good?
Oh. All right. And this is only because I want to be honest with how I deliver, okay? No, I didn't like the jerky.
Oh
Okay.
no.
I'm a bit of a jerky snob. I've talked about this before. I'm from New Mexico. The jerky that we have, this could have been like a regional thing. To me, jerky is really really thin, and like you should just be able to like crack it like and it's just super thin. This jerky was like really like it was moist and kind of chewy.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even really know if I really like the taste, to be honest. But look, I mean, I'm pretty like serious about beef jerky. So, but support. I'm not saying that like not make your own assumption. Like order some and then let me know. And when you order some, you support the Alabama offensive lineman. It's the first ever like NIL collective like around offensive lineman, which is pretty cool. So. But I didn't really like it.
Tragic. A travesty. We'll have to reach out and change that.
Wait, does Buc-ee's have a jerky bar? I've never been to
Oh
Buc-ee's.
my! Wait, you've never been to Buc-ee's?
Uh-uh.
So, yeah, I'm in Texas, right? And so the land of Buc-ee's. And I just remember in college we'd be going down to San Antonio to compete at St. Mary's Law School for their moot court tournaments. And you drive by like 4 Buc-ee's, and that's always where we'd stop on the way from Dallas to San Antonio. And I mean, Kyle, they have everything. Like, I'm not joking. They have a table where they're cutting up brisket that they just pulled out of a smoker, and they're making fresh chopped brisket sandwiches, pulled pork. Like, you can get anything at Buc-ee's. It's like a Walmart with gas. It's
Huh.
excessive. And you got to
Where
take a
is it?
picture with the beaver out front. It's not, I don't make the rules. I just abide by them. Right.
They
You
have
gotta take a picture with the beaver.
Is this for real? They have a wall of jerky?
Yeah. Yeah. They not only have a wall of jerky, they have an entire kolache and like Danish section and not only that, they have an entire fudge section as well. So you can go get like kolaches, all this stuff, plus fudge, plus I don't know how to describe Buc-ee's to someone who's never been, but like
What you just said
I don't
is
know.
kind of like somebody told me this, and I don't know if it's true, but they said if like Cracker Barrel and like Walmart got together and like had a baby. Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah. Now here's the downside, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Buc-ee's owned by an A&M alum? So like we're helping the ops.
Huh.
Don't
Okay.
don't build your house out of Yellowwood and don't eat at Buc-ee's. You're helping the ops. I'm just messing.
Wow. So that sliced brisket is where it's at. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it is good.
Where-
It is
so-
good. That's what I always get.
Where's the nearest Buc-ee's? All right. So I'm in
I don't know what the nearest
Tuscaloosa.
Buc-ee's is.
We're gonna look this
I think
up.
there is one in Alabama.
Is there one? Okay. Someone says there's one in one in Leeds. T-Town Church say one in Leeds. All right. Athens, outside of Birmingham. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
Okay.
make that trip. Make it a family affair.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's
go
like a
up to
theme park.
Oh, Leeds, Birmingham. Okay, wow, shoot, man, everybody knows what the Buc-ee's is. I've never been. I'm not opposed to going. I look at the gas station sometimes, and it's just a little bit overwhelming because it's like the gas stations are deep, right? I mean, it's like, we're getting serious about the gas stations now. Buc-ee's has kind of changed the games in that regard.
Oh, they've
Is it
they've
expensive?
completely
Is it
changed.
expensive too?
I
What
mean,
place is it? I mean, what place isn't expensive now?
yeah, it's hard for me to say what's expensive in 2024 whenever like
Everything is.
McDonald's doesn't have a dollar menu anymore, ladies and gentlemen. When I was in school, you'd scrounge up quarters and go to McDonald's for that McDouble, and you knew it wasn't real beef, but that wasn't your concern. You were hungry. Now you got to get what, $2.50, $3? No. Everything's
Yeah,
expensive. I don't
you
know
know-
how to answer that one.
All right, before we get back on track, I just had to talk. Look,
Oh,
you brought up McDonald's. I didn't, but the hot and spicy hits at McDonald's. If you're gonna have a breakdown or you're having a food emergency and you need a little late night snack, hot and spicy hits. Just saying.
like I think Taylor said USA Today did an article on Buc-ee's bathrooms. That's the thing with Buc-ee's. So when I first heard about Buc-ee's, it was not everything else about it. It was the fact that like, oh, we're the cleanest gas station you'll ever go into. And I'm not joking. They make it a point to clean the bathrooms every hour.
Oh,
So like
wow.
there's lines around the place. There's like 200 gas pumps and you can't find anywhere. And the bathrooms are immaculate. Like the
Are
whole
you
store is so
look,
clean.
wow. Like
Yeah,
that, huh?
it's actually I don't know, man. It's like you've gone into a different world. It's almost dystopian.
Buc-ee's is like a gas station Disney World. But
That's
because look, let's all agree that like a bathroom when you're on a road trip, it's serious, right? You've been in the
yes.
car, you want to be comfortable. Like, I get it. I mean, so if the bathrooms are good, they got brisket, they got a jerky bar, man, I'm in. All right,
And
we're
that's the
going to
thing,
Buc-ee's.
because in Texas,
And we're
like,
going to Buc-ee's.
well, and this is the thing, man. Here in Texas, like you'll drive somewhere and it's like, oh, well, I want to go to, somewhere in the state. That might be a 9-hour drive. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like you might be driving in this state for half of your life. And so Buc-ee's is so nice because some of the drive in parts of Texas, I mean, you're in an open field for like 3 hours driving down the highway. And when you see that Buc-ee's, someone said it earlier, you're gonna walk in there and you're gonna hear them scream fresh brisket on the board, and then they're slicing it up. Like it's an experience.
I feel like I've been I'm almost to the point where I'm kind of embarrassed that I haven't been
I'm
going.
almost offended.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
you got to get the beaver nuggets. You got Charles. Hey, you got to get the beaver nuggets. Get the beaver nuggets.
Wow,
That's where it's at.
what? Oh my
I got a funny
goodness.
story for you about
Beaver
Buc-ee's.
nuggets? Are you serious? Oh
Yes,
my
I got a
shoot.
funny story about Buc-ee's. So we were on the way to St. Mary's Law School. We were just outside of San Antonio, and we hadn't eaten. We had to leave. We hit traffic in Dallas. If any of you have ever been to Dallas, you know what that Dallas traffic can be. Because I-35 has been under construction since I was born. It's never going to stop. We get there and we're all so hungry that we end up loading up on our food, and we had an allowance where it was like $10 per person is what you could get. So we end up being like, okay, well, what we'll do is we'll chip in. Everybody got their stuff. We ended up getting, and this is the crazy part about Buc-ee's, Kyle. Not only is there everything we've described, but there's an area where they have all of these desserts too. You can get full-blown pies and cheesecakes at Buc-ee's. So we bought a cheesecake and we couldn't eat it in the UNT van because they didn't really want us eating anything in there. And so we sat in a circle in the Buc-ee's parking lot eating cheesecake, like passing a giant cheesecake between like 12 different people eating it. And people thought we were absolutely insane. So yes, I vouch for Buc-ee's. They let me eat cheesecake in the parking lot. They're
Shoot.
cool.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. My pledge to you guys, I'm going to do a video on either my experience there or I'll just post up live and we're going to talk Alabama football.
You got to go live.
Yeah, right? Got to go live. And I'm going to walk you through, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to try all the delicacies from Buc-ee's. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rank them, and I'm going to be straight with you guys. I'm going to talk about the jerky ball. I'm going to talk about the beaver nuggets. I'm going to talk about the dipping sauces, and I'm going to go through it all. I promise you.
I feel like it's only right that we make an event out of this and we all meet up and it's like a group Buc-ee's stream, right? Like I'm invested at this point. Yeah. I feel like I got to be there as like the liaison of all things Buc-ee's.
All right. I appreciate you guys being here. Like and subscribe. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Talking about T-Rob and kind of the news circulating the staff as Kalen DeBoer builds his new staff going into this next season. News has been so fluid and things have been flying. And today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Kids are home from school, rightfully so. And as you kind of reflect back on the history that Tuscaloosa's had in regards to civil rights is real. I worked out this morning and I told you guys about that experience, kind of going to different places within the city of Tuscaloosa and it was great because a guy in our group is an associate professor here. And he talked about the significance of each of these spots, these landing spots here in Tuscaloosa. 60 years is not that long ago. Right. So I just read on, hey Kyle, I just read on 24/7 that T-Rob will be going out tomorrow to start to recruit, and I assume that would be for Georgia. So once we get like an official update, and as kind of things come in, we'll update you and we'll put like a big graphic on that either T-Rob is staying at Georgia or if T-Rob, could potentially be coming back to Bama. But it looks like, all the main people at Georgia have felt good about this since this morning. And there was some back and forth because we do know that he interviewed for this job to be the DC at Alabama. And maybe use this as more leverage to get something else at Georgia. We don't know. And it's been really quiet around the DC and about T-Rob and oh yeah. So remember, this was our guy. I was telling you guys about this guy, Mike 4172. This guy, okay, I'm gonna bring up his tweets because it's gonna sound ridiculous, but for whatever reason, this guy says he's a here he is. All right. His title is a senior peon with an athletic department. And the location says based in Tuscaloosa. Okay. I'm just going to show you guys these tweets. He just tweeted this out 1 minute ago. And the reason we're going to this Twitter account is because, believe it or not, this guy has scooped before. I mean, I think even, some large names in the industry follow this guy, believe it or not. So this is what yeah, I know. You're like, what the hell is this? I get it. This is unfortunately the world that we live in. 1 minute ago, I literally just screenshotted this. T-Rob received his offer yesterday to be DC. That's here at Alabama. He has not told UGA or Bama his decision, although it's thought he is leaning towards UGA. It's looking like both T-Rob and DJ Durkin will be part of Alabama's defensive staff at Alabama. That was yesterday. That was one of the tweets that got everybody stir crazy. So here you go. I mean, that's from this guy. I don't know. This is who we're following. I think there's some pretty marquee people that follow this guy, Mike 4172. Ty, anything to take from that?
Yeah, I have no idea, man. I'm operating under the same assumption that when it comes from Chris Lowe, Zenitz, Rusty, Bone, that's when I'll believe it. But I've been taken on the roller coaster ride too many times this past week, and I don't particularly like roller coasters. So I'm gonna sit on the sideline for this one.
And the crazy thing is, with today being, national holiday, there's a good chance that we don't really hear anything. I don't know if that'll be the case. That's why we're kind of just Chase doesn't want me to go to Buc-ee's.
If you're in a hurry.
Oh, okay. It's like Bass Pro Shop. Wow, it's that big, huh?
Yeah, no, listen, we got to get a time. We're going to do a group stream. We'll walk up in there with the whole production crew and everything, and they'll be like, what is happening in here?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Other than that, it's just like the defensive coordinator, we continue to track it. And I think the thing that is making me most happy about the defensive coordinator deal is that there hasn't been any massive names to enter the transfer portal. I see that as a good thing on the defensive side. People have said bleeding yesterday. There's really been, look at the guys in the portal. Besides Bond, is it really that significant?
Well, and this is something that I would like to say, because if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, after Kite and Ricks had transferred out, after those two, Alabama was just at the 84 scholarship mark. We had been talking about, or at least I had been saying for a few weeks, hey, they're going to be over the projected scholarship limit. They have to get down to 85. So a lot of people are going to hit the portal or decide to go to the NFL. They just hit 84 yesterday or the day before. So a lot of these moves, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying that the exact same moves that occurred would have occurred, but what I am saying is there was going to be movement even had Saban stayed, because Alabama needed to get to that 85 range. And let's be honest, you probably want to be at about 83, 82 in case a Jabbar Muhammad hits the transfer portal, right? Then you have flexibility to get him in there. But no arguing this right here, that T-Rob would be massive for retaining some of the pieces. But that, I think you're onto something there, Kyle. Some of these players hitting the portal, it hurts, no doubt about it. Fantastic players, fantastic athletes, but Alabama had to get down to the 85 scholarship limit, and some of these moves were going to happen regardless.
Can you talk about the corner tie from Washington that entered the portal? Because 1920 here is asking any Washington players that have entered the portal that could be joining Coach Kalen DeBoer. And the reason I ask about this is because this particular corner that Ty's about to tell you about is an absolute baller. Could you explain more?
Jabbar Muhammad played corner for Washington. And this is what I was saying earlier. A lot of people are like, oh, that Washington defense was bad. And you're right. That Washington defense was bad. You're not going to hear an argument from me. But when we start diving into it, it's far more nuanced than just like, oh, the defense was bad. The rush defense was insulting.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like, it was downright dastardly over there. It was not good. Their pass defense wasn't near as bad, but when you're that bad against the run, you're probably going to have a hard time being good against the pass because you're constantly having to pull resources to divert from stopping one to stopping the other. I digress. Jabbar Muhammad was an absolute lockdown corner for Washington. Go back and watch the Texas game with Texas's offense against Washington's defense. And Jabbar Muhammad, they just said, go get whoever you're on, go get him. And he pretty much well nullified whoever he was on. Now, here's the thing to watch, ladies and gentlemen. He's on a visit to Texas, or will be taking a visit to Texas here very shortly. His cousin is Manny Muhammad, who is the true freshman that just won the starting job at Texas as the season progressed, and he's from DeSoto, Texas. So he's got ties to the state of Texas. He's got family that starts at the University of Texas, and if he goes there, he has the opportunity to play alongside his little cousin, Manny Muhammad and Jabbar Muhammad. But if there's any player from Washington that has hit the portal that if Bama could pull, it'd be Jabbar Muhammad. And it's interesting to note, per reports, Kalen DeBoer has reached out and expressed interest. But we just got to get some movement going on the defensive side of the ball.
I think the other one is Nate Kelpo. He's a guard that played for Washington. And I think when you look at him, you could potentially bring him in. He played in 952 snaps this past season for Washington's offense, which won the Joe Moore Award. And I mean, if you bring him in, you got to think you bring him in and potentially put him at the center position. So this name could be very significant in terms of him coming in, and maybe because look, he's not coming in here and going to win the guard spot, right? I promise you that. He's not beating out Tyler Booker, and he's not beating out Jaden Roberts. He's not. So I think if you put him between those two, if he can play center, I don't know if he can. What's up, Morales? I see you inside the comment box. This is pretty much the main topic today, so I'll get right to it, and then I'll get back to Nate Kelpo. From what we understand, Georgia's feeling really good about keeping T-Rob. It seems like it's going back and forth, and I guess we're kind of just waiting on that. Emmanuel is like, forget T-Rob, please. Let's stop talking about him. If he's playing both sides, we don't need him. I get that. At the same point, I think he's got to make a business decision for himself. And this is another good question from Conrad. He's like, does he even want to come back? Does he want to be a part of this staff? And
I don't know why he would have interviewed if he didn't want to.
Right. And it seems like, well, maybe he was using his leverage, which I don't, who knows. Now we're talking about his character, which we can't assume that.
Which
right?
once again, that's business.
Right.
That's just business.
Yeah. So, but Nate Kelpo, anyways, he's another guy that could come over, and he played at the guard position for Washington. So you theoretically could have him come in and be a center. for Alabama. So that's kind of guys that I think two guys that we're definitely tracking in terms of, potential guys to follow Kalen DeBoer to Alabama. I think that's it, right? So I don't think there's there's a bunch of names that have went into the portal, but I don't know if any others make a lot of sense.
No, the offensive lineman and Jabbar Muhammad are really the two that I think you'd be looking out for. But like I said, Jabbar Muhammad has the ties to Texas after being from DeSoto, Texas, and having his cousin play. So yeah, going to watch that closely.
Hey Ty, I'm gonna have Coach Sean come in here at 11. You want to take a blow, man, and do your thing, and maybe if you want to pop back on later, be cool with it. Is that good with you?
Yeah. If you want that, if you want to take a break, I can rock with Coach Sean for a while. Whatever you need, my man.
It looks like we have Coach Smook, so maybe we get Coach Smook and Coach Sean, and you and I can maybe take a blow, man. So why don't we get you on, put you on a timeout, man, and do your thing, and then we'll bring you back on later on.
All right, man.
I love having you on, man. It's a good symmetry. It's a good chemistry.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. And you know how much I appreciate it. Like I can't really express like
and the super chats, what they do is they help me take care of the coaches. They help me take care of Ty. And if you want to become a fan funder to take it even further, go up to the top of this video. There's a hyperlink if you're on your phone, and become a fan funder. Only $2.99 per month to support the channel. And you can also remember, you can also watch this at home on your TV. Just go Bama football on YouTube on your TV, and that's another avenue for you to post up on. So Ty, do a great job, man. Always bringing it, man. And I've been enjoyed having you these last couple of days on.
Man, it's been an absolute blast. It's made this a lot easier. I love this comment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Appreciate you, Ty. Catch up here in a little while.
All right, man. See you soon.
All right, man. Late. Be sure to follow his YouTube channel too, Around the Table Sports. Tam Chaos. I would love T-Rob on Alabama staff as DC. However, anyone has 2+ job offers at one time, you definitely negotiate both. That is business for sure. So absolutely, you got to do what's best for yourself. I mean, everybody's chasing it, right? That's just kind of the world that we're at. And for coaches, I've been doing this all the time. It's just the thing about it is it's Georgia, right? It's like, really, like these guys, it would be completely different if it was somebody else, but I think it shows how good of a coach he is if he could potentially be a co-DC or the DC at Georgia, because, man, Georgia's rolling. Don't say they're not. I mean, Alabama just beat Georgia 1,000,000%. I know they would, but Georgia has won their last 30 out of 31 games, and they won 2 out of the last 3 national championship games. And it was crazy too. I didn't really like this, is they were ranked higher than Alabama at the end of like the final AP places, right? Like out of all places, exactly. Like Georgia, really? Like, will you stop copying and pickpocketing and taking people? Like every single thing is like, this isn't a family. Like Georgia and Alabama are not family. It's like every single thing is like copying. What do they say is, I mean, it's just like people copying. That's why it's just like, really, like Georgia. All right. So whatever. I think I got Coach Sean coming in at 11 a.m. My name's Kyle Henderson. If you're new to the channel, hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. If you're out there and you want to be a sponsor for the YouTube channel, one of the shows, my call-in show, the coach's show, Bama football on YouTube at Gmail. That's YT at the back end at Gmail. And you can hit me up. That's a good way to contact me. I appreciate you guys' continued support. And I know the main topic of conversation today is around T-Rob and everything that is going on with Alabama's defensive coordinator position. What I've done is, it is a copycat league. Yeah. And that's the NFL. That's what they always talk about, is it's a copycat. Yeah. Thank you, Carr. That's what I was saying. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. Exactly. I mean, because think of all the guys that they got. So, and that was kind of what was pissing me off about Texas too, is you took Sark, you took Kyle Flood, you took Jeff Banks, you took Keon Keeley, you took, I know Ben Davis didn't play, but you still took him. And now I think Texas could be starting to do kind of the same thing, especially if they're able to take, they were also asking me about, I didn't know Kelpo was a big dude like that. Come on down, Nate Kelpo, be the center. Come on down. Because Texas, theoretically, I mean, because I heard that they wanted Kendrick Blackshire too. So you could have Kendrick Blackshire go to Texas. You could have, which I think would sting. And then you could have Isaiah Bond going to Texas and maybe even Amari Niblack. That's what somebody else said. I don't know where Niblack is going. Somebody told me that that could be a landing spot. I think Niblack should have stayed. Not Keon Keeley. Keelan Robinson, my bad, the running back. That's who he took. That was like a couple years ago. Keon Keeley's here. Keon Keeley's probably going to be the starting outside linebacker for Alabama. So sorry if I misspoke. I'm going a million miles an hour here. Any update on T-Rob? The latest is that Georgia feels confident about it, that he's going back and forth, weighing his options. That I know, Isaiah, you're like, what, Kyle? No. That I could have started a firestorm there. No, Keon Keeley is here. It was Killian Robinson who went to Texas. But Georgia feels good about T-Rob, and we're kind of working through it. So that's kind of the latest on it. And then we have like a breaking update. We'll update the banner with like bells and whistles about if he's officially going to Georgia or if he's going to stay at Bama or come back to Bama or whatever. I don't know. Bill, I don't think Alabama has an easy schedule. I can't see your avatar. I don't know what school is it. Are you Texas? I think Texas has a hard schedule, and I think Alabama has a hard schedule. And whoever made Florida's schedule hates Florida. They don't like Florida at all. But I think Alabama and Texas' schedule is really hard. And I mean, really, in my opinion, all the SEC team schedules are hard. All of them. Doesn't matter. And you have 2 bye weeks this time. I like that. That's kind of cool. It makes for a really long season. Seriously, Florida's schedule's hard. Man, I think that's one of the hardest schedules that I've seen. Mississippi State, somebody hates them too. Man, that's tough. It'd be tough to, I'm telling you, man, all of those Crimson Tears. Yeah, that road site's ridiculous. I agree, Colby. This year, thankfully for Alabama, most of that gauntlet was at home, right? Arkansas was at home. Tennessee was at home. Who else? Ole Miss was at home. You're not playing Ole Miss anymore, but you're still now you're traveling to Tennessee. You're traveling to LSU. You're traveling to Oklahoma. You got Georgia at home. I think you're on the road against Vanderbilt. I'll pull up the schedule here in a little while so you guys can see the schedule. I hadn't even looked at Mississippi State's, to be honest. Only thing tough about Texas schedule is they have Georgia after Oklahoma. See, that's crazy. Those are hard schedules. I just look at Keon Keeley. No, that was a mistake. It was a mistake. I'm human. Keon Keeley at Bama. Keon Keeley at Bama. Relax. Oklahoma should have come to Tuscaloosa. Weren't they supposed to come to Tuscaloosa? And then because of the schedule or something like that, it got reversed. See, everybody wants Caleb Downs. No, you're not going to get him. Man, you'd want him. Robert Moody, who's a fan funder. Check out Corey Batone's bio. It's a good resume. South Alabama, top 20 defense. I liked, even Todd was bringing up some good names, like the Todd Bates. I didn't even really thought about that. I don't know if he's, a guy to even be considered or whatever, but I don't know where we go from here. Let's see. But I do like overall, like I've talked about before, another super chat in. One more thing. I've been rolling with you and your team since the college football playoff reveal in December. Thoroughly impressed, and you'll be my go-to for all Alabama coverage, even over ESPN. Look, I said it a bunch of times. First of all, thank you for the super chat. There's a lot of great people that create content. There's hundreds of Alabama YouTube channels. there's a lot of people, that you can get, the news from. I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to be here. And that's it. We're going to continue to be consistent in our performance and going to be down to earth and treat people with respect. That's kind of the mantra here. I appreciate you guys kicking it with us today as we track the latest Alabama Crimson Tide football headlines. Have Coach Sean rolling through here at 11. He does a really great job. We had Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. Beer cans is like it's beer time. Yeah, yesterday was beer time after we were streaming for like 12, 13 hours or something like that. I just told my son Caden, I was like, yo, come to my office and hit the end stream. I was like, because what I think is like you guys deserve a place to talk. Like this is a message board. This is like interactive, like live chat, never stops. I mean, it's so easy to access on your phone, right? And I mean, YouTube is like anybody can access YouTube. It's easy. Kyle, as a UGA fan, I like how you're respectful and keep it real, whether good or bad for your team. Yeah, I mean, part of it is, I think with Alabama and now that Coach Saban has retired, you have to just be very, very patient about where this program is going to go. And you can't make rush decisions about the defensive coordinator or players transferring. I think Coach Saban I'm sure he knew about Kalen DeBoer. I'm sure he talked about Greg Byrne. And I just strongly feel that Coach Saban isn't just going to just bounce out, because this, in my opinion, is his legacy still of like what's going to happen after. Like what type of shape did you leave the program in? If you're a player, I'm sure it hurts that you're not going to be able to coach, not going to be able to play for Coach Saban. But him still having access to the program, I think, you have to be excited about. All right. Coach Sean, what's up, man? You good? Give me a thumbs up. All right. Coach, what's up, man?
What's up, Kyle? How you guys doing, man?
I appreciate you being here, man. How's your MLK day going so far?
It's going good. It's going good. I'm blessed, man. Blessed. Got the fam. Got a little light snow outside.
You guys got snow up in Huntsville?
Yeah. Yeah, It's snowing right now. It's snowing right now. No, nice little light layer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just blessed, man. Thankful for what Dr. King done. You know what I mean? It gives me an opportunity in 2024 to be here with you good people and ready to talk some Bama football.
Yeah, so let me kind of set the stage before I take a mini break, man. Then you can talk with chat. Looks like we got Coach Smook on too, so we can get the tandem on. Coach Smook, join in, man, when you're ready, so I can kind of set the stage for you guys. So basically, the latest on T-Rob is that he's weighing his options. We know that he was offered the defensive coordinator position here at the University of Alabama. Georgia is feeling confident about keeping him at Georgia. Yeah. Will that be another elevated role for him? A tag along with the defensive backs coach position, like co-DC? But people are asking about it continually. So let's feed them and let's continue to circle back, maybe even every 7 minutes, just kind of reverberate the information unless there's a new update. If there's something breaking, like major, I'll pop on and then we'll dive into that. But I think it's important that everybody continues to get an update on T-Rob because it's so fluid. We're also highlighting the staff of the guys up top and talking some of the transfer portal guys. And I have mentioned to everybody else in the chat many times, I feel no news is good news, but also with that, you're not losing guys to the portal on the defensive side of the ball. Unless I see a huge fallout, I'm not sweating that much. You lost Isaiah Bond. Yeah, that's a loss. You're potentially losing Amari Niblack. Those are two starters from the offensive side. But other than that, I mean, you're in really, really good standing. So that's those are the points that I've been harping on. And if you guys can, continue to take that angle, highlight the chats, super chats, and, kind of fly the ship, I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up,
Everybody,
Snoop?
welcome in. What's up, bro?
Got
How
it,
you
man.
feeling?
Feeling good, man. Little sinusy, you know what I mean? Little drainage going on, but hey, man, what else is new, right?
Hey, you was up late night trying to be young, boy, out here getting these folks hype and giving them the real. That was a good session last night,
Hey,
man.
man, plus 40 is a new plus 30, bro. I'm
You know what I'm
good.
saying?
I'm
I be
ready to
trying to
kick
tell folks we out here, we feeling a little younger nowadays because we got
it.
man, the change, man. It's really giving me another just another gear in covering this team, man.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You
like Kyle
did
was
a hell of
talking
a
about this
job last
T-Rob
night
news,
too, though.
bro.
Matter of fact, let me say that.
What's
That was
that?
awesome. That was awesome what you did last night, bro. That's head of the curve type stuff right there, man.
Man, you coming in, Gil and Al, man, that was big time. And then some
Yeah.
of the people that's in the chat, Ray, Dougie Fresh was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Austin came in. Who else was in there, man? It was a few of y'all in there. We appreciate y'all for pulling up last night. It was a good time, and it kind of we kind of was leading up to today. Like the information that we was getting late last night and the last little rumblings is kind of coinciding with what's unfolding today. You know, no definitive answer of where T Rob's decision is. Still a lot of back and forth. You know, I'm hearing about the demands and what's being alleviated, and he wants everything in black and white, no gray area. Sort of kind of with a mentality like Saban wanted when he took over the team. I think he wants that type of feel when it comes to the defense with the new staff coming over. And I mean, if I'm a defensive coordinator, if I'm trying to get elevated in the game as far as coaching, I'm probably doing the same thing. I'm trying to see where me and this coach can get to a common ground in this staff so that we can get what everybody wants. And I think the board knows how important this is, man. So it's not a surprise to be uncertain of where this actually stands, man. It's really it's really one of those things where you don't know the truth until it happens, until it's set in stone. So it's okay to speculate, man. It's okay to speculate. But yeah, man, I mean, what like Sean, I mean not Sean, but Kyle was saying, I don't see the major fallout of this happening if we don't get T-Rob. Now that everything's starting to settle, of course we're gonna take a hit in recruiting, man. T-Rob does what he do, but I don't see a major fallout happening. I see this as an opportunity to create value for other recruiters. It's time for other people to start competing. And T-Rob's lucky, man. He's one of the very few guys that can go to any school in the Southeast right now. When it comes to recruiting, it doesn't matter what brand he has on his chest. He knows how to recruit. Having that Bama brand or that Georgia brand on his chest just makes it a plus. So that's why I think people got to realize too, coming into Bama, having that brand on your chest gives you a little bit more leeway, but you definitely got to get in there and make it count. You ain't gonna get too many chances to do the right thing when you go on these visits. Like that first impression is the last impression. We've heard that, but when it comes to this game now, way NIL is dictating these guys' decisions and manipulating pay to play and all of these things. You gotta be able to jump in there and knock it out the park the first swing, man. And it's gonna be tough to do that. It's gonna be tough to do that.
That's a whole fact. I can't disagree with that at all, man. That's kind of like the thunder I was on right there. Oh, first of all, let me say shout out to Car Conversations. What's up with you? How you doing?
Yeah.
Hope everything's going good with
She
you.
joining us for the next one. I've been reaching out to
man. Love
we
that.
gotta get
that.
her on that vibe, bro. That oh my god, I would have loved to hear her last night, bro.
Shout out to Freeman Woods. Yep, Freeman. Born and raised right here, homie. Lived in Chicago for a few years, but this is my home. Who else we got? Stephen Long. Right here, right now, brother. That's good business. Just hit me up on Twitter, man. I love to meet all Bama fans, bro. We can
Brian
roll
in the chat, man.
Love that, man. But yeah, man. For me, this is why yesterday I said I didn't want to get too giddy about it, right? I didn't want to get giddy unless I seen it written in blood. You know what I mean? Because I understand how contract negotiations go. I understand T-Rob don't even know this guy. Like he don't know this guy, man. Right. So of course he want to do what's best for him. It's business. Like Ty said, it's just business, man. It's business. If you have leverage, that's a good thing. Right. So, I understand how it goes. I do. I get it. but I'm just hoping we still get him, bro. I'm hoping we still get him. So for me, that's all it's about. Shout out to all the Georgia fans in the chat. Shout out to the homie Beer Cans and Baddies. He in here trolling
Beer
as you.
Cans finally back, man. Where you been at, Beer Cans? You know the chat
Yeah,
been
you
looking for you.
disappeared. Yeah, you disappeared
disappeared.
now.
Don't be backpedaling
Yeah.
on us. We still
Yeah.
family. You can
After
be
that, it's all good. After that L, we ain't see you no more, bro. What happened?
exactly, man. You can't be fair weather. We still family though. We love you, man.
family.
This is a safe space. No matter if you was wrong about a prediction, if you was right, you got to come back and face it. But we still love you. What's good, Dontario, man? Appreciate you for pulling up, man. You've been pulling up a lot lately. Appreciate you for pulling up, getting active in the chat. And I think we've been saying this, we've been echoing this, Sean, for the fans in the chat. Get active in the chat, man. We want to hear everybody. We want to see what everybody got to talk about. We want to, to the best of our abilities, we want to be able to acknowledge some of the things. Some of you say some good things that really turn the corner for conversations that we were having. So, but yeah, in front of everybody's mind, man, T-Rod, man, we've been echoing the same thing. There's only so much we can say about how important this is. But like Colin and Ty was talking about, we not. I don't think people are appreciating what we was able to retain, man. I'm telling y'all, Coach G and Coach Freddie, that we talked about this last night on our show. That was the all be all. Like, if this was going to be like a cause of concern, like for real, losing those two would have been like, oh, where are we going, man? Like, you can't lose Roach, G, and T-Rob all in the same breath. That would have been catastrophic, man. That would have been catastrophic.
Yeah, for me, man, I said yesterday, I'm not super high on DJ Durkins. I understand he's a 4-3 guy. I get it, right? I know DJ Durkins, not personally, but I know his work. I've followed him at all his destinations ever since he was back at, I think it was Maryland back in the day, before Coach Locks, when he had all that mess to follow him and reason why he had to leave. A good defensive coach, man, but I much rather have T-Rob. I seen Nick in the chat saying that, if T-Rob leaves, he leaves. But I'll say this, man, if you knew behind the scenes what this guy brought, right, with the kids that's already on staff, you wouldn't say that, right? Because if this guy leaves, we possibly, and I'm not going to put it in the air, but there's a possibility. It's just the truth is in the details. You could lose Caleb Downs possibly. Like, these guys are connected to T-Rob. They really love that guy, man, for good reason. So, I can't take that approach. If we lose him, we lose him. Nah, I think we need to do our business, our due diligence, and keep that guy at all costs. Yeah. Trust me.
And it's one thing to just let him go. Like, that's what I didn't want to happen. But the fact that we're trying to get him, and DeBoer is very vocal. I mean, the AD has been open about the push to try to get him back. I think that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Look at him. Don't do that to the people. Hey, time out. Before we continue, Cowboy fans, how y'all feeling? Look, I went to 7-Eleven this morning, y'all. Let me tell you. I done went back over there. This is my second cup of coffee, so they just tell you what type of vibe on. I mean, I walked in there, and I live in Virginia, so it's a lot of Commanders. Ain't it the Commanders, the Washington team? They the Commanders, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of Commanders fans up here, a lot of Ravens fans. It's a lot of Cowboys fans. You got a few Steelers fans, but I mostly see Cowboys, Ravens, and Commanders. Man, I walked in there, and the lady behind the register, she is faithfully wearing her Cowboys, either a beanie cap, especially because it's been cold. She got these earmuffs, and she got this cowboy beanie cap and this scarf. She always wearing it. She only had the beanie cap on today. I said, "Oh, you ain't trying to wear all that paraphernalia today, is you?"
The Cowboys is the only team I can say of in the NFL that when they lose, it's just as bad as when Bama lose. Like, man, you know how the news be in London that Bama lost? It's like the Cowboys too. When they lose, it's just like when Bama lose. Everybody's distraught. Everybody.
And it's sad because I think some of us realistic fans who know how this game of football just continues to evolve and change. You have that slight thought of like, man, am I gonna be a college version of a Cowboys fan here in the next 15 years? Because it's been a while for them. They've been, bruh. It's getting Cowboys fans are creeping up on that Georgia 40-year vibe. The way this thing going, because they got defense been nasty all year. Dak Prescott, MVP candidate, and then every big game, man, for the past 7 years now for them. Jesus Christ,
that's crazy, man.
Jesus Christ, boy. Hey, they said the Cowboys to the transfer portal.
Let me do this real quick, Smoke, before we get
Go
going.
ahead, brother.
I like James Richards. He come in here, he talk football. He's a Georgia fan. I got a lot of love for this dude. I like Beer Cans, but Beer Cans like coming trolling. He wants some attention. So I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Beer Cans. Alabama whipped you ain't gonna say the word. We kicked your AZZ, bro. You 1-5 against Alabama since your coach been there. You can talk all you want about it's over, this, that, and the third, but the team you support lost to Bama again. So that covers all bases. We can stop talking now. We can stop talking.
With the quarterback that nobody wants to be the quarterback. Like this
I hope he said something about injuries. Ooh, I hope you bring that injuries up. I hope you do, buddy.
We ain't gonna talk about J-Mo 100 yards in the first half before.
Exactly.
So, Chad, this is a beautiful day for Alabama football. Like I don't think fans realize how much of an impact Alabama has on college football. The GOAT retired last week, right? This is a week removed. We have fans from other fan bases throwing parties for Nick Saban retiring. A week later, guys. Yeah. We like this that tell you, but the fact that everybody is so keen on what's happening with our staff, how do we get DeBoer, who's staying? There's a reason why college football is watching Alabama. And it ain't because they think we about to fail. They want to see if we're actually going to fail. They're not 100% sure. Nobody's 100% sure that we're going to fall off. They're still scared. It's going to take until September 25th or whatever, the third or fourth week of the season, for people to realize where Alabama still has. And they're going to be optimistic until then. You're going to come in. And I love the fact the trolls they're running out of material. The fact that Georgia didn't make the playoffs and didn't even have a chance to compete for the national championship kind of makes anything they say null and void. You let an outgoing Coach Saban, who literally admitted that he just was tired. You let a tired Coach Saban beat you.
Who's 1-5 against you, I might add. But you know, it is what it is. We Bama, baby. Everybody want to know what's going on. And here's the thing, Coach Smoot. The people that really know football, the ones that really know football, they didn't want us to hire DeBoer because that was the best guy out there. They know that with all the people that's leaving, right? Most of the young men that's leaving are guys who played in outside of Saban. They had roles. They weren't key contributors, right?
Right.
So it's okay. It's okay. Let them take all their shots. Laugh now. Cry later.
Hey, we on one this morning, man. Got the tea, got the coffee. We up in here tonight, this morning. But once again, man, let's this is what we want to dive into, man. Take a little closer look at this. We're gonna keep revisiting these graphics because they're gonna continue to change. They're gonna continue to update, especially with the coaching side of things. Trying to get that updated for you guys and all the rumblings, man. I actually was talking to some of the people in my Discord. And if you're in here right now, if you part of Coach Smoot Network Discord, give me a fire in the chat. Pastor Rev B is in the chat, y'all. This is one of the guys. I'm telling y'all want some inspirational quotes. Your belief, you had that faith system. Follow him on Twitter, man. I'm talking about morning encouragement. Every time I catch one, man, I'm like, okay, push another further. Like my grandmother used to say, I can go another further. And Pastor B, he be on it, man. Appreciate you for pulling up today. Shout out, man. They said, Bill Overshine. I seen your comment earlier, man. I would appreciate if you would ask me by my name out of respect, but it is what it is. Saqib Hassan, 1999 says, because you guys are funny and informative, love the content, man. Hey, appreciate it, man. We just keep it real, man. We just keep it real, man. That's it. I don't know everything. Y'all talk about my sources, our sources. I don't know everything. I just go with what's being thrown out there. And when it has enough, my mom used to say this, if enough people are saying it and the narrative ain't changing around it, there's a good chance that it might be true. And in today's society, because of social media, because of how people are so careless and how people want to be out front, people want what's the word, clout that they use now. We used to call what we used to call people jocking. You know, they want some of the shine everywhere. You can find some legit stuff out here, and I got some reliable sources, man, and I know Coach Sean got some reliable sources. I mean, we not plugged in, but it's some reliable sources that can, if you follow the crumbs, if you follow enough crumbs, you're gonna get to the cake, and it feels good when you follow in the right crumbs. So that's all we try to do, man. Try to give y'all the insight. Ain't gonna name drop because that ain't what this business is about. That's what makes the business, the industry, the business. So appreciate y'all for supporting though and keeping us on our toes. The ones that other people, some of y'all connected and y'all don't even know it. So keep asking around because we definitely want this T-Rob news to go in. We want this T-Rob news to come to full fruition. Shout out to Toast for the $9.99 super chat, man. Roll Tide. He said Georgia fans want everyone me to say the standards.
Standard.
Yeah, so bad now they want to be Bama so bad it hurts them so much that everyone cares so much about Alabama. They crying out to be known as the team. It's been like that since Kirby got there, man.
Yep.
Like it was low rumbles under Rick, you know, because that's the thing. I don't think Georgia fans really realize how good they had it. Like with Rick, he just couldn't recruit. Everybody know that. Mark Rick wasn't a recruiter. He wasn't a player's coach, but he can coach, and he was able to maintain talent at Georgia. But this ain't about Georgia. This is about Bama. Let's talk about this roster, bro.
Appreciate it, Kimberly Harmon.
Kimberly in the chat. Yes, for sure. Everybody, man. McMillan, Jonathan, you in there. Dump time.
Yep.
We out here. But yeah, headed to the NFL. You know, Braswell, Turner, Dalcourt, who was you know, we gave him a lot of flack while he was here, but man, he stayed. He didn't leave. He didn't use the transfer portal. He stayed and he persevered. And I think that's going to get him, you know, if not a 4th, 5th round look. I mean, he has size. I think he was out of position a lot of times in his career here. But I think he'll get a 4th, 5th round look, even undrafted signee, make a roster. I mean, offensive linemen are a diamond. They're not a diamond. They get recycled through in the NFL. Not necessarily starters, but you'll see guys too deep on the roster and don't even know it till like week 14, week 15 when guys are beating up and they trying to save guys for the playoffs. Oh yeah, while we on that subject about the draft and stuff, hey, shout out Chris Owens, former Alabama offensive lineman, been grinding, man, doing this thing. Hopefully he picks up this contract. I think it's XFL, USFL. One of them he's trying to get picked up on for it. I think this would be his 2nd season in a row. So keep pushing, bro. It's been cool connecting with him, former player, that type of stuff. So yeah, High Power TV in the building with the $4.99 super chat. Good morning, coaches. What do you like about Coach Debo offensively, and what have you seen with his ability to mix up personnel groups? Thank you. That's one we could jump into before we continue to talk about the roster management. Go ahead, Sean. Get a peep of your take.
For me, I like the fact that, I mean, he has, I call it 2024 offense, meaning it's a passing league nowadays, guys. I mean, you still got to run the ball, right? But this guy passes the ball effectively. He mixes in the run very, very well. He has a lot of different personnel groupings, right? Honestly, to me, his offense, is very take Sarkisian's offense, but take out the motions. Sarkisian run up way more rips and lids, is way more motion than he do.
Yeah,
but it's basically the same plays, right? Same style type of offense. I like this guy for the conference he comes from. You know, their conference is not really a defensive conference, right? They play a lot of different principles I think in this conference he'll see more man coverage than he's ever seen before in the Pac-12, which may bode well for us.
He gonna love that. I'm telling you, any experienced offensive coordinator loves to see that, man.
Yeah, the SEC play a lot of man. I know a lot of coaches won't even recruit you if you can't play man coverage in this conference. So yeah, I think you're right, High Power. I think that offense is going to really take flight, and I think nobody's really. I don't think me or Coach Smook or none of the coaches or Kyle or Ty, none of us are really worrying about the offense for real. It's just the other side of the ball that gives us cause to pause.
Facts. And like you saying, Sean, personnel, he the ability to mix up personnel groups. We saw when Tommy Rees was throwing the personnel grouping of Law Prentice and Bonds out there, your 3 short burners that can get in and out of breaks quick. We saw the type of efficiency the up-tempo offense had with that. So I'll be excited to see how he mix in 12 personnel, being that Knee Black is gone in the portal right now. How do you mix up your athleticism in your tight end room to be effective in that passing game? Because they use 2 tight ends, one more of a pass catching tight end, but you could tell they coached him up to block solid. The other one was your traditional tight end / fullback / H-back, bigger body. Coach Jay likes to refer to him as kind of like your Darnell Washington of the tight ends. And he gets out there, big body, can block, can get you to red zone, contested catches, go up and box guys out for a position, be a red zone threat. And we have personnel in that tight end group that fit those molds. You got Danny Lewis, you got CJ Dupree. They're more so of your traditional tight ends. Danny Lewis is tricky, y'all. He's a lot more athletic than people gave him credit for, and I think he got overshadowed because of Knee Black's how diverse he is and what he could do in the pass game. And so I think Danny Lewis is going to show a lot of people that's a big boy that can move, man. He kind of gives me Tony Gonzalez vibes. The way he moves in and out of his routes. It's not nothing like finesse or real light footed, but for his size, man, you don't get a guy that's like 245, 250 that can that light on their feet, strong with his hands, getting off jams, all of that, man. He's very physical at the point of attack when in the run game. Sometimes can get over aggressive in blocking, which I could take that from my tight end. I like that. That's what I liked about CJ Dupree. Getting over aggressive sometimes and just, it is what it is, but you want that mentality. So I'm excited to see how this continues to develop. And that 12-man personnel, I think that's something, and tempo, 12-man and tempo is something that we're going to see a lot of. And I ain't talking about traditional 12. I'm talking about the split. That split 12 is something different. Honestly, if you want to be honest, bro, I think that's where Michigan caught us off guard a lot too. When they went with 12-man split, and they had the H and the Y kind of split off the line of scrimmage. That kind of threw our defense off. So I can't wait to see probably Michigan did. I want to see how DeBoer and this offensive staff, Grubbs is the more I look at with Grubbs, man, I'm like, man, this can be monumental as far as his career, because he might 2 years with the type of talent that he has on the roster right now. He could change the landscape of recruiting as far as what he brings in offensively this year by being able to prove development if Milroe is the guy, if Simpson is the guy, and then all the other positions, O-line. Just think about it, man. It's a lot. It's a lot of upside for this side. I saw a comment, man. It was some more super chats that came in while we were diving into that question. High power. That was high powers. Let me see. Whoa, we'd have had a whole bunch of them. Let me find high powers, and then we're gonna scroll down and catch up.
Yeah.
Okay, there go high power. Jimmy Clay right here. All in, roll tide. Jimmy, my
Shout
boy,
out, Jimmy.
man. Hey, we've been rocking with Jimmy Clay since TDA days. Jimmy Clay used to pull up on TDA, and I think he still do go over there. I don't get to see TDA much no more. I love what Steven does, but I don't. We just be working so hard now. I catch up when I can. Yeah, Steven, that dude, bro. Good morning, Alabama fans. I love it, man. I love it. Professionally certified hater, $5 super chat. This is something that we've been talking about forever, man. We're gonna jump into it once we get to this part of the
Let me get this one smooth for a reason.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I watched some film on Rico Scott, and in my opinion, he has an extremely high ceiling. He might be just as fast as Ryan Williams, and his body build for the SEC. Look, professionally certified hater. This is the guy when I identified his skills, I gave love to Coach Smoot because Coach Smoot was on this kid early. You know what I'm saying? Kid high point the ball. That was my number one thing I seen. The leaper. I bet this kid got a 40-inch vertical, man. Kid
at least 36.
Yeah, man. Kid do not mind going up and getting the ball. Coach was on this guy early. You know what I mean? So when I identified him, everything you said was spot on about this kid. So yeah, you're 100% right, professionally certified hater.
Yeah. And Rico Scott, to me, he just seemed more polished. See, Ryan Williams benefits from being in this system that kind of just like he don't have to get forced the ball. It's just designed play. Too. And they have a solid. Isn't he like the number 4 QB in the state right now?
KJ Lacey, yeah.
Yeah. And Come on, man. You don't and we all know how 6A, 7A football is in Alabama, man. That's like, Georgia, I think Georgia 4A and up is kind of like where Alabama 6A ball is. 5A kind of fell off a lot. I don't know why they did the 5A regions like they did in Alabama. They made a lot of 3A schools 5A for some reason. And it might be just because, population is growing and all that. But it kind of gives the classification like a weak look when you look at what's coming out of Alabama. But 6A, 7A is definitely heavy, not just top heavy, but throughout all regions, you got 3 or 4 teams in each region, 6A, 7A, that can really go compete nationally. So you got guys like KJ Lacey and Ryan Williams running through their region like they did, and Jalen Mbakwe playing quarterback, making it to state. And literally, these are your 2 players. So you talking about explosiveness, it's there, but Rico Scott possesses just as much, if not more, ability right now. And to me, Rico Scott is day one ready right now. Size, like the comment said, the size is there. The quickness is there. The speed. He can take the top off of defense too. I want to say
I've seen him playing running back. I've seen him playing running back, man. So this
jet
kid,
sweep.
He's not afraid of contact. You better believe that.
And that's the thing. I feel like we got people don't remember this, but Steve Smith and Ocho Cinco, when they was in college together.
Yeah.
Go look at Steve Smith's highlights from when him and Chad Johnson played together in college. And you're gonna see a lot of Rico Smith. And Rico Smith's a little bit taller, same frame, real not stocky, but he can get up, he can get a Kendrick Law size. You know what I'm saying? Kendrick Law, that what's his name? Debo Samuels Jr.
Yeah.
That I feel like Rico Scott could pack on like that, man, over the next 2 years. And people don't remember Ruggs came on extra skinny, but when he went to the league, I mean, just built a slim medium frame built. I see the same for Rico Scott. So, yeah, man, good analysis, professional certified hater. Appreciate you for the $5 super chat. But yeah, back to this headed to the NFL. Let's run through this list because they're gone. We don't want to stick too much on them. Jace McClellan, shouts out to him and Miss Mia came through last night. Man, it was lit last night. Robert Moody, Sean Smook, they are hidden gems on South Alabama staff, SEC ties. Hey, Robert, don't be dropping all the stuff out for everybody just yet, man. Because people not going to, we're going to talk about that later. Kool-Aid McKinstry in the NFL. Terrion Arnold went to the NFL. Trez, Will, man, I'm going to miss Will. Transfers. This is something that we were kind of like, it's okay. But then the closer it got, the more the Saban news came out, coaches news questioning who's going to be there. This is it's not becoming concern to me, but for a lot of fan base, it is. Pre-Saban, we got Anquan Barnes, Earl Little, Eli Holstins, Isaiah Hastings, Jake Pope, Ja'Cory Brooks, Christian Story, Malik Benson, Miles Kitselman, Monkel Goodwin, Roydell Williams, Seth McLaughlin, Terrence Ferguson, and Tyler Book. Now, all these guys have found homes entering the transfer portal since before Saban retired. And Shaz Preston, Kendrick Blackshire, and I think those were the only 2 that have not officially signed anywhere yet. Any speculation on Kendrick Blackshire? I haven't been hearing any hotbeds for him. I from what I'm hearing, it wasn't even a lot of high interest in Kendrick, surprisingly, which is and I think it's a simple fact, just not having film. I think people love his size and everything, but I think it's just a simple fact. He doesn't have a film on this level. This will be his 3rd year on campus, or would have been his 3rd or 4th year on campus. So I don't know, man. Coach Smook been at work since 4 a.m. just catching bits and pieces of everything going on. Latest update, T-Rob possibly returning to Bama. Thank you, and Roll Tide. Roll Tide in the chat. He wants to know. We about to touch up on it right here in a second, so stick around for 3 more minutes, my guy. Appreciate you for pulling up. We appreciate y'all for real. Port of Saint Saban. Now, this is the area where everybody kind of tripping at. Isaiah Barnes to Texas. We saw that. We've talked about the fallout of that last night. Antonio Kite is in the portal. Sean Murphy. That's one that we all like. When I called it out, this was SEC Championship week. We was talking about possibilities of guys missing, leaving. I said Sean Murphy was probably the first one because they moved Jeremiah Alexander to inside. And that would have made Jefferson, Lawson, Campbell, and Jefferson, Lawson, Campbell, and Alexander. You know, that's 4 other linebackers in that inside linebacker room. So be curious to see how that played out. But like I said, hold on, let me read this text. Uh-oh. People on the right, your boy. All right, so this is what I just got, y'all. Where it is, T-Rob turned down a 3-year for $7 million deal with full control of defensive staff. Shake my head, dude. Probably just don't want to be here. That's something that I got from somebody that's been putting crumbs out there. If it is, man, like I said, I want T-Rob. We want T-Rob, but we was on the same thing with Lane Kiffin. You remember? And then once the details started coming out about the hire and track record and all this, it started making a little bit more sense with the direction. So I think T-Rob is priority, though. I don't think the head coach Lane Kiffin thing was a priority. I think we were all just kind of in shock from the Saban retirement. But this T-Rob thing is definitely a priority, especially when you're talking about losing guys like Antonio Kite and Des Ricks. Man, big losses. We still got talent in that backfield, but I mean that secondary. But guys, Des Ricks, Antonio Kite, those are. It's more so Des Ricks. I think we were more excited about Des finally getting a real opportunity to get on that field because that's a lockdown corner. Primary man coverage guy. Check Hattie Mae's comment about being a member. Let me see. I didn't see it. Let me see. And Sean, you can go ahead and take over for a second. I'm about to highlight some comments so we could get a little thing rolling with the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with what Coach Mook was saying. You know, the coaches that we already have that he brought in, that's a good thing, man. But I think, like we was just talking about, I think everybody is still itching to see who they bring in on defense, right? You really hadn't heard too many defensive players complain, grumblings, right? But I can imagine the guys want to know what coach they'll be playing for. If that's true about T-Rob, like I say, I read the tea leaves, but I don't really take interest or take hold to any of the scuttlebutt until I see it from one of these guys that Smook usually lay on us. One of these guys who really tapped in. I can't say that he didn't want the job because he actually came back and flew back to interview for it. So maybe it's something in the contract that he don't agree with. Who knows? Shout out to all my Georgia fans. You know what I mean? He said Georgia was number 1. You're right. I agree with you. Georgia is number 1 in losing to Bama. But you know, what's up, Mike Ford? Mike Ford, what's up with you? Michelin
Mike back in the building. Hey, what's up, man? Have we been able to congratulate you, Mike? I know we've been doing it in Discord. I don't think anybody's heard me on film. I mean, on live yet. Give you your flowers, man. You and Carlos. I think I gave y'all a shout out, but I don't think y'all was here. But man, hey, congrats, man. Michigan did their thing. Y'all called it. Y'all pulled it off. You know,
they did.
They really did. Jay Towns with the super chat says, "What's good, Coach?" I'm pretty sure you meant what's good. That's my guy. What's good, Coach Smook? Coach Sean, love what you're doing. Do y'all believe that Georgia doubled our offer to him? I read that this morning. Man,
they would like Georgia. I think they had to, Coach Mook. I mean, if he flew back to Bama to interview for this job, he clearly wanted it. Mm-hmm. If Bama came with a solid offer, and it's just typical business negotiations. One side makes an offer, other side counters. That's normal. That's normal. So they may have. I would assume they did. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too, Jay. Like, this ain't a secret that T-Rob is important to the future of DeBoer's era. If not him, I know they have contingencies in place for if he doesn't, because the Georgia job is a hard. I don't care what you say. A defensive back coach at Georgia has just as much value as a defensive coordinator at Kentucky, Mississippi State. You know, and these are SEC schools. But defensive backs at Georgia, being a defensive back coach at Georgia, you probably talk to more NFL scouts and NFL personnel than the defensive coordinator at Vanderbilt. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get a little bit more access because of the brand that's on your chest. That's what I'm saying. So whoever the next DC is at Alabama, they shouldn't fear not being able to have the reach. You got the greatest coach in your back, not necessarily in your back pocket, but hovering over you, you know, making sure that you're being guided in the right direction. I think this is a situation where you just got to find somebody that's committed. And I think DeBoer is really big on that about guys who want to be there, staff and players alike. So you get that, the authentic feel, the drive in that locker room, in the staff, you can see another phase, another version of what Saban was able to do, man. Saban came in and cleaned house. I don't think y'all realized that. And what he did was he bought familiarity with the SEC for the side of the ball that he was involved in and understood what he knew, what he could understand. And he allowed other staff members to come in and assemble for him based off other. You can't go into this thing assembling a staff thinking that you know what's best for you. There's a reason why you have a staff. You have a group of what they call a committee of approval personnel. You got the board of trustees. You got analysts who have been following coaches. Like, there are people on this staff that literally have been. I mean, that's what they do. They follow coaches. They follow regions and see what the buzz is, just in case Coach Saban retires, just in case Kevin Steele retires or leaves, just in case Tommy Rees takes another job. These things are already set in place. So, yeah, we get off the surface level. It starts making sense when decisions aren't made in our favor. Get what I'm saying? They say, G. Davis said, can't let T-Rob extort Alabama. You're right. It's only a certain, he's valuable, but it's only a certain number that you can actually give him and it be sensible. When you're talking about you got a full staff to finish assembling. He was just the primary, probably the important piece, but you go and spend all the bucks on him. How do you go out and get any more quality that knows their worth? So you have to maintain your ground. You got to stand your ground when you're Alabama and that staff, when you come to these negotiations, but you got to be sensible at the same time.
Let me get this one, Coach.
Go ahead.
Antoine Reynolds said, are we sure that T-Rob is ready for the defensive coordinator position at Alabama? Love you guys' content. We appreciate you, Antoine. And to answer your question, absolutely. Absolutely. What people don't tell you now that he's gone is Kevin Steele was in the booth, right, making calls. T-Rob would change the call sometime on the sideline. He relays it to the players. You know what I mean? T-Rob was a defensive coordinator in South Carolina when they had a horrible team, no quarterback, sort of middle of the road defense that wasn't bad, wasn't super good, but wasn't bad either. Right. Didn't have a lot of talent, didn't have a quarterback, real bad situation to be in, to be honest. And he made the best of it. The guy's a hell of a recruiter. It's a lot of kids on that. Go look no further than the round table, I think it is, when Terrion Arnold and Caleb Downs did their interview with those guys from the back seat when they talked about T-Rob, right? Yeah. The guys also, it's a reason why Georgia wants him. Don't be fooled. And from what I gather, Kentucky wanted him, Georgia wanted him. It was several other schools outside the SEC that wanted him. The guy knows his job. The guy's a great defensive coordinator, man. He's a defensive guy. He's been around the SEC. He's been around. He was at Miami when they had the number 2 ranked secondary in the country, right? Mm-hmm. So, I give his flowers, man. I just hope we be able to keep him. I mean, for me, it's something different, though. Yeah, I respect his coaching abilities. Obviously, that goes up without me saying. For me, I wanted him for recruiting purposes. I wanted him for landscape purposes, as I say, the footprint, 4 hours in each direction purposes, right? And I know he has relationships already with key high school coaches and key families and kids in the 2025 class. And I want him for that. I didn't want to uproot him. And if he want to leave, I get it. You want to take but I don't want him to go into that school. That's my thing. If he was going to Miami, I still would be upset by them leaving, but I'd be like, okay. I don't want him going to that school, to Bama number 2 over there. So that's my biggest thing, man. Shout out to Georgia, though, Yeah. But, I just didn't want him going there, right? I didn't want him to leave. I want him to stay at Alabama. I don't think people really understand the recruiting, the relationship. That's the best word for it. The relationship.
It's pass recruiting.
It's pass recruiting. It's pass recruiting, man. And this guy was one of them guys. If you look on every kid's Twitter, IG, he on there with everybody. They always got him, he's that guy, man. So, that was my only thing.
And this is funny because a lot of people don't want to acknowledge it, but go look at who was go look at the first initial pictures with Ryan Williams as soon as T-Rob came on staff. Y'all got to remember Ryan Williams been an Alabama target since he was 8th grade going to 9th grade. T-Rob wasn't on staff at that time, but he was in the SEC recruiting, and you see a lot of pictures with T-Rob and Ryan Wilson, and T-Rob not even a wide receiver coach. You get what I'm saying?
That's
And
crazy.
I think that's what other fans forget, man. It's not just your wide receiver coach that's going out there talking to wide receivers. You got guys like Freddie Roach. That's why I'm saying Robert Gillespie, Freddie Roach, even Robert Bala in his first year under Saban and being on the recruiting trail, he's been getting a lot of approval ratings from recruits as far as his ability to connect, his knowledge about the game, his not necessarily what they call them pitching points, not selling points, but pitching points. Robert Bala has been building a good track record, so I would be surprised to see if he get let's go off of this staff. You know, I don't know if he still maintains the inside linebacker coaching position, but you got to think he have some type of analyst role or something that's important. Whether it's special teams, I think he might get slid over to special teams, something to where he can continue to grow in this recruiting, because this is a guy that still needs time to build his resume. And what better place to do it in Alabama if you can go out and consistently convince inside linebackers, special teams players, guys that can build up they skill set through special teams play their first year on, creating value for guys like that. I think that'd be cool. Jeffrey Hall, new member on the channel. Appreciate you for showing up, man.
Shout out to you, Jeffrey.
Yeah. Ray, my boy Ray, coming from the Coach Smook Network Discord. Been a long fan here. Appreciate you for the $5 super chat. This is one I want to address too, bro. If T-Rob doesn't come, who should be the second option? Maybe we can get Washington's DB coach in the meantime to solidify the DVs while we wait on the DC. So check this out. Let's look at this. The coaches that are in, while we get ready to acknowledge this question. Kalen DeBoer, as you all know, head coach, general manager, Courtney Morgan, been on the grind since the night of them landing. That's a big positive, man. Very vocal about reaching out to players, assembling a superstar defensive staff. Like when they came out and he acknowledged that he said a star defensive staff, a connected defensive staff, that let me know that Coach Debo wanted to bring most of his offensive guys over, which is way more than warranted, man. You can't blame him, you know. And then keeping Coach G was I literally go look at my Twitter, man. I made a whole Twitter about number 1, keep T-Rob. I made a whole tweet. Number 2 was secure Roach and G. Number 3, bring your OC and your offensive line coach and your wide receiver coach. I literally said it in that order. I said, and everybody else if you want to. I said our tight end coach could stay too, you know, because I like it wasn't who was those tight end coach? It wasn't Hustler, it was Cox, right? I want to say it was Cox was our tight end coach. But Coleman Hustler, you know, because I think Hustler was an outside linebacker coach. He was special teams and outside linebacker. He's on the move. So but yeah, you try to add and this is what we were talking about too. A lot of people saying DJ Durkin is on the list. A lot of people are saying Zach Arnett could be a candidate. The big candidate, the big fish right now is Zach Mentor up at Michigan. So a lot of these names are targets, and like I said, I don't want us to put ourselves through this cycle again like we did when Saban retired and speculating the head coach. I'm not going to
Coach Smook when you get
what's
a chance.
that?
Let me grab this guy when you get a chance.
All right,
John M.
Bet
John M says, but Sean, I know T-Rob is great. Don't get me wrong. Would love to maintain him, but being a DC at Bama, it's a big deal and pressure. I would say this, John, being a DC in the Power 5 is pressure anywhere. Don't think just because Miami hadn't won nothing lately that it's not pressure being a Hurricane defensive coordinator or a Hurricane DB coach or a South Carolina DB coach or South Carolina defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
It's pressure anywhere in the Power 5 elite. It's more pressure here internally than it is externally, right? I would argue with you, John, that it may be more outside pressure, outside of the fan base pressure at other places. We get more pressure here from the fans, right?
Yeah.
More than media, coaches, it's the fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you say pressure, you got to define what pressure is. This guy's been a defensive coordinator before. He's been in the inner confines of Georgia, of Miami, of Bama. Nothing's going to phase this guy. Nothing. I dare say he has a better background than any of our than Pete Golding. That's for sure. He's
Yeah.
more experienced than Jeremy Pruitt was when Jeremy Pruitt came in to be our defense coordinator. This is the whole fact. Jeremy Pruitt at the time when he took our defensive coordinator had been on staff. He was a GA. He went to Georgia and became a defensive coordinator. I think he went to then he go to when he at Florida State for a minute too.
Jeremy Pruitt. Yeah, before he came back to Bama.
So you got to look at those two resumes. So yeah, I think he'll be just fine, John M. You got to define what pressure is.
So check this out. They just had another announcement about another player hitting the portal from Washington. Wide receiver 6'1", I think he's like 6'1", 205. Okay, here you go. It just came up. Wide receiver Jeremy Bernard just hit the transfer portal from Washington. He came out of high school as a wide receiver / linebacker. So basically an athlete, 6'1", 205. Stats weren't mind-blowing at Washington. But was a threat in the kickoff in special teams kickoff return. 3 receptions and 47 yards and 2 kickoff returns for 63 yards. First game of the season last year. Not a lot of playing time. Had a big catch in the Pac-12 game. So quality name, quality guy to go out there and look out for with the offensive transfers we've had. Especially in the wide receiver room. That's a big body receiver. That's kind of Shaz Preston. What we lost in Shaz Preston. And the guy clearly is an athlete if he was doing punt return, kick return. Clearly displays some type of level of speed. If anybody can inbox me some clips or some highlights of Jeremy Bernard from Washington, the former wide receiver, to my inbox, Twitter or Instagram. That'd be greatly appreciated. I'll try to get them uploaded so we can possibly look at them. That's just, some more buzz to talk about. But yeah, the coaching, the DC thing is definitely the big thing right now. Like we said, you see the current staff we have on hand right now. Biggest win right now to me though, Coach Sean, with the current staff that we have that's been confirmed as being part of the staff. I think the biggest win right now, a lot of people would say Ryan Grubb. I think it's Scott Huff, the offensive line coach from Washington. Clearly a developer. And we talk about the Pac not having defenses and all this type of stuff, but the Pac always have at least one edge rusher. Oregon gonna have edge rushers. They gonna have edge rushers. USC gonna have athletic guys that sign to them. That's may not develop like SEC, but there's talent over there that offensive lines have to account for. And even how Michigan's defense was able to get pressure on Penix early, you saw the adjustments made by that Washington offensive line. And I'm one that believes if that running back is healthy on a good wheel, that run game looks a lot more effective because it was effective with him being injured. They know how to combo block. Them guys, they were very disciplined and sound in their run blocking in their blocking schemes under Scott Huff. So that's the add-on. That's kind of like the not the cream, but the icing on the cake. Not necessarily the cherry on top. Like I said, the cherry on top right now is a knockout hire at defensive coordinator. That's the cherry on top for me to end all this. No matter who else hits the portal, defensive coordinator hire is going to be like the be all for me to say, okay, this was the move. Who we got? We got super chats coming in still, man. Y'all really been running it up. First of all, let me give a second to just say thank you, guys. Y'all have really been going crazy supporting this channel, and everybody's been a part of it. We definitely appreciate it, man. My wife has really asked me. She after last night, the live last night, she was like, "Babe, if this is something you want to do full time, you got to let me know because I need to know how to help and let you maintain your focus." Because like when I get off of these lives, man, I don't go and just start chilling. Like I be going to research, and I done fell asleep with the phone in my hand, like my screen open and everything the past 2 days. Just be dozing off, reading information, checking group texts, all this stuff. It's a tiring job, but I love it because it's about Alabama football, and I like the interaction with you all as fans. So definitely appreciate y'all supporting and taking your hard-earned money. You go to work and earn this money, and you supporting this channel monetarily, donation-wise. support, sponsors coming through, looking to sponsor, be a part of the team, help the team continue to grow. And it's a big thing. It's a big time, not just for Alabama football, but for Bama football on YouTube. And we embracing it, man. I'm telling you right now. Super chats, and then I want to talk about this too. With Dave Ballou. I think this is something that we not acknowledging either. So we'll get the super chats first, and then we'll jump on that conversation. Sean, Kirby is trying to beat Alabama. Jay Townsend back with another $10 super chat. Shouts out to you. Why didn't he come back? Talking about Kirby. He's not giving T-Rob full control of the defense. Co-defense coordinator is just a title without really having full control of play calling. I'm gonna jump on this first, and then I'm gonna pass it to you quick. So one thing I will say about having co-defensive coordinators in this day and age, when you got a coach like Kirby Smart who wants to learn how to be a manager of his team, defensive-minded coach. Most defensive-minded coaches are like semi-OCD, you know what I'm saying, as far as when it comes to structure. Every defensive coordinator I've ever coached with, whether they were good or bad, they were real particular how they want things set up. So you talking about Kirby? He's got a staff over there with former head coaches that are defensive minded. You talking about and defensive coordinators, experienced defensive coordinators, Will Muschamp, Glenn Schumann, and now you got T-Rob. And it's been confirmed T-Rob was calling those he was the secondary play caller down on the field. Yeah. That's why y'all remember at the beginning of the season, get still out the booth. This and third. I literally said, you got Wiggins and T-Rob on the sideline, two people who are up and coming in this coaching business. And we don't know what their play calling capabilities are. Let them build up in that role by being on the field. Everybody, man, it ain't gonna work out. Reese need to be on the field. You got Wiggins on the field. He's an offensive mind that's been around as far as coaching, play calling, pass game coordinator, and his experience. It all was lined up. You talking about the power, and it wasn't a A1 staff, but this was a powerful staff. And you got grad assistants like Charlie Strong. Who was is it Weisenhunt is up there in the Ken Weisenhunt is up there in the analyst roles. So you got a lot of that. So I don't think Kirby's trying to be Alabama, but when you see success and you have a blueprint to it, you try to mimic it to a certain degree and you add on what you specialize in. That's what he's doing. Yeah, but that's my take on it. What about you, bro?
My answer is pretty much the same. I would say to any Georgia coach, Georgia fan, Georgia alumnus, anybody who supports their program, of course he takes bits and pieces from Alabama. It's a reason why Texas and Georgia and Florida State all trying to poach off Alabama's roster. They waited till Coach Saban left, right? You know what's on Alabama's roster. I see Brandon Griffin says Bama fans literally celebrating their wins against Georgia like a natty. I would say, Brandon, we don't celebrate Georgia. This is no disrespect to Georgia. We celebrate because people like you talk too much. No disrespect. I'm just saying we celebrate when you come in here talking. Your great team won 2 titles, bro, and you ain't won nothing this year. Alabama won 6 of these things. Let me say this, and I'm gonna get off of this because it needs to be said. We celebrate when other fans come in here talking, beating your chest, when there's not a fan base in the history of college football that can talk louder than Alabama, right? The world knows this.
At least for the next 15 years.
As long as your coach has been at your school, brother, they've played Alabama 6 times and lost 5 of them. And here's the caveat about the one win you had. The one win you had, sir.
You needed major injuries.
We played you that year. There's not another team that can say this but Alabama. We played you that year with a full house, right? With Jameson Williams, with John Mechie, and you lost.
Double digit loss.
41-24, like you stole something. We played you 2 weeks later without either one of our starting receivers, either one of our starting corners, and we still had an 18-13 lead. So, bro, you played us 6 times and you lost 5. Go talk to somebody who you've dominated because you've not dominated Alabama, sir.
This ain't Florida.
Listen. The last couple of L's that you've had, and I mean the last couple,
literally
came from Bama. King Bama. Move on. Truth in detail, sir.
Bro, it's the funny part. Like, do you not see the crimson and white and like the color scheme on this channel? This ain't Florida, bro. This ain't Auburn. This is an Alabama podcast. This is what we cover, Alabama sports. So yeah, I think you would have a better chance of beating your chest and actually having some validity in a Florida chat. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate you here because you running the numbers up.
Yeah.
Because I know that you know the sad thing is, Sean, and this ain't no knock, this ain't no shade. There is a struggling up and coming Georgia content creator that wants to be recognized. And Georgia fans are more focused on Alabama content and supporting Alabama content than going and helping your own fan base. It's a Georgia fan right now that, hey, Smook, how you get your name up there? Bro, I just get on here and rock with people, you know, and I see more of your fans than I see other fan bases in a lot of what I do. So go help them. It's sad, right? Ain't it sad? Sneak up. It's sad.
Yeah.
Even the Michigan fans, see this. Like these are people outside the SEC blueprint that literally laugh at Georgia fans because you were two-time national champions, still coming to Bama talking about what Bama lost or what Bama needs or Kirby's the new king. Like, okay, why you got to come tell us? We should be the ones coming to y'all trying to make it, you know, less than what it is. We know what y'all did. We know it ain't no hard feat. We lived it. We've done it 6 times during Saban's era. Like, that's why we don't get excited.
Exactly. Christopher Foote says Alabama's so good they barely beat South Florida. No, Christopher. Alabama's so good that they won the SEC, went 12-2, only losing to 2 teams who was in the college football playoff and dominated your team. Move right along, sir. Truth in the details.
Alabama's so garbage, we beat Georgia. That's how I look at it. Alabama is so garbage that we beat Georgia. Name the last time Alabama lost to Vanderbilt. Because I remember Kirby Smart losing. Was it Nicholls State his first year? Or what was that Kirby Smart first year, Nicholls State?
I don't even know. I don't even
come on, y'all.
Like that.
We know Saban era. All right, let's move on. I did because the Georgia fans deep. Hey, shout out to the UGA fans. We appreciate y'all for pulling up.
Yeah,
for real, man. We appreciate y'all.
And again, we both respect Georgia. Don't get it wrong. We respect Kirby. We respect the program. Just when you come in our chat talking like that, Bama's the one school you can't beat your chest to, brother. You sound like damn ridiculous. You with Bama, all you have is L's. The L's are everywhere. Look at them. The L's, bro. L's. Every time you play us, L. You've won a championship at somebody else's expense. Not Alabama.
Not Bama.
Moving right along.
And that's the funny thing. Comment. When y'all had a chance to do it, must we talk about 2nd and 26? Must we don't want to, and see, we don't even, Bama fans don't even like to live off the past like y'all. The real ones, we don't live off the past. We talk about most recent events. We literally played a tough game against y'all, and y'all couldn't take advantage of Jalen Milroe. You get what I'm saying? Y'all couldn't take advantage of the lack that Jalen Milroe possesses, and y'all actually allowed him to get forced into the Heisman talks even more after the game, a subpar game he played against y'all. Just winning a game against y'all. So it's not that we don't acknowledge who y'all are, what y'all done. Y'all don't seem to acknowledge it. We felt like the underdogs going into that game the last 2 times we've seen y'all. And what's happened? L. Like
he say, Daddy's left us. That's fine, brother. Hold your L though. L. L. You lost. You got beat.
What's that new dance they be doing?
L.
What's that new dance they be doing on TikTok?
Everybody put L in the comment for the Georgia.
We appreciate
respectfully.
Come on, y'all. Come on. And we love it, man. This is the energy me and Coach Sean look to bring every time we pop on here. You know, we love it. All right, so check this out. We got to acknowledge our fans. Dontario said, preach, Coach, they mad at us because they ain't us. And it's only the fans, man. I think some of the Georgia analysts and people that cover Georgia are like, man, what's wrong with the fan base? Like, and we do it as Bama, coverage. I see it, bro. They running them up. I'm looking at 100 and some comments of L. So that's what I love, man. Hey, Sagan as DC, proved as analyst for 1 year. Nah, that ain't happening, man. Coach Saban is not going to be on the sideline. I think Coach Saban is fully embracing this retirement role, this political. I think we can safely say that it's more so a political approach that he's about to bring to the program. Yeah, man. And then let me do this before we go there. I definitely want to acknowledge this. Another L coming September 28th from Gelato 499. That's the one that's going to give, you know what? When it happens, if it happens, it won't even they stop talking, man. It'll be one of those things where I'm curious to see how this Bama staff and team takes a win over Georgia. You know what I'm saying? That is going to be seismic if that happens. And the fact that I think we go to Athens, or do they come to us? Fact check me. Do we go to Athens?
No, they come here.
They come.
No, they come here.
Even worse, man. Like imagine coming in post Saban era, coming into T-Town and losing to the guy from the Pac-12 that doesn't know the SEC. Like isn't proven. Imagine that. That is what they're scared of for real. That's what they're scared of. That's why this offseason, just like the last 2 years, if y'all haven't noticed, in the offseason, you see so much talk. And you don't see talk to a Bama fan until we struggle. USF game. I didn't see nobody talking to us after we whooped up on Middle Tennessee State. But once we struggled against Texas and we lost Texas, they came out the woodwork. We're done. And we just won games on UGA built by Bama. Facts, Tommy. Facts, Tommy. What was that other comment you had highlighted, man? It was
it was a member. Let me see if I can find it. And all the members, please bear with us. These comments are coming so fast. I've seen you had it
in, man.
I seen you had it made. I promise you. It's just they come so fast. We miss a lot of them. I mean, they scrolling so
Coach
fast,
Smooth.
man.
Hey, so the way we could save them, Sean, you see, you should be able to scroll over, and when it says show, it's a star in the right hand corner. We could have them saved.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's how we're gonna do it. Georgia come to Bama. Let me see. All right, Coach Carr in here. I love when she pull up, man. I don't know what it is about Coach Carr and the vibe. I'm ready to hear her. I'm ready to hear her voice. That's what I'm ready. I think she got that coaches that I had a Coach Wright, female coach in Central Phoenix City High School. She retired probably like 4 or 5 years ago. Now I want to say, Coach Wright is well respected amongst the high school coaching ranks as far as being the female basketball coach. I think Central had won 2 state championships under her during her 20+ year career as coaching or something. Very beautiful woman. I always had a little crush on Coach Wright. Her husband was the boys basketball coach, varsity coach. So he used to thump me in my head. Look at him, I'm gonna get you. But yeah, Coach Wright, Coach Carr, they give me that same type of vibe, man. Knowing sports, knowing history about the state of Alabama and the sports scene in Alabama. So I'm feeling it, man. Definitely can't wait to get her in and talking. Coach Sean, somebody giving us a shout out. They said Richard Biederman says, it's okay, Coach Smoot, Coach Sean. You nailed it. Tell those bozos to get off this channel and call Paul Feinbaum. He'll let them talk trash without pushback. Hey,
facts.
And we ain't been here we not here to take shots. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what we was brought on for.
You come in here with that,
that bull.
Yeah, facts. That was perfect right there, what you just did. That was freaking perfect. If you come in here, any Bama fan, don't even argue. All you got to do is say this. Hell. Moving right along.
That's it. Any Georgia fans pull up, we giving them. But I think the T-Rob thing is kind of coming to a settling based off what I'm seeing now. Don't look like he gonna join us. Yeah. Another hurt, not another loss. Another hit, but not another loss. So I know going forward, we probably going to start speculating more so on the who's possibly coming in. It's crazy. Hey, somebody said Michigan 27-20. Brandon, put Georgia there. Like, can you say Georgia was the one that beat us? Like, I love it, man. You don't win.
Look. We accept our L's. We accept our L's. You're right. Michigan won. They get all our respect. That's why you will never hear us diss Michigan. They beat us. We can accept that. We're not going to come to your chat and be disrespectful because y'all beat us. Shout out to the champs, baby. The champs. When you won 6 of these things, it allows us to breathe a little bit, and we can say, shout out to you, baby. We understand. We got 6 of them things. We get you, baby. Shout out to y'all. Other fan bases, for some reason, keeps coming in here talking about our daddy's gone and Love
See, this is a
y'all,
Texas fan right here. This is a Texas fan. Hey, they are. They They are. We can't take nothing from them. They recently beat us. You know what I'm saying?
We got the coach that's smoking on yo though.
Yeah, like,
we got the coach.
we got the natties to go with it. Texas.
Yeah.
Are y'all back finally? Like, that's still a question for y'all. We don't need to be back. We're literally just now. Maybe
Kalen
might
DeBoer
not even be
says you're
removed.
not.
So it's a win-win for Bama right now. The Bama fan base. Don't get caught up. Other outside fan bases, don't get caught up with the Bama fans that's struggling to come to grips with some of the things that are just inevitable happen. There's a great majority of us that really understand and know how this thing. Arian Hampton says he ready to play for DeBoer. That's big, man.
Shout out Robert Moody.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how much of a talent this kid is bringing. He might be Waddle.
Put him on offense, please.
He might be Waddle 2.0 for real. Like,
it's a fact.
I'm telling y'all. Nate Watson with the $5 super chat. I'm gonna need coach to give me a call for a good pep talk before one of my bike races. Laugh out loud. Let me know what's up. Hey, I got you, man. I'm really. It ain't Bama goggles. That's how I live my life, man. You could hit my car, you know what I'm saying. Some put me on the way to work and something crazy happen. I'm always feel like it's a way up. You know what I'm saying. That's just me. I don't acknowledge negativity for too long. I acknowledge it, recognize what it is. Recognize the obvious, and I look for the immediate positive to get out of it. You won't catch me down long, and I like to take that same approach with this.
You see
not just Bay talking about this.
$4 super chat. That one, I believe.
Yeah,
did we get that one?
Go ahead.
We are the most hated team in college football, but bring it on. Everybody says we want Bama, and then they don't want. Big Bama fan, you are 100% right. $4.99 super chat. It's okay. I love it. We welcome all the fans to come in and mix it up and talk football. That's the fun in it to me.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
that's the fun in it. We love it. We don't, but just don't be disrespectful. Don't curse at people and things like that. We can all joke and pick it at one another. Carlos, us and the coaches, and Carlos and Mike Ford. We all went at it for 3 weeks.
With that Michigan game, bro. And you know it's the build up with it. It's the build up, man. Because neither one of us knew what was really going to happen. So you kind of like it's like betting. You know what I'm saying? When you put in that prize pick or that FanDuel bet, I don't know about y'all. I'm the type, if I'm gonna do it, I don't think a lot on it. I go with what I feel initially and just let it go. Because if I think on it, I start second guessing it. So this is all football talk. This is just football talk, man. Good football talk at that. Good trash talk.
And to Kyle, before we get this next super chat, to Kyle and Taylor, when you see all the L's in the chat, that's because me and Coach Smook told all our fan base, when the Georgia fans come to talk crazy, just put an L. Yeah. So you got to put. You got to say nothing. Put the letter L.
Somebody that just came through with the facts with the dates. All right, here it is. Just look at this. 2008, y'all remember blackout? L. 2012, SEC championship. L. 2015, SEC championship. L. 2018, what's that?
That's the second and 26, I believe. 2018.
Yeah, that was second 26. L. Then came back SEC championship. The backup quarterback came in. Y'all remember Jalen Hurts? He wiping his chest off. L. 2020. L. 21 SEC championship. L. Like,
so y'all, L's are plentiful.
Y'all gotta recognize, man. It's beautiful.
Shout out to Kevin Hawkins for that. Like that, Kevin.
Shout that, Kevin. Yeah, Kev. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate
Private
you, bro.
chat in the back. Kane Womack is the new name. Is that the DC? DC Kyle?
Uh-oh.
That's the South Alabama guy, ain't it? Ain't Kane Womack the South Alabama guy?
Do some research on that name. That name sounds familiar. I've heard that name.
Yep, South Alabama. You want me to tell you how I know Kane Womack from South Alabama?
Car conversations.
Womack was after one of our offensive, I ain't gonna say mine, one of our offensive linemen, when I was at Calvary in Columbus. Man, he he came down and visited. They was in Columbus. I want to say
South Alabama.
I want to say 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they was in Columbus, 21. Yeah, because he had just came onto the staff. I just pulled his thing up. He had just came up onto the staff. So, he's in the South. Put it like that. He's in the South. UT Martin, Jacksonville State, Ole Miss. and South Alabama. His big ones, Indiana. South Alabama stint was previous too. 2016, he was there. So if Womack is in there, I wouldn't be surprised because South Alabama, if y'all pay attention to what they've been doing as of recent, they are becoming competitors in their conference. You know, man, that wouldn't be a bad hire. And this is what I think people need to get away from. Get off of the T-Rob wasn't a marquee name. You get what I'm saying? It was marquee to us because we know what we've had a front row seat to see what he does. But yeah, this could be a quality hire, just like DeBoer, going outside the lines a little bit, going away from the mass approval ratings and all that, and going with quality, doing some due diligence and researching tendencies, history, all of this. So this is big, man. This is big. Go back to that other one, Sean.
Which one?
The one we just had up, the other super chat. Somebody just had the other super chat. Okay, there it is. Go. GA Game is in Bama. $5. Tracy McGraw. Shout out to you, Roll Tide. GA Game is in Bama. And Saban, the architect of Kirby's defense, is still here. LLL. Look, L. We just could keep running it up, man. Appreciate the super chat, Tracy. Joseph Washington. Love the balance on this channel. Kyle kind of let folks talk, and it's super chill. The coaches have a zero slander policy. Laugh my LMAO. $5 super chat. We gotta provide it, man. And you,
Dr. Joseph.
Yeah, shout out to you. You got Phil Jackson back there putting it together, aka Kyle Henderson. He the Phil Jackson of Bama football, y'all. I'm telling y'all, he really devised some things. Chat. Thing is, didn't Kirby lose to Vanderbilt 20? That's what I was saying, Ray. I could have sworn that's what happened. I didn't want to go and research it because this ain't.
I don't think so. I don't think Kirby's ever lost to Vanderbilt.
I think they did, bro. 2016. I'm gonna look it up now because I really think they did.
So. I don't think Georgia has
ever. Fan base.
Check it out. I don't think Kirby.
They lost.
I don't think it was Vanderbilt.
Check that versus out. Vandy. I'm looking it up now. 2016. I think that was like the first big panic loss for the fan base. They were trying to, and then they started. Yep, Vanderbilt beat them in overtime. Kirby Smart.
Really? I don't remember 15,
that. 2016. And this is Kirby was 4-3 at this point after the loss to Vanderbilt. This is that first year.
Wow, I don't remember that, man. That's crazy.
Georgia fans, where y'all at? Help me. Let me know if I'm trolling or if. Come on now. Let me know if I'm wrong or not. Georgia fans, where y'all at? I want to reply to this comment. I want y'all to check me on this one. Update me. Well, Jonathan McGallen with the $2 super chat says Alabama DB Devontae Smith locked in. I want to see this kid healthy, bro.
Shout out to 2.0. I call him 2.0. Shout out to Devontae Smith 2.0. We appreciate that, man. Roll Tide to all the players that's there. I took the Marquise Mays approach. I'm completely off the players that are not there unless we're updating the fans, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to tweet about any other players that's not there. I'm strictly going to focus on the players that are.
Facts.
Roll Tide to them.
That's an agenda I think we all should commit to adapting.
Yeah.
As a fan base. I think this is, like I said this the other day, this is an opportunity for our fan base to recreate our image as a collective, you know. And I'm that type of fan. Sean's. Leave these
Cal
folks
Henderson.
alone, man.
You back in the back. What you know about that, Cal Henderson?
Leave these folks alone, man.
Oh man, you know it was crazy, man. You know what just happened out here?
What's that?
It was crazy. The sky just fell.
Snow.
It's crazy. This whole sky just fell down in Tuscaloosa. It's it. The sky fell.
It's happening everywhere, man.
All right. So look. It looks like until we get like an official announcement on this T-Rob thing, it looks like he's staying at Georgia.
Yeah.
That's the news. All right. So truth be told, you know, that's what it looks like. And the new name that has been kind of resurfaced is it looks like Kane Womack. Kane Womack. What, don't you know about him, Smook? Weren't you talking about him in South Alabama?
Yeah. So when I was introduced to him, I was on staff at Calvary Christian High School, and they were he was the defensive. I think he was either D-line coach, but I know he was got added to the staff, and they were in Columbus. recruiting a few guys. You go and look at how they recruit that area, the Tri-City area, Columbus, Georgia, Phoenix City, LaGrange, Auburn, Opelika. They get real heavy in South Alabama, Mobile area for the local kids that don't have the big D1 offers. South Alabama is a growing program, so if Coach Saban and that staff is saying, not Coach Saban, but Coach DeBoer and that staff is saying, let's give them a look, is something there. The unit was the 5th most improved nationally scoring defense and ranked in the top 10 nationally in passing defense. In the Sun Belt. Sun Belt with Troy, high-powered offense, Middle Tennessee State, high-powered offense. Those offenses put up numbers on Power 5 teams. So he was doing something at South Alabama worth looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm bringing him up right now. He's young. He's a young coach. I don't really know.
He only a few years older than me, man.
I don't know about him. Let's see.
I'm gonna do some research on him when I get off.
Everyone's like, who? Okay, so Kane Womack, head football coach at South Alabama. This is a new name that we are tracking. In terms of being, I guess I'll go full screen on this because it looks a little weird on here.
I'm gonna look at the Indiana stats.
Okay, so you see that he was at UT Martin, 2010, Jackson State, GA. Man, so this would be a hell of a move for him. Be able to go from South Alabama as the head football coach to Bama's DC. I don't know what a guy like this is being paid currently. Coaching career 22-16. Looks right here that don't really know much about. I mean, I'm gonna have to do some research on this guy. I don't really know too much about him. What's everybody's initial thoughts in chat about? I mean, again, this is just another name that we're just tracking. I don't know if there's anything. Oh, he makes $900K at South Carolina or South Alabama. Okay,
he about to get paid.
They could pay him that.
He about to get at least 2-3 mil if he getting that offer at Bama.
For sure.
I'm looking at just some statistics while he was the DC at Indiana. No recruiting, they weren't ranked in recruiting in the top 25 anytime while he was at Indiana. The 2 years he was at Indiana, looks like he was there for 2 years. Only 6 top 300 recruits on that side of the ball, but that's Indiana, man. What type of recruiting are you doing at Indiana? He was under that Tom Allen reign, so points against looked like it was 31.7. Oh no, 24.4. So 45th.
I don't know about this dude. I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard of him. I know South Alabama.
Jacksonville State.
Huh.
What are
all the L's in the comment box? What did I miss?
That's what I was telling you earlier. It was some Georgia fans coming in being quite disrespectful. I just told all the fans, we don't have to argue with Georgia. Just put L's in the chat. L. Hold your L.
I mean, I forgot they won the SEC championship this last year.
Facts.
You know it's crazy. Georgia fans. I didn't even think of this, and this is how you end. Y'all let Coach Saban last win be against y'all. His last game coaching of his career, his last win was against y'all as a coach of his illustrious career. When they go and say Saban's last victory, guess who it's going to be against? A Kirby Smart. Number 1 ranked recruiting class coach team, bro.
Look, Georgia, it's what's amazing about like Georgia is how many people they have like poached or things that they've taken from Alabama. And this whole T-Rob thing, it definitely I think it hits, and we're going to see how much it hits inside the locker room. That's what will really tell us kind of,
facts.
right? Because we're gonna figure out like once and for all about this Caleb Downs stuff that everybody has been trying to figure out. And nobody ever said that Caleb Downs and T-Rob are a package deal. Nobody has said that. Caleb Downs is not in the transfer portal. Those are facts. And T-Rob really, I mean, I don't think anybody deserves, he doesn't have to put out a statement or anything like that. But I mean, clearly, since he has Georgia up in his gear still, and I mean that by his Twitter, that, that's where he's coaching at. I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Like, on T-Rob, and like, we're not going to start hating on T-Rob because I think he
At
did.
all.
You're right. Like, he did a really good job here. And you know what? Circles are small. So as soon as you start talking smack about some of these guys, they come back and they're the coordinator next year. Think about Ryan Grubb last year, where everyone was like, we didn't want him anyways. Or you'd be like, and in that case, you wanted him because you knew he was really good. He was probably target number 1. And now he's on board. You're like, oof, okay. And a year flies by like that. And these coaching circles are small. It's really small. T-Rob,
you see how many clients Jimmy Sexton represent?
Yes, and T-Rob's career is on the rise, and he's going to be a head coach soon. That's what Kevin Steele said. I was going to pull that clip, and then I forgot about it. But Kevin Steele said that he's about to be a head coach. Like, maybe not right now, but in the future, he could see him being a very, very talented head coach. So, T-Rob, I would have loved. You want T-Rob to be here, or you wanted him to be, and this is what we know. He did 100% interview for the job yesterday.
Yeah,
he did. And he was offered the job to be the DC. So I don't know until he like updates his title or something like that on his Twitter bio. Good for him. And now you turn the page to the defense. I mean, I guess what is like a little bit concerning for me about this, nothing about this staff that I see, literally nothing other than the fact that it's just like, okay, who and like this is what's gonna happen if who is Kane Womack? That's gonna be like, everyone's gonna be like, because I felt like you needed to get a not necessarily a slam dunk, but like
a solid.
Yeah, I don't know. Not to say, I mean, I don't know. I haven't even done any research. Like, this just literally came up. So
I'm right there with you though, Kyle. I feel like we needed something solid,
and
like the names we was throwing out: Schumann,
and
DJ Durkin.
And Brock is exactly right. No coach has been announced yet. Not even the coaches that we have on this graphic, other than the head coach. But
that's the funny thing.
The coaches that are on this graphic, though, have been put together by like a Chris Lowe, other like reputable sources have been like putting these together. But nobody else has like said anything about the defensive coordinator. That's what we keep circling back on.
And I'm just I'm pulling up some games from 2019 when he was at Indiana. And the first one I looked at was against Ohio State. And I saw the score 51-10. Go and look at the scoring summary though. Go look at the game. Look who they was playing against. That was the Justin Fields, Chris Olave, J.K. Dobbins. Like all these first. This was the first round of team that Ohio State had. That was Fields' second year at Ohio State. So you got an undermatched Indiana team. That's how they started their season off, third game of the season. They go into that game. And then you look at how they played Penn State that year, Sean Clifford. They had the Bowers kid out there at wide receiver. I mean, this was a up year for a lot of the powers in that conference. And every week, this Indiana defense was a lot better. Even against Michigan, late in the season, they down injuries. The storyline for Indiana, down 4 starters going into that game against Michigan. And this is that Ronnie Bell, Shea Patterson, Michigan offense that Harbaugh had, and everybody thought they was going to get over the hump with Shea. Y'all remember the hype around Shea Patterson and the Heisman. So go look at some of those numbers and look at how they played throughout that season. Against the teams that were kind of in the middle, they handled business decisively, especially on the defensive side. If you look at just the stats, they haven't had a chance to look at the film. Well, against those powers where you would expect them to be out, as far as talent-wise, to be out-talented, That looks like what happened in those games. So the same question remains for coaches like that. How do they conduct themselves with the level of talent that you're given at Alabama? And I think that's what the question is for a lot of these coaches coming over and getting these position coach jobs or the coordinator position jobs. Like, how do they do with the amount of talent that they're going to have privy to them, and as far as developing and putting the product on the field?
Here's a photo of Kane Womack, who is the current head football coach at South Alabama. New name we're tracking. I'm gonna write this up on a graphic. New DC, new name to watch.
Actuals, Neo. Appreciate that $5 in Neo.
Oh, I'm sorry that covered up the super chat.
You're right here.
Georgia fans saying Bama. Coach, how you doing? Coach Sean, you doing good, man? You need to take a blow? You want to come back? I know you've been
I'm good, man. I done had 2 cups of coffee. My wife and the kids left me. I don't think they love me anymore. I'm just playing. But yeah, I'm good here, man.
What about you, Coach Sean?
Yeah, I dropped down for a minute, man. I'm gonna go ahead and check on my little one, see what's going on. They look too quiet in there.
We just got we're on a 2-hour delay. So the kids didn't have school Friday because of bad weather. That was like tornado related. And then then they didn't have school, clearly Saturday, Sunday. And then on Monday, they didn't have school. They don't have school today because of MLK Day. And then guess what? I just got a notification that they might be missing school tomorrow. Because
if we miss school tomorrow, my company, I was off today for a holiday anyway. But if we be off because of snow, bro, I'm willing to go all night with you guys, because I promise you that. Let me say this before I dip out. Let me get because I don't want my Bama fans to get wrapped up in that. To all Bama fans, all my brothers in the chat who tap in with us all day, don't even argue with other fan bases. They see us weak now because Coach Saban has left. They see a small chink in the armor. It's okay. It's okay. Have faith in the process. Have faith that we still going to do what we do. The core of the roster and the core of the team is still there. Still there, buddy. Right? All the great offensive linemen that we had coming back are all still there. Most of the receivers, the best ones that I enjoyed, are still there. So it's okay. It's okay. Do not argue with these other fan bases. If it's a fan base that we beat, when they come in, we love for you guys to come in. Just make sure you hit the like button. Love that. Subscribe to the channel, by the way. Just hit that. Just show the L. All you got to do is just type L. That gets under their skin. That's all you got to do. But roll tide to everybody, man. I'll tap back in, Kyle. You just shoot me a text, or Smook shoot me a text back, and I'll be right back on with you guys, man.
All right, man. Take it easy, Coach Sean. Bro. Appreciate you, man.
Much love, brothers.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, Coach Sean. There you go, Coach. What's up, Smook?
Chilling, man. I'm trying to look at these stats. The chat, they very helpful. Like you said, our chat undefeated. I don't know about other chats. Told me to go look at the South Alabama Oklahoma State game from last season. And this is not a bowl game. This is week 3. Looks like week 4 of the season, maybe week 3. You got Oklahoma State had to play 3 different quarterbacks this game because this South Alabama defense was suffocating the Oklahoma State offense. Between 3 quarterbacks, Kyle, 140. This is Oklahoma State high-powered offense in the Big 12, right? This is an offense that I think they ended up playing for that conference title, didn't it? Was it Oklahoma State and Texas?
Mm-hmm.
They held Oklahoma State to 114 passing yards between 3 quarterbacks, 94 rushing yards between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that got carries.
Mm-hmm.
Only allowed 16 receptions. What the defense do? They didn't even force any turnovers, Kyle. This defense played a team defense game and shut Oklahoma's defense down, man. Wait, no, they did force fumbles. They forced 1 fumble recovery, got an interception. This is good, man. I was looking at the wrong side, but this is good. This is whoever I think that was X in the chat. Appreciate you for pulling Allow me, tell me to go reference that, man. That's promising. Let me go look at the rest of the season. And we don't give conferences, their due, that credit for competing. Everybody, SEC is supreme. We all strongly believe is proof is in the pudding when you talking about players in the NFL, the conference that's got the most players in the NFL right now. I think the SEC leads by a narrow margin with the Big Ten right now. So it's not hard to believe, but took an L to Tulane to start the season. You turn around and you beat Oklahoma State. James Madison was another loss for them. We know what James Madison did. Like I said, Troy is a high-powered offense traditionally. Some quality losses here. The Raging Cajuns were ranked top 25 one point in the season. Troy, were outside looking in. I think their highest was 28. Tulane, you see them at 24 to end the season. We saw what James Madison was able to do this year. So they took some tough losses. Even Texas State, that was a shootout. This I would love to see what the storyline was going into that game. Injuries, starters out, all this stuff. But defensive wise, it don't look like a bad option. You think about South Alabama. Are there any 5-stars on that roster?
Those of you in the South Alabama area, what are your initial thoughts on Kane? Like, it thumbs up or thumbs down? I mean, look, he could still just be a potential candidate at this point. I don't even know if he's got an interview. This is just out there, right? You've seen it too, right, Smook, about Kane?
Yeah.
See, thumbs up. Okay. And he's thumbs up. Okay. I think some of these, I don't know. I'm trying to process this. I don't really know a lot about him. I haven't really followed like South Alabama. Bo was saying he's great. See, Bailey's saying he's great.
Yeah, Rockstar is kind of like me right now. I'm looking at what I see on paper, and then just
JG saying is T-Rob 100% out. This is what we know on T-Rob is that he interviewed yesterday, and then it's basically like a waiting game. So that's really all we know. Other names people have thrown out, DJ Durkin, Todd Bates, but and then Kane's name came up, and Kane's name's everywhere now as like a potential guy that could be in the mix. That's kind of where we're at. Robert Moody, what's up? Kyle, told you earlier, South Alabama hidden gems. Yeah, I mean, all those guys have SEC ties. Yeah, you did point this out earlier.
He did.
On my next break, I'm gonna like kind of dive in, or maybe when I have some calls later on, you guys can from the southern part of the state can call in and kind of chime in about Kane and give me some feedback, because I don't really know how I feel about this right now. I don't know. I don't know a lot. Sometimes these younger guys come in with a lot of fight, a lot of fire in the belly, and that's what the defense needs. Another super chat in. Subtle detail. You'll notice how all the Washington coaches in their biopic uniform shows a level of respect for the brand. Subtle detail shows wound unit and cohesion to me. Yeah, I like stuff like that too. I'm like very like a symmetrical type of a person, so that sort of stuff definitely stands out. I mean, and I do like what Alabama has put together on the offensive side. We've kind of gone over that a couple of times. So I don't know. I mean, if you're from South Alabama or you know a little bit about the area, let us know what you think about Kane Womack inside the comment box. And then when I take you guys' calls later on, you can just let me know what you think as well. So I mean, the defense is just so important because I did see that quote, Jeff, and it was so the quote that Jeff is talking about. Devontae Smith. Yeah, you're like, what? Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, who plays for Alabama, recently had a lot of high praise for Kalen DeBoer, which is very important because in this re-recruiting of the players, getting a player like Devontae Smith back on board, not to say that he wasn't on board, but anything positive is good. Now, I will say this, guys that haven't played, or haven't been starters, they're excited to get onto the field.
Mm-hmm.
because he just tweeted it right now. So let's see. Is this Devontae Smith? Everyone who just tweeted something.
Let me look it up.
All right. Oh, and I just saw Sidelines Alabama is saying Jamil Burrows, who transferred to Miami in August, is no
in the
longer
portal again.
is in the portal. Huh. What did Devontae Smith? Was it Devontae Smith tweet or something out?
I'm trying to find it. I thought I followed him, and every time I go to search, it's bringing up Smitty.
Well, yeah, Smitty. I mean, can you imagine sharing the same name with Smitty?
Imagine, and being on the campus same time. Bro.
All right. No, I'm trying to find Devontae Smith. Let me see if I can find it. Devontae Smith, Alabama. I don't know.
I see it.
Did you find it?
Underscore Prince.
What is it?
Underscore Prince underscore Tay, I think.
Underscore Prince.
No, or Prince underscore Tay underscore.
Oh, Prince underscore.
Oh, here it is.
All right. Can you just share your screen or like send it?
All right. I just followed him. Thought I followed him. Oh,
You know, I really like Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, he's man, yeah, and that's the only thing because he was going to start over Jalen Key.
yeah. People forget that. People
What did
forget
he,
that, man.
Did you send me that tweet?
I'm about to pull it up now.
I can't find it. See, Jay Kelly saying Womack would be a good hire for us for sure. Good. All right. I like it. Kyle, just remember, all the brand names of football got the reputations after coaching, the winning program. Just ask Kirby, Sark, Kiffin, just to name a few. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like that, Richard. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being a fan funder as well. Excuse me. If you want to become a fan funder of this YouTube channel, go up to the top of the screen and hit the hyperlink. As low as $2.99 a month to support the YouTube channel. Of course, a thumbs up goes a really long way for us as well. Super chats greatly appreciated. And don't feel like you're forced into any other box other than just being comfortable here, chatting with us and the coaches, hitting the thumbs up, and it's all good. I mean, either way, we're going to treat you guys all the same, period.
I sent it to you, bro.
All right. You send it to me on
Messenger. I can't. Yeah, your phone. I thought you was on the Mac. I thought I sent it to the Mac for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's about 2.5.
Graphic of here's an updated resume of you'll probably get a better picture of him. But we'll go ahead and put this on. I just use the photo of him, like this photo, which I pulled from the university, South Alabama. But here's kind of a look at
X. I was literally about to say that, man. Kyle.
Yo.
The defense at South Alabama had better statistical ratings across the board than Alabama.
Really?
Yes.
That's what's up.
No 4 stars, no pre-rated 5 stars, none of that on this defense. And the only teams to blow them out were our offense is averaging over 35 points a game. That is crazy, man. I got people just sending me little stats and stuff here. And y'all know me, man. I'm real big on giving people their flowers, man. When they come through. So X, appreciate you for putting me on, man. That literally opened my eyes to go and start looking at other places. So shout out to X in the chat for that. But yeah, Prince, Devontae Smith, I'm ready to see that kid healthy, man. I physical. He to me, healthy. He's like your Xavier McKinney feel. And I can't account for his coverage ability because with the Xavier McKinney type feel, you want like Brian Branch type cover feel, Eddie Jackson type floating over in the robber, deep safety coverage area. That's the type of feel you want with a guy like Smitty because he's not very tall, he's not long, but he has size. So the DB coach, we haven't been talking much about who's going to get hired as the DB coach either, Kyle. And I keep calling him Sean, but we haven't been talking much about who's going to get hired as DB coach, and I think that's important in as far as retaining some of these defensive backs. I think kids want to be able to do like fact checks and, find out who's connected to who real fast. They don't want to have to go and search for it. So I think that's an important hire too.
This is the tweet. All right,
I
thanks.
love it.
So Smitty came out and he's saying, "In DeBoer I trust. If you ain't wearing crimson, y'all know the rest." Like that, and that look, and like I said, the players who haven't played that are hungry to get on the field, they're gonna give Coach KD, all they got, and they're still here at the brand is still Alabama, right? Yeah, I don't. What else did he say, Joe? I didn't see what else he said.
No, Womack unqualified. I prefer the very best DC to make Alabama defense very consistent. Top 5 annually. Jesse Mentor, Schumann, T-Rob, no to Womack. I mean, what has he done to say that he isn't ready? Because I saw Schumann, with all the talent at Georgia, let Jalen Miro outplay him. As many misses that we had, I saw Schumann let and there are other more capable quarterbacks and more capable offenses in the SEC. And Schumann has probably has the second, or if not the number one most talented roster over there defensively. We saw Missouri move up and down the field on Georgia's defense this season. We saw, even Auburn had early success against Georgia. That score didn't tell the full story. So, you don't know right now with the type of talent that Alabama has on the roster still left with all the transfers. You don't know what a coordinator who's been doing decent, keeping in the middle of the pack with stats and production. You don't know what they'll do with the level of talent that Alabama possesses. And I think that's what fans forget. It's not necessarily how you coach, is what you're coaching with. A lot of times, a lot of people only can do with what they're like. A smart coach is only going to make work with what he has. He's not going to take a hammer and try to screw a screw into the wall. It's not going to work effectively. You're going to have a hole in the wall. If you got a hammer, guess what you try to do? You try to go find a nail. You try to find the next thing that your hammer can use. If you got a screw, I've used scissors to screw stuff in the wall before, or screw something back together. You open the scissors up and you try to match the Phillips head side. You try to match it up. So, but yeah, they say the Sun Belt shines on dog every now and then. So
this is
you will miss opportunities on defense. I would still feel better. Oh yeah, of course.
This is what Hayes just tweeted out. I guess the tweet from last night with him, shocking. I guess this is it. What he's kind of alluding to, the running back.
I don't think so.
We don't know. I wish it would like connect the dots, because it seemed you did that. So I told you. This running back definitely nice for sure. I like my running backs bigger.
I don't want another running back, bro. I don't want nobody to bother our room.
No. In no shape or form is Coleman. I don't think coming to Bama, but I'm just saying I like big running backs, and I cannot lie. It's just like the dude is like Daniel Hill. That's exciting. The 240 pounds. Dude's coming out. I just like those guys inside the red zone. But I think, as I was saying earlier, with this new staff setup, I think Justice Haynes is about to hit like a major. He's about to become like people are going to know about Justice Haynes finally, 1,000,000%. Under this staff.
Did you see this? Somebody just tagged me in this on Twitter. I don't know if you talked about it yet.
Oh, this was from this was the article, right, that people are talking about from Alabama.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put that up on the screen too. So, Alabama. There's a article, and this is basically a quote from that article. I'm gonna post that up on the screen for you guys. Again, this is from Alabama. So if you want to find a way to contribute back to Alabama and help their NIL collective, I think they have some articles that you can also read over there. And this is something that has been floating around like a big time, a big quote. So DeBoer has already made a quick impression. He's a cool dude, defensive back, DeVonta Smith said. He met with me and for 2 hours, and it was like just all about football. He wanted to get to know us. Any of the cats that are thinking about leaving need to meet with him immediately. If they still want to leave, then they're idiots, and we don't need them. Huh.
That's to me. That's Isaiah, the other side of what Isaiah Barnes was. This is what we want in support of Alabama Nation. Just be not saying nothing crazy, but this is truthful, man. I don't see how a kid and this goes back to my statement. I don't knock a kid for making a decision. Mm-hmm. I do have an opinion on the thought process or the people surrounding this opinion. What played into it? You get what I'm saying? I would like to know the intricacies or the details of why a kid chose. And, Isaiah said it was a business decision. If it's a business decision, there's nothing wrong with his decision. But if he would have said it was something about schematics or getting the ball, or you didn't even give the coach that literally had a Heisman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is a Heisman candidate quarterback. Well, Penix won the Heisman, didn't he?
No, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels won it. My fault.
Yeah, but still,
it was literally
the best quarterback was Michael Penix, and this is a lot because Jaden Daniels. I mean, man, who knows? Maybe they're the same. That because each of the guys were complete ballers. 1,000,000%. The only thing that Jaden Daniels had was he could run the ball. Michael Penix, I think he could move around a little bit, but his ball placement was top notch. The only thing was that Michigan's defense was just so incredible that they kind of made him look pedestrian as well because they were eating up Washington's offensive line. People need to stop stressing. I think so. I think people are certainly just excited and still kind of reeling from, Coach Saban.
Coach Saban, that's big, bro.
And also, too, is like, I think another thing is that kind of beat Coach Saban to the punch was Kevin Steele. Because he made people feel good about the defense again. And so why all this is happening with the DC and kind of I guess a little bit of anxiety is connected to DC because a lot of us still have like PTSD from the defense under Golding, right? It wasn't the standard, and Alabama fans don't want to go back to that. And they felt better when Steele came, and then when he left, that's why people were like, they want something solid again because people like Alabama fans are not going to deal with a lackluster defense. And actually, I've been pretty surprised by the comments coming in about Kane. It seems like I would say at least more than 65, at least 70% of the people are actually feel that he would be, a pretty good candidate despite him not having a shot like this yet. You got to get your shot at some point. Look, not a lot of people knew about Nate Oates. Right. Coming from Buffalo, right, to the SEC in basketball. And you look at what he's been able to do here. So
yeah. Appreciate Yay Alabama from for this releasing this clip right here, or the people, I forget who I got it from on Twitter. Whoever tagged me in. Appreciate y'all that for doing that. But yeah, Yay Alabama. It ain't Yay Alabama chat, it's Yay Alabama. Y'all know how we do.
Yeah, and I think it'd be cool. Like, think about if we worked with you got me cracking up with the PTSD. Seriously, people were freaking out about the defense under him. Remember, people were
I was one of them. I was one of them. Anytime, man, every snap, Henry Toa, and this is what made me mad because Toa was such a solid linebacker at Tennessee, man. He was so solid. I mean, just was sure about his assignments. Play caller, like he's smart. You see it on the NFL level. He's went to the next level and become a stud on the NFL level, a quality linebacker. What happened under Goldie? You go and look at what happened under Goldie for the linebacker play at Ole Miss this season. Very subpar. No inability to cap off or get off the field on third down was a primary reason that Ole Miss was in a lot of games. They should have been blowing teams out. But thankful for an offense like Golden had when Bryce was here. like Golden had with AJ McCarron was there. He got off the hook a lot, and you only got to really jump into details about him if you followed that team, and the analyst was behind it. People that could break it down, but Golden was not so anything but Golden right now. Or the likes of Golden. If you got Golden philosophy, we don't want it here. So I mean, and people that's not hating on Kane Womack, people that are doubting Kane Womack, these are the same people that had to be convinced about Kalen DeBoer that didn't know. They don't know nothing about this guy. Nobody knows anything about Kane Womack. That's what the problem is. He's not out front marquee hire for most of the fan base. And if that's the case, then you won't ever be ahead. You really have to look at the details. And I think the trend we're seeing here, Kyle and chat, is that there's a staff being put together. They're trying to find people that have went to subpar or losing places and turned it around towards winning, and the type of winning that they turned it around for. What type of winning did you see post, Kalen DeBoer leaving his previous job? You saw success diminish once he left, but you saw success follow him everywhere he went. I think we could say the same for Kane Womack. Look at where he was at Eastern Illinois. Look at the defensive stats for the 2 years he was there. Year 1, trash. Year 2, night and day difference. South Alabama, his first stint. Year 1, not even like 131, I think, or 113 was their defensive ranking when he was there the first year, 2017. They moved it up to 56. And then this last year, they better than Alabama statistically. So at Schoolie, you knocked it right on the head. We have a staff here that's been making the right decisions. Even though Coach Saban has been the coach, they've been making the right decision of not allowing him to leave, keeping him in position, allowing him to have control. I feel like they are making the right steps to for this transition period.
This is a good one that just came in. Jalen Mbakwe just tweeted out. I'm gonna get his tweet up here.
Hey, that's a kid that I think gonna be on the field early now with all the movement around. Everybody been talking about Brown and Damani Jackson. I think Mbakwe, I don't think people realize how fast that kid is. Jalen Mbakwe is a burner, and he's a physical defensive back.
This is what I was talking about yesterday. And I think you're starting to now is probably what we're going to start tracking is kind of is like all these kind of like guys who are sticking, right? Maybe we create a board that's guys who are sticking, who have made like I'm in guys who are maybe like locked down guys. Devontae Smith's the first one. Jalen Mbakwe is the second. I think there's other guys that have said that we'd have to kind of go into kind of other announcements, but this is just in from Jalen Mbakwe. Oh, but before that, we got a new member. We got another super chat coming in. All right, Jared. This is something new for the new. When you become a new member, you get a round of applause. All right, Jared. Thanks for hitting the fan funder. How to become a fan funder? Go up to the top of this YouTube channel. There's a hyperlink as low as $2.99 per month to support the channel, help support the coaches and the overall business right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Calvin, thanks for the super chat as well. I'm going to throw this out to my man TJ. Russian DB coach at A&M would be a great one to look into. Chris, what's up, man? See you inside the chat box as well. I don't know why we're acting like Womack has zero DC experience. He literally was the Broyles top assistant coach award at Indiana. Damn. He has experience. I like that. Thanks, Chris. Good point out right here.
Hey, Chris.
For subpar South Alabama. Hold on one sec. Then we got Jay. Minter may be available. Harbaugh interviews with the Chargers today. What do you guys think if he becomes available? Thanks again for supporting us, Jay. I think with Harbaugh, I think Minter would be the perfect guy after the guy. So I don't think that, that talking about a slam dunk, if you're able to get Jesse Minter, you do it. You pay him whatever you got to get to pay him. But I think he'd be Michigan's next coach. Go ahead, Smook.
You think? I don't know, man. You think Michigan ready to gamble with his youth? Because you remember,
yeah, I do.
Oh, I mean, because he's proven. I'm not doubting anything about him being proven. I'm just talking about the mentality of that university. You get what I'm saying? Like historically, they want somebody established as a head coach. That's what they've done. I mean, they've kept Harbaugh away from the NFL for probably 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man.
Yeah, and Shaz Preston is going to Tulane.
I like that move for him. I know we just was talking about, acknowledging what we have here, but when guys like Shaz Preston, who I've seen put in the work, battle injuries, and just get buried in the depth chart, when they find the spot where I feel like you look at the schematics of Tulane, I see Shaz Preston on the perimeter being what Trayshawn was Holden was for Oregon and what Baker was for UCF when they left, like outside perimeter threats, what I thought they would be for Alabama. So go to Tulane and ball out, man. Tulane, a good Tulane season. He only need one season. He only need one solid season, and that draft stock will pick back. Hey, Bruce, you with me? I mean, we can't sit here and discount the weapons that we're losing, but definitely acknowledge when guys find. I like when guys find systems that make sense. So that congrats to Shaz, but Mbakwe, man, I don't even want to get into it because I can go all day. Him, Rico Scott, I don't think they got enough hype or attention in this recruiting class. Everybody's keep talking about Ryan Williams. Honestly, if I'm a wide receiver coach, Rico Scott's my priority. Amari Jefferson, Rico Scott, Ryan Williams, and then Amari Jefferson. That's my priority list as far as who I'm trying to retain. Rico size and possesses the same skill set. Amari Jefferson, not as big. I think he might be faster than the other two. I'm not sure. But I've seen him make some crazy catches, do some crazy stuff after catching the ball. Agility is there. So Mbakwe is an athlete that can play on both sides of the ball. You don't know what the coaching staff with Kalen DeBoer coming in. We know Saban wanted him on the defensive side. But if you watch his high school film, quarterback, wide receiver, safety, corner, running back, like he did it all for all 4 years of high school. So
we got a super chat in from Robert was saying Womack, Kalen DeBoer, OC, DC together at Indiana. And then kind of mentions the fact that he was a Broyles Award nominee in 2021. Trey Williams at DB. Yeah, because you do need a DB coach. And we were talking about that earlier. I know Smook, your old DB. You got to have the DB position filled now that T-Rob is with Georgia. And if you're just in and you're wondering about, T-Rob, there really hasn't been. The only announcement that has really been made was by T-Rob himself saying that, changing his stuff on Georgia. But we do know that he interviewed yesterday, but it seems like Georgia was confident this morning. And really, that's it. I don't know if we're going to get another, update on him, unless it's like something really did go down with Alabama. People are saying he turned down the offer. I don't know, but that's kind of where it's at. And right now, I'm going off T-Rob's, Twitter profile. It says he's still with Georgia. And now we are talking about a new name that has been added to the list. If you're just joining us, which is Kane Womack, who's currently the head football coach at South Alabama. So that's kind of where we're at. If you guys are keeping tabs of everything that's moving on. And then we had, I think I might make a new headlines graphic while we're chilling right here. So T-Rob, but go ahead, Smook, while I work on this graphic. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
For sure, man. And yeah, just like Coach, not Coach, but just like Kyle was saying, man, this staff search, I think the way that they're going about it, being thorough, being open in the right spots. This is a strategic move. And I'm confident how it's being. I like the lack of leaks right now. I like the amount of speculation. I like how the rumbles keep, raising and dying off. At some point, you're going to get an answer. And it's going to be what we need at the end of the day. I believe with this committee, this board of trustees, Burns, DeBoer, and this support staff that he has right now, I think they're doing their due diligence. Josh Miller with a $10 super chat. Appreciate you, man, for real. Once again, Colin Coach Mook, if the rumor about gaining 600 donors to Yay, Alabama, after DeBoer was hired is true. Why weren't they donating for Saban? Go get T-Rob, quit playing, roll tide, blitz, Bama, blitz. Because we don't give a piss about them, but the tide ain't that right, Josh Miller. Hey, shout out to Roll Tide Willie, man. That dude has brought a new energy to Alabama fan base. I put a tweet out, I think it was yesterday or the day before. We need to get him a sideline position. You know, that's Scott Cochran's replacement. Without having to pay him a lot, he ain't got to be in the weight room. Just let him show up, get him to the locker room. When the players arrive, they need to be talking to Willie. They need to be talking to Roll Tide Willie. If y'all agree with me, hey, put some ones in the chat, man. Roll Tide Willie definitely need to have a staff position. But I don't know. I don't get into all the collectives and boosters and stuff, man. I just know that they're the powers to be. They usually dictate a lot of things. We haven't had much trouble with them supporting Saban over the past 17 years. You know, well, honestly, if y'all want to know a little bit more insight, it was like that first year was probably the most grueling for Saban, and y'all saw how willing they were to buy into, give his process a chance. We got Saban. We kept Saban because of their willingness to allow everything to evolve. Good thing about Saban is it didn't take him 4 or 5 years to do it. It was literally the second year you saw the immediate turnaround. Can we get a 2-year turnaround? Everywhere DeBoer has been, 2-year turnaround. You look at Mac hasn't had long stays anywhere, no more than 2 years, and it's not because he's not good. It's because and I think if I'm looking at it right now, there has not been a regression or a downgrade from position. It's always been an upgrade. You look at DC linebacker coach at South Alabama, then you go from South Alabama to Blue Buds / Power 5 in Indiana. For 2 years, you're the linebacker / defensive coordinator or co-defensive coordinator, however you want to look at it. And then you go from defensive coordinator back to your previous school, who probably didn't want to let you go in the first place. And now you're the head coach. So elevation at every stop is a good sign as far as creating value. You saw the same thing with DeBoer's resume. Some people think when coaches are thrown, you know, what is it? He barely had 10 years of experience, and you get your first D1 program head coaching job. That's solid. That's solid. I don't care what level you get it on. 22-16 at South Alabama. The Sun Belt is definitely a competitive conference for the level play that they provide. There's no complete separation amongst teams. There's quality talent going there. I have 4 or 5 players right now scattered out throughout the Sun Belt that I personally coach. So, or had some type of training development, impact on, that I would like to think I had impact on. So yeah, but yeah, Georgia fans coming in again, have nothing better to do but to troll and Bama chat. I appreciate y'all for pulling up, man. Keep this roster somewhat intact. Coach Debo will win real soon. Tony Jr., I'm 100% with you, and I think we're starting to see that mindset be in a spread amongst the locker room, amongst the players. You're starting to see some of the guys that we've been curious to see get on the field starting to become vocal. Devontae Smith being one of them. I mean, and I think a lot of these guys are more hungry to prove themselves. And if you can get that as a collective effort amongst that locker room, that's a dangerous team to deal with. We've seen teams with less talent have that mentality, chip on the shoulder mentality. Now Alabama has a real reason to have. We don't have the luxury of falling back on Saban as a head coach. Now we have something to prove. It's been so long since Alabama has really been the true underdog as far as, not having Coach Saban. Coach Saban is kind of like having being the commissioner of the police force. And you out one night and a young officer catches you right before you get in the car, and he's like, "Hey, you can't drive." You try to flex your weight around. Well, and nah, this is what's got to happen, sir. And he's like, "Look, boom, boom, things happen, move around." That's the type of move we have right now with our current coach. So no need to worry, man. Use what's at your dispense and make it happen, man. Kane Womack. I was talking to y'all about him a little bit earlier, man. Like I said, I don't know much about him, but from what I'm being directed to and the things that I'm looking at, even at Indiana as a defensive coordinator / linebacker coach, he had some success. Like I said, it wasn't like they were world beaters, at Indiana. They were actually surging to turn it around, man. And he just got there at a time where they were on the way up. Let me go to the 2020 season because he was there for COVID year. And y'all remember COVID year was kind of like nobody wants to give credit to that. I think that year really gives you a better testament of what they were able to do because lack of film time, lack of lack of practice time, all of these things. And they were still competitive. They only played 8 games that season. They went 6-1. No, they went 6. They played 7 games that season, went 6-1. Average points scored against 20.2. And that was Ohio State high power year. They got into the playoffs with only playing 6 games. You remember that debate? So strength of schedule was 33rd in the country. So you're in the top 30%, which you're in that top percentile. So nothing's crazy. We know the Big 12 ain't a strong conference. Strength of record 14. So they had, and that's COVID year, y'all. Who did they play? Their one loss was to Ohio State, and this is he was the DC there. So and they only lost by 7 to Ohio State that year, 42-35. Shut out Michigan State, beat Michigan by 14. Hurt that offense. Didn't give up a lot of points or a lot of yardage for that matter. Let's see. Gave up a lot of yards against Penn State. That went to the wire. That's COVID year, y'all. And I'm talking about this COVID year stats. Who else? Yeah, Ohio State just went crazy on them. They put up 600 yards total offense on them that year, and that's when they had, like I said, Justin Fields and that cast of guys. Solid defense is why he was there, guys. Solid defense while he was at Indiana. I like to look at the big Power 5 schools, but if you go and look at what he did at South Alabama the past few years, man, that program is really on the uptrend, and has to be if you're getting considered for a coordinator position at Alabama. So shouts out to Kane Womack and what he's doing. Like we said, we're going to keep reiterating. These are just rumors. Nothing's being confirmed. Just like with the staff right now at Alabama, they haven't made an official announcement yet. We're just reporting what's on the streets, man. Keeping our ears to the streets, man. So,
hey, JW with the cowboy hat. Appreciate you coming in, man. Where did you see that on Greg McElroy? Because I've been trying to find it, but I ain't find it yet. Did you see that, Smoke?
I saw it yesterday.
There was a couple people that said that. Was that yesterday or was that today? Because this is fluid and like things have changed. I mean, we were both hearing yesterday that it looked promising, but maybe it, but this morning I feel less confident about it happening. But maybe there was something today.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything updated, Kyle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, for you in chat from like, and in terms of like viewing and like seeing what's going on, does this headlines page is it easy to read? Like when I put it in bullet point format, because I want to make sure you guys can see it. Kind of like I try to put like the trending topic up at the top, like the hottest one, and then 2, 3, 4, kind of all the way to the bottom. Does it work? Okay.
Yeah, I can see it good on my end.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure because I want to make sure that when the user comes, because everyone comes in at like different times, right? You might go and like have some food. You might go be with your who knows? You might go back to work. You might you might have it on your phone. Then you come back and you just look up. Sharon, what's up? Okay, I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Yeah, it was on 3. So I think what On 3 did was they wrote an article about it, but where did it come from? I'm trying to figure out like, oh, JW, I got some homework for you, man. Click on that article on 3 and then see where he said it at. Did he say it like on ESPN? Because what that was is they basically wrote an article on where they saw it from. That's how those articles work. Like I don't think On 3 interviewed him per se. It was a radio show. Oh, it came from his podcast. Oh, this is a cool photo. So, man, Jalen Mbakwe is trying to, this dude was quiet, and now he posted a nice little picture of him and Ryan Williams. He's starting to recruit somebody. Let's see. Yeah, that's cool. I like this picture. So what we're going to be, I'm going to show it to you in 2 seconds. So Jalen Mbakwe just posted. First of all, locked in, and this kid's been pretty quiet on social media. And now he just posted this. I like this. I like this a lot. So Jalen Mbakwe and Ryan Williams. So
you know what, Kyle, and I'm off of the Ryan Williams hype stuff because I want him. I understand why he's enjoying this process the way he is. I don't want to speak anything else on it. I feel like this is a kid that's really just enjoying the attention, man, and there's no reason to fault him for it. He from Saraland, Alabama. Somebody tell me if anybody from Alabama, tell me what's in Saraland, Alabama right now other than Ryan Williams. You get what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You got to understand. I won't say Earl Alexander, and I'm gonna say Earl because that was like the only prospect I was able to beat. I lived in front of Earl. Our streets, he lived behind the street behind me, Earl Alexander. And the type of traffic that was coming in and out of our neighborhood when Earl was getting recruited by Alabama and all the other top SEC schools, he was being called, Vic 2.0. People were comparing him to just the different college quarterbacks that was, mobile quarterbacks. The black mobile quarterback trend was starting to become a thing. So is he going to be able to do that at Alabama? Alabama's never had a quarterback like that. But people that don't know their history wouldn't know that Alabama had a doggone my guy coaching now. I can't remember his name. Can't remember his name. Freddie Kitchens. Freddie Kitchens was just he was just as unconventional quarterback, athletic quarterback. He just wasn't black. That's all it was. We've had quarterbacks of this caliber in the past, and it ain't a race thing. It's just how it is, man. But that's what we gotta get away from, man. Like, these kids are going to enjoy. This is something, and that's what I'm saying. There's nothing in Mobile other than football. Like, everything that's attractive in Mobile relates to football. I'm telling you right now, when we went to Mobile and got whooped my senior year at Central, it was like you couldn't tell if they was actually McGill Tulane fans or if they was, whoever. You get what I'm saying? So it was just it's a football city. So it's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep happening. People going to keep advocating. And I honestly believe he's always been Bama. I think it's just enjoying the that process. Jimmy Baker, you right there with me. Gulf Shores is where it is.
See, and Russell is saying Lower Alabama beats in high school football. Yeah, absolutely. Like Gulf Shores, what was dope is Gulf Shores came up and practiced at the University of Alabama on their way up for the playoffs. What was really cool is when I started dipping in, like, man, they have a really nice facility. And then, like, I like kind of their color scheme. They literally this color of the R inside the avatar. But the funny thing is, I'm with Najee Harris, like, because LA, I used to live in California. I used to live in Los Angeles. And somebody hit me with I'm from LA when I first moved here. And I was like, oh, shoot, man. I used to live in Redondo Beach, California. It's talking all this LA. And they're like, no, slow down, bro. Like Lower Alabama. I was like, okay. I didn't know LA was yeah, see? Lower Alabama.
Yep. And we so I mean, and it's a talent bed. Julio's from Lower Alabama,
And it's beautiful down there. I went down there. I really like going down there. So the first time I went down there, Gulf Shores, the sand on the beach is like, oh, you can't beat it. It's beautiful. Yeah. And then I went to Fairhope, and what a beautiful little city that is, right? And then I stayed at I stayed at what's the Grand. I stayed at the Grand, not for a long time. It was like 2-night stay or something like that, but it's beautiful, really nice. It was.
You never been to Orange Beach?
I went to Orange Beach as well. Yep, went to Orange Beach, went to Gulf Shores. The Grand Hotel, and the thing, man, it was so beautiful, and I really like ancient oak trees. Like, I'm obsessed with them, and they have them down there. It's beautiful. So. Yeah, definitely the spots. And there's so much high school football talent down there. It's really amazing for sure. And so what you're seeing right now is a photo that Jalen Mbakwe just posted, Roll Tide. and that is Jalen Mbakwe and Ryan Williams. As we continue to track Ryan Williams and what's going to happen with him, where is he going to go? The most highly sought after prospect probably in the country, definitely in the Southeast. I think he could be coming to Alabama soon for one of his final official visits. And that would be certainly a slam dunk. And I think if you're Ryan Williams and you look to this coaching staff that Kalen DeBoer is putting together, you look to Ryan Grubb and how he could utilize Ryan Williams, I think it fits like a glove, especially with the fact that Isaiah Bond probably left too soon, because I think you have Kendrick Law, but you bring in a player like Ryan Williams, they could really complement each other. They're different types of wide receivers, right?
Over top, underneath.
And Kobe Prentice is another underneath wide receiver that you could certainly utilize, right? Kobe Prentice is going to catch about 95 balls, watch. And he has very sticky hands. He might not, and he does have some sleepy speed. Now, the guys to get behind you, more like Kendrick Law and certainly a Ryan Williams. But I like that combination of the wide receivers. And I would have liked, honestly, if Amari Niblack would have stayed. But I think in the behind guy is always better, right? But in this case, it might be the truth with Caleb Odom, depending on how they utilize him. And we've already heard that during practice, during the Rose Bowl, that Caleb Odom was balling out. So yeah, Henderson Prentice Law. Emmanuel Henderson. That sounds like a law firm, right? Henderson Prentice Law. We can't forget about him, and he's even a different type. And Coach Saban always talked about the receivers and bringing them in. You definitely have to have your different wide receivers, right? Your guy who's a red zone mismatch, who's taller, who can jump. Who's the last 6'4", 6'5" wide receiver Alabama had?
We hadn't had one. We got one out the portal, and the Louisville kid, Ajayi Hall.
No, was it like Cam Sims? Cam Sims was tall.
Cam Sims was 6'3".
Really? He wasn't 6'5". Oh, you know who was? Terrell Shavers.
Shavers, 6'4". 6'4". Yeah. Shavers was 6'4", because you remember we was talking about comparing his body to the Julio. He was just slim. Shavers was like one.
I mean,
Julio 6'3".
Tony's like, I drive a Prius. So does my mom. And the first time when I went to Santa Fe and I drove, she was like, here, take my car. I couldn't even start the thing. I didn't even know, it doesn't. And instead of having a gas tank that has if you're full or empty, it has bars. You're just like, okay, I'm on one bar. All right, chat. Dude, who was, Cam Sims was 6'5".
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, Cam Sims wasn't no 6'5". I'm 6'3". When I was in Tuscaloosa, me and him looking eye to eye, bro. The roster say 6'5", but for real, he's 6'3". He is 6'3". Trust me, he is 6'3". Shavers was taller. That's what I'm saying. Terrell Shavers was taller.
Yeah, he was.
Cam Sims was not as tall as Terrell Shavers. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I used to look Cam Sims eye to eye, and even was it when did I get to Richmond? My first time visiting Richmond, Cam Sims was at the mall in Richmond.
Because he's with the Commanders.
That's what I'm saying. I've seen him, and he's not like a nobody. You would have to know him from Alabama to know who Cam Sims is. If you never, Robert Foster wasn't that tall either. He was only 6 foot. He was just fast. People don't understand. Bruh. So you trying to say Cam Sims got a big forehead? Is that what you trying to say? He got a tall forehead? Because I got a tall forehead too. I know y'all done seen my forehead, man. Don't play with me. We the same height. Me and Cam the same height. He and honestly, when I seen him, I was in shape. So I'm like 185. He wasn't too much bigger than me either. So, I mean, but Terrell Shavers was definitely, because Shavers was a baseball player too. Terrell Shavers was a baseball player. People forget that. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And that's
I was just wondering, because I honestly like to have a tall wide receiver in the lineup that it could Lisa, look, she's not too far from you. She said she's up in Chesterfield. Lisa,
I'm literally in Chesterfield right now.
Yeah, see, you guys could go have a Bama podcast from up there. And I used to live up in Alexandria. So I was up in Alexandria. If you're familiar with the area, I used to live at Braddock Station, literally on Blue and Yellow. That's where I was at. I was posted up at Braddock Station. So check this out. So my roommate, how tall is Emmanuel Henderson? He might be I'm going to say 6'2".
Henderson 6'2"?
Mm-hmm.
Thought he was another
When I
short
lived
burner.
in DC, my roommate was from he was from Nagasaki, Japan. Nobutaka Ito, 6'1". And then my other roommates on the other side was from Otokovis, Puerto Rico. And then Zach Bader was from Iowa. It was crazy, man. Talk about diversity in the room. Shoot, man. It was crazy. That was it. I love living in DC.
Henderson
I love
6'1".
living in
6'1",
Alexandria.
185.
Yeah, Shaz Preston going to Tulane. Henderson is
Small,
6'1".
quick
Yeah, because
burst, a little older than
I talked to Emmanuel Henderson. He's gonna ball out for sure. But
I don't know if you remember.
I like having a tall wide receiver. Go ahead, Smook. What?
I don't know if you remember how when they was talking about, we was on a show together probably like week 5 or week 6.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about, people we haven't seen, and I think that was around the time they were saying Henderson was cleared to get back on the field. We saw him on special teams,
Mm-hmm.
and Kool-Aid was struggling with punt return. I just knew at some point in time we would either get to see Henderson on kick return or doggone punt return. At some point, I knew it would be hard to get him in the wide receiver rotation at that point in the season unless there was another big injury. But I thought we would start being able to see something. We saw him on special teams, not receiving or covering punts or whatever, but I wanted to see him with the ball in his hands because I think he's special, man. Go back and look at the spring game when Henderson was touching the ball, man. I think he had like 4 catches in the A-Day game. And he had the big catch from, wasn't that Henderson that got the big catch from Jalen Milroe in the A-Day game, or Ty Simpson? He had one of the big touchdown catches.
I think Emmanuel Henderson, from what I remember, he scored a touchdown. It was like a deep route that he ran.
Yeah.
Like he beat someone over the top or something like that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, injuries slowed him down and slowed Devontae Smith down. Otherwise, those guys would have been contributing. I think Devontae Smith would have been starting. And Henderson would have got playing time for sure.
You remember they had the article come out, senior experience next to the true freshman is going to be a big question mark. A lot of people were writing about Smitty being the starter. Coach Saban had came out and slipped up and named him as one of his senior leaders on the back end, him and Malachi Moore. So, and that's why honestly, I believe that's why Moore got slid to that true safety spot and didn't, wasn't worried, didn't have to have that star responsibility. You had Arnold, Kool-Aid, and I think they were trying Jalen Key at star, saw he wasn't a fit early, put him over top. Smitty get hurt, opportune time. Christian Story working off of an injury. So Key really benefited from injuries in front of him. And then you had Malachi playing the star. Then you got Caleb Downs acquainted to it. Arnold was everywhere in that secondary. So it's a lot of opportunity in that secondary. I'm hoping Smitty could stay healthy, especially during spring, during fall camp, and he's going to be a key to the success on that back end. Him and Malachi Moore are probably going to, with Moore coming back, man, that could be a nice safety duo right there. Moore and Smitty, and let Downs be your true star. Aim is out there on the boundary, and then your other boundary corner spot, it'd be up for grabs.
So here's your official post. So Chris Lowe of ESPN with the scoop right here on T-Rob, saying that T-Rob is staying at Georgia. So, but he does say that he interviewed for the job. So there was a lot going on yesterday. I promise you. Okay, so this is it from Chris Lowe. I'm gonna leave this up for a while so people can just see it. T-Rob interviewed with Alabama football coach Kalen DeBoer for several hours Sunday for the defensive coordinator job, but has decided to remain at Georgia. Okay.
I just retweeted it, y'all. For y'all that don't follow Chris Lowe, you're tripping.
Yeah. Yep.
Because he's been on point. And for the people that said our sources was shaky, just know I said it 2 hours ago before you get what I'm saying? So I'm not bragging. I just know I'm appreciative for being plugged in with a lot of this reliable content, reliable sources. That's what I'm plugged in. I thank God for this opportunity for real. It feels good to be talking and not just speculating all the time. But being with the trend.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a tough one. But like I just retweeted, on to the next. There's a plan in place, man. There's a plan in place. Savage Dog laugh. Nah, I guarantee you're gonna be crying later. I guarantee you the Georgia game is definitely circled, whether maybe not physically, but Kalen DeBoer got that Georgia game circled. He knows how much of an impact that could hey, that was you, Tony. Hey, appreciate. See, Tony, you just became one of my favorites, dog. See, most people won't come back and admit that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you for showing love like that, man. And it didn't make a difference whether you did or not. Y'all don't take none of this personal. This is literally, I'm y'all. I'm just on the camera. That's it.
what did
I'm speculating.
Kyle Marquise Mays said another Alabama player about to enter the portal?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a few. And so, okay, so look, I think that this is a loss, right? I mean, T-Rock, and what will be more a loss is if players, follow him, not to Georgia, or follow him in like leaving. So you have to have a defensive coordinator soon in place, and somebody that the players can vibe with and get a chance to know. And I'm telling you, the guys who haven't played yet are going to be excited to like, yeah, we can do it because they know they're going to be starters. But the proven guys and the guys who played, the guys that you retained, you got to keep them in. Somebody said Tony Mitchell tweeted something. I don't know. Chasing tweets now, man.
I got you on that end, man. Keep talking to the people. I'm following all of it. Promise you.
Yeah, hit me up with that Tony Mitchell. Oh, we just tweeted eyeballs. What does that mean? Man, I don't like that. I don't like T-Rob.
First of all, not just eyeballs. These look like tiger eyeballs in his cover photo, and his profile picture is all black now.
What was it before?
I thought it was his high school picture of him in his high school uniform. If I'm not mistaken. I don't see any tweets from him. Recent tweets, I don't see nothing. Recent tweets, I just see that the cover photo is look like tiger eyes and the black profile picture. Oh, he did just tweet the eyeballs. Planes calling. Look, and they know, man. Auburn in that bag, bro. Auburn is going crazy. Mason, who is this? Nah, them boys. It's all good. Tony Mitchell, man, we want you to stay. For real. I want you to finish that success story. You done came through so much, man. How do you not finish? You got in front of the nation on that video. Y'all go look it up and thank the University of Alabama for being there for you in the hardest time of your life. Coach Saban, he ain't gonna recruit no guy to come in and not be able to, bring that same punch, that same care. And one thing about it, Kyle, I think we were talking about it too during DeBoer's speech, his introduction speech. You could see his passion for the players, man. The passion for his players, even the guys he left at Washington. The kids, he cares about the kids. So you would think a kid like Tony Mitchell would want to be around a coach like that.
So is Calvin is saying, so is T-Rob still in the no. Like Chris Lowe just put the kibosh on it and saying that staying with Georgia. Said it was a possibility and said that he did interview. We were feeling good about it last night, right, Smook?
Yeah.
I mean, look, I didn't know that they interviewed for hours.
So last night I was talking on the little chat, the stream we did last night, and I was telling people like the talks are going to happen overnight. I thought we would have an announcement around 8 this morning. That would have put it around 9 my time. And when I started texting y'all, I'm gonna look at the time. I finally checked my phone. from when I started texting y'all this morning. And it was right after, I think me and Kyle started getting the information around the same time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, around that time this morning, right after I got up and started moving, that's when they was talking about the interview. The offer is in. That was last night. And I told the chat last night that was on my stream, they're going to talk overnight. It's going to be conversations had throughout the night. You know, camp parties are going to talk, and we should know something in the morning. This morning came heavy with the news that he would possibly stay. And it's a money thing, value. You get what I'm saying? You're not going to keep a guy if the rumors are true as far as the numbers that's being thrown out there, 2.3, 2 or 3.1 for 4 years. I don't think T-Rob is looking for that thing. He's looking upwards of that $4 million mark. You know, what's the average coordinator pay right now for in the SEC? He's probably considering all these factors. So let me do some research. All of these things are I'm
gonna read through these super chats we got on here. Ashley North saying, I went to school in Mobile, Blount High. We had Sherman Williams, and we won state religiously. Appreciate the super chat, Ashley. Sharon, what's good? Appreciate the 5 spot. We are appreciated for sure. Denzel Witherspoon, was it a money thing with T-Rob? Gotta think, man. The Alabama could have. I think he had to have been making like, you got to give him like 1.8, but several hours, and he's decided to stay at Georgia. Man, ugh. All right,
there's got to be something,
right? Like what? I mean, shoot. Saban may have to ask Kevin Steele. Hey, nobody has brought, despite all that happening, no one has brought Kevin Steele's name up. Kevin, all right, look, you come back one more year. All right, you're retired. Kevin be like, oh man, one more year. All right, let's do it.
I don't know, Kev. I think
this is 100% right. You need a defensive coordinator. Bama Nation.
Somebody got it.
You need a defensive coordinator. You need one. Someone saying Coach Saban retired at the worst time. Any time is going to be terrible, but yeah. Am I scared for next season? Not yet. I have a little bit of anxiety about the DC, but the offense could score 100 points a game.
Oh man, Savage, I'm with you, man. This is funny to me. Some of these reactions, it's funny to me, Savage.
I can't. Until there is like, what would freak me out is like if you see all sorts of guys start hitting the portal. We haven't seen that.
That's when I would panic.
That's when you lose. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I would get scared if Deontay Lawson is like, I'm out. Jahad Campbell's like, I'm out. Caleb Downs like, I'm out. No. Like none of that is happening. No to Steele. Hell no.
Jimmy, appreciate the $10 super chat again, man. You just came back. What we do now? We didn't get T-Rob. The rumblings were early this morning that he was going to stay in Georgia. Chris Lowe just tweeted out not too long ago, probably like 5 minutes ago now.
Yeah,
10 minutes ago now.
Yeah, it's up on the board.
Yeah, that it's basically going to be that T-Rob is going to stay at Georgia. Like I said, the rumor started earlier this morning and kind of played out that way. Big loss, y'all. Big loss. But there's always options. There's always options. T-Rob ain't the only recruiter in the nation right now. T-Rob was on the staff when we tried to get Peter Woods. T-Rob was on the staff, the AJ Harris year staff, So, we got top in-state recruits while T-Rob was here that left out of the state. So, but he was able to go over to Georgia and pull in guys from Georgia. So it's pros and there's cons, but there's no way to alleviate or don't be misguided. T-Rob's value is definitely almost unmeasurable. You can go out and find something to alleviate his loss, but his value to recruiting and his experience on the sideline defensively and the SEC is definitely important. Is going to play a big part. Would have been played a big part as Alabama's defensive success.
Yeah, and now kind of like, and you don't want to rush any of this stuff, but I think you have to put something into play. And I'm sure, there's a lot of, talk to the guys right now because we haven't seen any sort of like major fallout, to be honest. So, I mean, if the exit does come, we'll bring that news to you. But so far, you have announcements from two guys in the secondary that are going to play here that says one says locked in and one says support Coach KD. Where do we turn now? Well, it looks like a new name that has popped up is Kane Womack, who is the current head football coach at South Alabama. That's the name we were tracking. I updated the graphic up top. T. Rob Stain at Georgia. That's official. That was just confirmed by Chris Lowe of ESPN. So someone saying Jahad Campbell tweeted something.
Hey, question to the Bama fan base. Who is, and I already know the answer. I just want to see it because I want to make a point. Nathan Bone, are you not listening to what I just said? But anyways, who on the list of current players right now? If they announce that they're locked in and staying, regardless of a DC hire, who on the defensive side do you need to see saying that they're staying in? You could name 2 or 3 in the chat. Run your comments up.
One is mine is this guy right here.
That's why I was just asking it.
Jahad Campbell. Okay.
I just was following the tweets too, man.
Yeah. All right. Bama for life. Here we go. Yes. Okay. This makes me feel good. Caleb Downs. Yes. Caleb Downs says he's in.
Comes out. Yep.
I'm feeling. Oh, Trey Amos, Caleb Downs. Yeah. Caleb Downs, number 1. Jahad Campbell's probably like 2 or 3 for me. Seriously. I'm not just saying that. Deontay Lawson, clearly.
He was right up there.
Yeah, because those are the returning guys from like the nucleus. Yeah, those are my guys. I mean, and Moore's already in. You know that.
Check this. This is what I was going to allude to. Deontay Lawson retweeted. Lawson ain't never been a social media guy since recruiting. Deontay Lawson has never been a heavy presence on social media. For him to be retweeting what Smith's saying, so they got something going on. Something in that locker room is causing these guys, the older guys, to believe, man. Campbell is a true leader. That's one thing that Saban highlighted about him last year as a true freshman coming in with leadership abilities. Keely and Pierre, we're not gonna see much from these guys. They're not social media guys. I think these are keep your head down on the defensive side. And the younger guys, we didn't see a lot of social media from this class. That's the thing.
And these guys don't, and these guys don't have to make any sort of like statements or anything like that. It's just like,
I want to get on the field.
Yeah, I mean, these guys don't tweet anyways. If anything, it's like some of the stuff is on Instagram, so we might have to send some of our workers. Like, it looks like Bailey has Instagram. Bailey, you be on Instagram. Keep the eyes on Instagram.
Yeah, because I hate Instagram. I can't lie. I'm sorry, chat. If y'all been hitting me up on Instagram, I do not like being on Instagram. I just
Schoolie, what's up, man? He's saying show the snaps for Jahad Campbell. Cool, I got you. I'll show those for sure. Mr. Kyle Henderson on IG. If you guys want to follow me. And then the email, if you got, we want to have some sponsors for the shows. So this is the email, Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. Send, if you're like a business owner, big or small, doesn't matter. We love to have you featured on here. Some of, I think this is the wave of our show. So we're growing and definitely want to be able to take care of the coaches, the business, and continue to do this as a content creator. So, hit up Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. And if you want to become a fan funder, hit the hyperlink atop this video. It's a hyperlink if you're watching on your phone. If you're watching on a computer, hit the join button as low as $2.99 to support this type of content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I mean, you're like, $2.99 is nothing. It's not. But when you have thousands and thousands of fans, can help us sustain a real business model.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that is certainly sustainable if done right. So I appreciate you guys' contributions, whether it's super chats or becoming a fan funder. Either way, and if that's too much, and if you're not in that position, hit the thumbs up. It's free. It's always going to be free to watch for sure. So I appreciate you guys being here with us today as we continue to track all the latest news, notes, rumors, all that stuff.
Hey.
And what's up? I can replace him.
I can replace Downs on better. Hey, I think I got Miro too, man. Let's show up to the walk-on trials. They walk-on trials tomorrow, ain't it? They were set for tomorrow. Hey,
you already saw my tape, Smook.
Hey, I gotta go get. I'm gonna just film my walk-on trials. No practice, no prep. I'm going raw, y'all. Pause. I'm going in unprepared, and I'm gonna just go in with my with my naturality, my natural. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no prep. I'm not gonna warm the arm up. I'm not even gonna wear my gloves out there. I'm gonna go barehanded. I still got my cleats in the car because I do in the trunk. I do my own personalized development training with some of the players. We get as a matter of fact, tomorrow, if the weather holds up, I'll be entering my first session. My specialized wide receiver training with all my players that's trying to play wide receiver next year for me. So I might do some clips and share that with y'all on the content side, just to get decompress from this Alabama news sometimes, chat. I think some of y'all just get so overwhelmed with how things are happening. You want to know the ins and outs of everything. And there's no possible way to keep up with, 80 plus, 90 plus different minds in that locker room. When you talk about the kids, the coaching staff is, still getting put together. Y'all got to step away. And when you take a deep breath and come back, sometimes you'll start to see things shape and understand why they're shaping like that. And my boy Matthew said, get out there and blow a hammy. Look, I ain't doing no route more than 75, 80%. I'm telling you right now. I know my limits. Bro.
We got super chat in here. Do you think Charlie Strong is an option for DC? I don't think so. I don't know why. I don't have any insight on that, but I just feel like I don't know if he's at the point right now that he wants to be a DC. But I mean, right now he's looking like a name that is here, is available. Who knows? I mean, maybe as a defense analyst, he's just right. Sometimes, they always say it's right under your nose. So maybe he could be one, but I appreciate the super chat. And that's a really good question. A name that we've been talking about and a really qualified defensive coordinator, if you ask me. Maddie has become a fan funder. We appreciate your support. Thank you very much for becoming a fan funder of the YouTube channel. If you guys are fan funders too, you get access to different emojis as well. I might make some emojis of Smook and the other coaches as well. It's Ty. I can work on that. Those are always fun. But inside the chat, you can if you're a fan funder, you get access to those different emojis. Has Downs indicated whether he's looking around? I don't think so. I mean, this whole thing with Caleb Downs came out because he was following people on Instagram, and then people started to freak out, right? Was that it?
Yeah.
That's it. He's never even said anything.
Oh man.
He's follow someone on I mean, shoot.
Interesting topic. Yeah. Quick little spinner, curveball.
I think we should look at some schedules. Here are the kind of the headlines. We'll kind of filter them out as they go through. Up top, T-Rob staying at UGA. That's official. Kane Womack, a new name to watch as a defensive coordinator. Devontae Smith supports Coach KD. There's a good quote of him on Alabama. Jahal Campbell says Bama for life in a tweet just posted. And Jalen Mbakwe says locked in. That was a tweet as well. And Shaz Preston is going to Tulane. So that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of the headlines that we are tracking on January 15th. So you hired Coach Saban. Coach Saban retires on Wednesday. You hire your coach on Friday, and press conference on Saturday. I mean, man, this is the timeline, right? We just been cooking, man.
And I think that's what's happening with Bama fan base. They're getting overwhelmed with what's happening in such a short time. You got to understand, a lot of schools have to deal with this for weeks at a time in the offseason. We've literally hired a new head coach after replacing a coach that's been in the same seat for 17 years in a matter of 48 hours, less than 48 hours, and found a quality candidate, one that we're finding out now after some days after we've hired him. He was sought after by other major universities. USC was after Washington's head coach. Missouri, with the success that they had with Eli Drinkwitz, were after Kalen DeBoer. Florida had his name in a pocket. And mind you, y'all know what Florida and Billy Napier are going through right now. Like these are programs that are looking for a turnaround. Why are they going after Kellen DeBoer? You get what I'm saying? And Alabama was able to snap him. So honestly, and this is what I've been telling you, the people in the chat, if y'all really think about it, if you stop typing, if all Alabama fans stop typing right now in the chat, I guarantee you the comments will be rolling. If all true Alabama fans stop typing right now, the comments will keep rolling, because everybody in college football is still worried about Alabama still being top, still having a chance to be on top. There hasn't been enough turnover. I see Savage Dog in here. He hasn't talked anything about football yet. Diehard Dog fan hasn't talked anything about football or given credit to where credit is due. He just wants so bad for Alabama to be a sinking ship. That's his only hope right now. Right now, he can't even focus on what's happening at Georgia. The fact that they're losing 5 stars, they're losing 4 stars every other day. The more talent that come in, you only can hold so many scholarships. So don't think everybody's going to be able to come to Georgia. You got 4 and 5 stars over there that's looking like, okay, why we keep going through the portal? It's going to happen, man. It's a revolving door right now with college football. Just like Jermaine Burton left Georgia and came right over to Alabama. Everybody asks why. You see why. You get what I'm saying? He's Jermaine Burton late first round draft pick projections right now. Well, last year wasn't even talking about getting drafted. Was it a 4th round tie? I think it was 4th round grades he was getting last year. So I mean, wasn't even on the board coming from Georgia. So it's a thing, man. Yeah, we know Ryan grew up. I think they're just working out contracts for the staff right now. That's why the official announcement ain't been made. I don't know what the buyout status and all that is, because most of those guys are coming over as lateral promotions from Washington, or lateral moves, not necessarily promotions. So I don't know if you got any insight on that, Kyle.
What's up, Ty?
Oh, you know.
Smook, how you feeling, man? You need to blow?
About to go eat. You know me, my fat self about to go get something. I'm always trying to eat, man.
Come back, Smook. Your energy is just too good, man.
It's the coffee, man. I went to 7-Eleven, got something. Man, Ty know this. I don't drink coffee. You know, I have my other methods of focus intake. You know what I'm saying? So my wife was like, she woke up when we rolled up out the bed at 6 o'clock this morning. And mind you, we didn't go to sleep. I didn't go to sleep till 3 o'clock. So everybody that pulled up in the chat last night on my live, I didn't go to sleep till about 3. Just was so amazed, and I appreciate y'all for that. But wifey woke up about 6:37 this morning, trying to wake me up to go to work. We ain't got work today, baby. Leave me alone. Let me sleep in. And she was like, "Did you drink some coffee last night?" I was like, "No." So for some reason, she was smelling coffee. When she woke up this morning, we walked. This 7-Eleven is right across the street. That's like our thing in the morning. We wake up, we take our walk. Went and got 2 large cups of coffee, and neither one of us are coffee drinkers. She left here. She had clients today. Wired, man. And I know that coffee doing the same thing to me. I don't know much about coffee. I just know I got the Colombian roast. It was like Colombian roast, and it was like bold blend.
It was dark. That's what you did. You got a bold Colombian coffee. That's what you got.
Was that a good idea?
I mean, your performance has been pretty incredible today. So, I mean, for real.
Oh, man. Well, hey, chat, put me on some good Colombian bold brands for so I can add it to the repertoire. I got a Keurig in storage. I'm gonna go get that mug.
Shows are gonna get sponsored by Folgers. Who would have thought, man? Crazy.
Hey,
Folgers report with Smook.
Let's go, man. Best part of waking up.
That's right. It's Smook up in your cup.
Nah, don't do that. Pause, hey. But y'all know me, man. Coach Smook, man. I'm gonna be back, hopefully. But I'm gonna go grab something to eat, man. And I'm gonna be tuned in. I'm gonna be in the chat trying to moderate. and make sure we keep it clean and classy in there. Y'all keep supporting like we've been doing, man, all day coverage or however long we go, all day coverage, man. I'm going to rock with y'all, man, for real. Look, everybody in chat, you got them acting up. You got to act them up.
All right, so
yeah,
we'll catch up with you in a minute, man. Like,
for sure, bro. Roll.
Welcome on in. Smoke just kills it, man. See, like his energy is just I can feel it, you know. He hits, man. I love it. And
He's out there.
yeah, and then you have Ty coming in. Ty, so kind of give you the rundown real quick of what we're tracking. If you just get it in, hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. And if you want to become a fan funder, as you know, hit the hyperlink atop this video. We appreciate you guys' support, as low as $2.99 a month to support the YouTube channel. Super chats are, of course, welcomed, but come in here, be comfortable, be free, put your comfies on, and we are tracking everything revolving the Alabama Crimson Tide. So, Ty, I'm going to start up top and kind of work my way down on January 15th headlines. So you got T-Rob, who is officially staying at Georgia, and Chris Lowe put the kibosh on kind of everything. Now, it was interesting because he did say 100% that he interviewed, but the thing was interesting is he said he interviewed for hours with KD. So, like, man, what went wrong? You know, what was the ultimate decision in that? I mean, I think that was, let's kind of start there, I guess, man. I mean, it's a loss for sure, but like for hours, the interview went down and, you know, couldn't figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things I whenever DeBoer was hired, I said if we could retain T-Rob, that would be even better because that's how highly I think of him. But what I want all Bama fans and everybody out there to remember, he left days ago. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't been an employee at Alabama for days. So like it was always an uphill battle getting him back. Right? Like it's not like he just left today to Georgia. We certainly wanted him as defensive coordinator. It is a loss, but like the loss happened a few days ago and Alabama engaged in everything they could to try and mitigate that loss. But I said this the other day, Kyle, at the point where he took the job that quickly at Georgia, that told me conversations had been happening for a while between he and Kirby. And Kirby ended up getting him to come over there, and then Bama had to fight the uphill battle. Another thing is, I think Muschamp was big in this, right? Because they have that relationship. And I think that him being at Georgia, even if it's in like a ancillary role at this point, like he's not an on-field coach, I think that was big in the whole T-Rob saga. Like Alabama could offer him defensive coordinator, but at Georgia, he still has Kirby, right? To kind of mentor him. Not saying like not let him be the defensive coordinator, but you still have Kirby Smart to kind of mentor you. You still have Muschamp there. So I said it earlier and I stand by it. This is a loss. T-Rob is someone, the first name I wanted retained, but he left days ago. I applaud DeBoer and the company for going after there and making this a battle, right? Like, don't just lay down. They got up and fought. And ultimately, Kirby won. But once again, Kirby had won this days ago whenever he went over there. So it is what it is, right? On to the next one. But, like, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it.
Have a couple super chats to run through. And he's Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. Definitely follows YouTube channel. Has great college football content. He's a guest host here on Bama Football on YouTube. Super chat in from Expedition Greg. Any updates on Coach Grubb? The last major update is from Chris Lowe, who's been scooping really everything. Said that he's expected to be on the staff as the OC at Alabama under Kalen DeBoer. So I appreciate the super chat. Calvin is saying South Alabama beat Oklahoma State 33-17. Love that update. And that's a good point out because now we're starting to talk about Kane Womack as a new name that people are starting to mention as, you know, maybe a candidate at least to be the DC here at Alabama. He's the current head football coach at South Alabama. David with the 199, nice little kitty cat on the avatar. Rumor is Downs is seen moving his things in his dorm. Can't really confirm that. You know, there's a lot of rumors swirling around right now. I haven't heard anything like that. He hasn't said anything. to indicate that he is leaving, but people continue to talk about him because I think that would be probably the most dramatic thing to happen, other than like Coach Saban retiring. So we'll keep you posted on anything, and we'll make sure that's verified and vetted before we talk about Caleb Downs, leaving or staying. Nick is inside with the $4.99. I know all about the transfer portal, but Kalen has been pretty strong in the portal. Harbaugh leaves, then Courtney Morgan going to be picking. So who is Courtney Morgan? Courtney Morgan is in charge of player personnel. And you got to think with ties there, he could potentially be landing a bunch of guys. And as you saw, Harbaugh, I believe, is interviewing for the Chargers, right, Ty?
Yes.
Okay, so
Chargers.
interviewing for the Chargers. Matt 332 is saying, is Ryan Grubb hired for sure? Nothing is for sure in terms of the coaches that we have showed other than Kalen DeBoer. But all signs, like the expectations are that Ryan Grubb should be the OC here at Alabama. Daniel, thank you for being a fan funder of the YouTube channel. Same thing with Talton as well. And then Matt Forrest, appreciate you. How to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel. Go up and hit the hyperlink as low as $2.99 a month to support the content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Helps me take care of Ty, the coaches, and all the content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So a lot to dive into, and kind of tracking the other headlines throughout the day. Kane Womack, I don't know if you had an opportunity to even go into this, Ty, while you were away, but he's kind of a name that has popped up as a name to start talking about as a DC. Actually, there's a lot of people on here clearly from South Alabama, Lower Alabama, LA, if you will, that actually like this probably was like 70-30, pretty excited about him. Do you know, have you had time to talk or to kind of look over Kane?
I've looked him over, but I don't know much about like him, defensive philosophy, anything like that. I don't know too much about him. I'd have to go and study deeper. And I just don't want to sit up here and say like, oh yeah, I know, he's great. I'm sure he's a great defensive mind. If I'm not mistaken, whenever he worked with DeBoer up in Indiana, if I'm not mistaken, that like they were really solid up there, but I just don't know enough about the guy.
Well, here's kind of the rundown on him. It was at UT Martin in 2010 as the QB coach. Jacksonville State was a GA. Ole Miss. A lot of people talking that he runs a 4-2-5 type of defense. I don't know, if that really transitions over here to Alabama, being that Alabama likes a 3-4. South Alabama, as he was the DC and linebackers coach, and then he was at Indiana, and the Indiana spot is where he was connected to Kalen DeBoer. I think at first I was kind of a little bit taken. Look, none of this is even like official. This is just a name that's also been thrown out there. But one thing that does kind of excite me about this is the fact that, we've talked about kind of recruiting and understanding the landscape of Alabama, the Southeast, making contacts with coaches, understanding that you have relationships with these high school football coaches and how important that is for recruiting. And having Kane come in and seeing that he's in South Alabama, Lower Alabama, recruiting that area, that kind of gives me some confidence. And people said, they were saying that they were pretty excited about this. So, in your next break, your off time, look up Kane, maybe watch, some of his defense or read up on him, because I'd be eager to get your take on him. And Kane Womack is a name that we're tracking right now.
Yeah, I know some people that I certainly trust their football opinion. I've seen them on Twitter and stuff saying, oh, this would be an interesting hire, very smart mind. And so if they, like I said, I trust those people's opinion, but I just haven't seen enough myself. I do remember the Oklahoma State game, though, right? Like I remember that where they just absolutely demolished Oklahoma State. But you just never know how good Oklahoma State is. They're a weird program.
It's a very weird program. And I think that Mike Gundy won the Big 12 Coach of the Year award. I mean, over Sark. That was a weird one.
That's a very weird place.
That would be a weird program to cover, in my opinion.
It's just like they had their quarterback, Spencer Sanders there.
Yeah.
He enters the transfer portal, and instead of Oklahoma State keeping him, he ends up going to Ole Miss, and like he's behind Jackson. Like it's just Oklahoma State is entertaining as can be, just because it's such a wild place. But yeah, no, I know people who are very high on Womack, and I trust their football opinions. So I'm excited to kind of dive into it. But I can't say off the top of my head I know a ton of information about Womack. But I did see the Devontae Smith quote, right? I sent that in the group chat, and that I thought was really exciting to see how fired up he was about Coach DeBoer, that he was 100% bought in, and that was just really good to see, because he was a guy that, Kyle, all up until the offseason, up until that injury, it seemed like an inevitability that he and Downs were the starters at
Yeah.
safety, and like they were ready to go. And so that makes me excited, because you have Smith coming. I don't know. What would you think about Devontae Smith really like giving such an emphatic review of DeBoer?
Yeah, so right now, kind of what you're seeing is players on social media going to social media, and not that all of them are going to make any sort of announcement or whatever, but you're starting to see players show kind of their support for Coach KD, and or say like Locked In or Bama for Life. So kind of let's walk you through that, and that's Devontae Smith. And you're like, what? Alabama has another Devontae Smith? Yeah, Smitty goes by Smitty as well, and he was going to be the starting safety before he had an injury. I think it was like in August. It was close to the first game. And then he got healthy. I caught up with him, and man, the guy just has a beaming personality, complete baller. So he's coming back, and he says that he fully supports Coach KD. And then there's an article on Alabama to where he basically is like, anyone not buying into Coach KD is an idiot. He said that literally. That was his quote. I think that's impactful, because you're starting to see the kind of the leaders rise up out of this. I think, not to say, and look, nobody owes anybody a statement, but when you start having leaders rise up and make statements like a Jalen Milroe statement or something like that, those are impactful. The leaders, right? So I'm saying that because Jahad Campbell, you see that Bama for life. We asked Smook and I were talking in terms of like which players would be most impactful to like make a statement, or you're like, rest assured I'm coming back. Caleb Downs is number one, and number two is certainly, for me, it would either be Deontay Lawson or Jahad Campbell. And I'm not just saying that because he said it. I just truly believe in Jahad Campbell 1,000,000%.
And they both affirmed. Both of them have. Deontay Lawson has been on social media trying to re-recruit Ryan Williams to the University of Alabama, and now you have Jahad Campbell basically letting it be known that he's locked in. So that's big. That's big, seeing that from both of them.
And I guess I'm trying to find out. Marquise Mays has been tweeting out a couple things. I wanted to pull up him on Twitter as well. I think he had something to say. I think he said that there's somebody else about to hit the portal. Did he say that?
Yeah, he said somebody would hit the portal as a result of the news about T-Rob, but not much else.
Huh. Let's see.
Look, as long as we can retain Freddie Roach, if we look at the 2024 recruiting rankings, right? Freddie Roach, once again, a top recruiter, ladies and gentlemen, not only a quality coach, but a top recruiter. That will be huge. That will be huge.
You know, I guess he said something about being the highest paid DC, and he still turned it down. I mean, that's kind of the room. I mean, that's what Marquise May said on Twitter. Man, I just like the T-Rob one stings, but you move past it. And Schooley's like, don't listen to the viral takes. So Jahad Campbell coming in with Bama for Life, and then Jalen Mbakwe, who's really probably the most underrated dude because he doesn't really even say anything. Has been locked in this entire time, says locked in. And then we have Shaz Preston going to Tulane. That was something that came up as well as we're tracking kind of the headlines for today. So, I mean, the support, you're starting to see it. I want to see, but fans are getting restless because of the DC hire. Then again, it's only Monday. This is a interesting one too. This is a nice connection. Coach David Ballou, who's a strength coach, worked with Coach Kalen DeBoer and Womack at Indiana. Nice addition right there. I like that.
That's big.
Yeah, because he's done a really good job, 100% with this squad, taking over for Scott Cochran. Remember when he came over with Dr. Matt Ray? And he was like, Dr. Matt Ray was kind of like the scientist behind the scenes. And David Ballou was like, no, Jahar Campbell is not leaving, Bill, inside the comment box. He says Bama for life. And then they split up. And I think Dr. Matt Ray went to the Saints and David Ballou stayed here. He's been working with the team and been doing a really good job. Probably doesn't get a lot of credit. You always get the credit like after you move on or whatever. But people still call back for Scott Cochran, even though he was a little bit more like animated on the sidelines. I think that David Ballou, I've heard some really good things about him. How about Jeff Allen? Is he going to retire too, or is he going to be retained? Jeff Allen is the head athletic trainer at the University of Alabama for the football team. And man, like I'm sure he's retained. Because Alabama football, they just got this new, I don't know if it's just for Alabama football, they got a new sports and science center, which is literally connected to Mount Moore. And that's how they're able to get all these guys back to health so quickly. So other than that, those are the headlines that we're tracking today on January 15th. I think the biggest one clearly up at the top with T-Rob staying at UGA being official. What else you got, Ty?
Yeah, I just think that Muschamp was big there for Georgia, right? They have that connection. It is what it is. Like I said, it's a loss, no doubt about it. T-Rob's a hell of a recruiter. I think he's a hell of a coach, but it was an uphill battle offering him back, right? Because he gets the opportunity to learn from a defensive-minded head coach and Kirby Smart. It's basically still a mentorship where it's one of those things where at Alabama, it'd be all on him. It'd be an offensive-minded head coach, and it's all on him as opposed to having a defense that he gets to call, but also being able to learn under a really brilliant defensive mind in Kirby Smart. So I get it. It was an uphill battle trying to get him back. I respect DeBoer and company for going after it. I think they made it really difficult, punches and counter punches, but ultimately I think it's that relationship with Muschamp that big here. And I mean, Kirby and everything, don't get me wrong. Not minimizing that at all.
Huh. Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at for what hour is this? 2 p.m. But like people like the wheels falling off. No, I don't think so. I mean, until you like get start seeing like a huge exodus on defense, which I don't think you're going to see. I mean, that's when you start freaking out, but I don't think we're freaking out as well.
And luckily, Chris Lowe has reported that Roach appears to be staying. Lowe has reported it. Matt Zennett's reported it. So that's good.
With Freddie Roach?
Yeah. That was one of the. So that's a great place to be in, is if you can retain Freddie Roach. He was one of the highest ranked recruiters. He's been a top recruiter in the past. Because you lost Wiggins, and he was Alabama's highest rated recruiter. I think he was the number 2 recruiter in the nation this past cycle. Now T-Rob's gone. You got to keep Roach.
And here's how the staff is coming together right now. And these are, put together by, tweets that pretty much Chris Lowe has posted about. But I like this so far. It's just like, Kane Womack, any news? Not yet. Do y'all sleep? Yes. Got in a solid 4.5 hours today. And I got a workout in. Feel good. A little bit. I might need a little midday snack. But this morning I went. I like this. I've already talked about the fact that I like this. So, Kalen DeBoer in, Courtney Morgan as the GM, Brian Grubb, Jamarcus Shep, Nick Sheridan, Jarrett McElwain, the son of Jim McElwain. I like that the more I thought about it. You got to think he has so many contacts. Freddie Roach being retained, Robert Gillespie being retained, Scott Huff. A lot of people have asked about Eric Wolford. I don't think he's going to be retained, clearly, because they have a new OC right here. So, Ty, you were talking about this earlier as well. Spencer says that he would like to see proven corner like Jabbar Muhammad come in, I think that could probably be likely.
Yeah, I think it'd be really nice. It all depends. We need to get a defensive coordinator hired, and we need to do it quick because if I'm not mistaken, there were reports out today that he is scheduling a visit to Texas. He's from DeSoto, Texas, and his cousin is Manny Muhammad, who's going to be a starting quarterback. Denzel Witherspoon says, "What about Muschamp, DC, since he got demoted by Georgia?" I don't see that happening, especially not with T-Rob going over to Georgia. Those two have a connection. I don't think that'll happen. I think he's fine with kind of going into the role he has now, which it is what it is. So
yeah, who that dude is saying Muhammad to Texas, 100%.
yeah, I think that's really likely. Now, if Alabama had announced that there's, they have T-Rob still, or if they had a defensive coordinator, something to offer, you might be able to get him in for a visit. And at that point, who knows? But at the point where Texas has a defensive coordinator and everything right now, and he's from Texas and his cousin plays there, it just seems much more likely that it's a much more linear path in terms of the known versus unknown.
Yeah, I got you. Oh man, someone's asking inside the comment box, who's going to be the leading wide receiver? We talked about that. I mean, the receivers are, they are deep. So much talent at the wide receiver position. We've gone over that a few times. I was going to pull up Jahad Campbell. Someone had asked me to pull up his Pro Football Focus. And then I wanted to look at, I think I was going to try to look at, verify. Oh, I like this chart. This is kind of like more roster management news. I think that we could, coaches on the move. All right. I'm just giving this a quick rundown real quick. This is a lot of information. Oh, Shaz Preston, I need to update this real quick because this is kind of like a huge graphic that I'm about to show you. So let me just give it a look over one more time. On the move, coaches. One more second, fam. Appreciate you guys being patient. All right. So
yeah, guys, Tommy Reese is more than likely. I mean, I don't know anything for sure, but I would imagine he's out.
yeah, oh yeah, Tommy. I don't know where Tommy goes. He's gonna land on his feet. He's only 30. Man, the opportunity of a lifetime to come over here to Alabama's offense, right? Okay, so here's kind of roster management. And we're putting these green check marks, I guess, by for like verified news. I'll go full screen with it. Strength and conditioning, as someone in the comment box pointed out, it looks like because David Ballou has connections that I don't know. I mean, we haven't heard anything in terms of strength and conditioning. It just wouldn't make sense to get rid of David Ballou at this point. Change over at those type of positions. I mean, I don't think it's you have to come in and rearrange anything there. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Dave Ballou has returned as well. Starting on the left, you look to all those guys going to the NFL. We talked about that a bunch. We talked about the guys transferring. I think we have all these guys. Kendrick Blackshire is still open on the board. Shaz Preston just committed to Tulane. Smook was saying that he likes that spot for Shaz Preston. Portal since Coach Saban, you have Isaiah Bond, Antonio Kite, Sean Murphy, Des Ricks. Jamie French decommitted. He's from the class of 2025. Coaches on the move, Coach Saban, Kevin Still, Coleman Hutzler, T-Rob, and Holman Wiggins. Transfers into Monty Jackson, LT Overton, Nyquil Bentrade in. He's an offensive tackle. Coaches in Kalen DeBoer, Courtney Morgan, and of course the other coaches that we've continued to show on the screen. I know there's a lot to keep track of, so that's kind of a large kind of look at the roster management. I can only imagine like the boards, like the official boards that they have like at the University of Alabama, like on their coaching boards when they're like recruiting and all this roster management, because it's like it's been nonstop news, and you're starting to see some announcements from some players. I think that's going to continue to be a case that we see, but here's looking like the coaching staff, and here it's coming together, and the sky has not fallen here in Tuscaloosa, although it is getting really cold. In fact, they put the kids on a 2-hour delay for school tomorrow. The kids haven't been to school since Thursday. So
Is the weather that bad there?
No, it's just cold. I mean, I think it could get a little bit icy, and of course, we don't mess around with ice. But there's no like precipitation at all. I don't, I don't know. So I guess we'll have to see what happens. Let's look at. I wanted to put out Alabama's football schedule. Where is there snow in Alabama? I think Sean said there was a little bit of snow this morning. Here's Alabama's football schedule for. Oh no, this is the 2023 schedule. Let's go up to 2024.
I saw people asking about that, and at this point, I have no idea, like, to even give you any sort of inclination until I know who the defensive coordinator is, until I know what the staff is going to look like. I have no idea. I think the offense will be fantastic, but I have no idea about a roundabout overview until I know what the team's going to look like, roster's going to look like, and staff.
Here's Muscle Shoals. Wow, it's covered up in snow. Wow, it's crazy. I bet it's kind of nice to look at though. Hella snow in the 256. Wow, crazy. 62 and sunny in South Alabama. Ooh, I need to be down there playing some golf. 6 inches in Muscle Shoals. What?
That's wild.
Snap counts for defense. Yeah, I can show the snap counts for defense after the schedules for sure. Okay. Here's a look at the schedule. Ty, what are your thoughts about these first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games?
Yeah, I mean, like I just said, it's kind of tough to call anything right now until we have a comprehensive overview of what the staff looks like, of what the roster looks like. So it's kind of tough to dive into expectations for next year when we don't even really have a clear understanding of the coaching staff or anything like that. You have the 2 back-to-back games that are kind of more games that you can get rolling into with Western Kentucky and UCF. Then you at Wisconsin, so you got to go on the road there and then follow it up with Georgia, which is going to be a tough out. Vandy and then South Carolina. So there's some opportunity for growing early, but you're going to have to grow up pretty quick when you go on the road against Wisconsin, and then you have Georgia coming to town.
Yeah, I think my thoughts are you get the warm-up games in. I have no idea what's going to be going on with Wisconsin or not. But going up to Camp Randall, I mean, that's going to be a first on-the-road game for Coach Kalen DeBoer and his crew. What's up, Carrick? I see you inside the comment box. Thanks for being here, man. What's up? You're my boy, too. Appreciate the super chat. What do you guys think of Derek Ansley? Love Derek Ansley. Did a really good job here at Alabama. Believe he's still in the NFL. Before you come back, and you have an open week before you take on Georgia. And that's going to be the game that everybody is here. Everybody is curious to see. And look, Georgia and Alabama, they hate each other. This has become, I mean, it's always been that game. But now that these two teams are at the top of the pinnacle and Alabama won last year in the SEC, I mean, you see all the Georgia fans inside the comment box. They're hurt. They're stung. And they have a right to be. I mean, they thought that they could win 3 in a row, and Alabama stopped that. So they have all year to think about those games. Then you have Vanderbilt. You have South Carolina. This is kind of this back end. This is difficult. This is challenging. Yeah. Okay, you have Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee's here, and that's been tough for Bama fans to deal with because Tennessee had not been here for a long time. Josh Heupel, whether you like him or not, he's got a good squad. The last 2 games have been hard fought. Tennessee has been they've done a great job under him, honestly. Missouri, shoot, Eli Drinkwitz, he punches above his belt. Plus, Missouri's just tough. Good thing that game is here in Tuscaloosa. Not to say that they wouldn't win in Columbia, but still. Then you have another 2 weeks to prep for a big road game against LSU. That game, there's going to be so much on the line on that game. And, man, think about Coach Kalen DeBoer. Okay. He has not coached in a game of this magnitude in any of this. Like, yeah, I get it. He's won where he's been. And but the SEC, I'm telling you, it is crazy. These games are a different level. Preparing is a different level. A game on the road at Tennessee, whew, but there's nothing like a game on the road against LSU in the nighttime. And then you have Mercer. Then you have Oklahoma, at Oklahoma. And people are saying Tommy Rees to Georgia. And
Oh no, what
is
a
that
travesty that would be. That would just be terrible. I'm just messing around. I actually think Tommy Reese did a fine job this year. He's super young. I think he's going to have a bright future, but I do really believe that Grubb's coming in and DeBoer is an offensive guy. He's going to bring in I'm not worried about the offense, right? I am not worried about the offense one bit. If you've dove into the Washington offense with Grubb, Saban wanted Grubb bad for a reason. DeBoer has been a fantastic offensive coach. Offensively, I'm excited. Defense is where it's up next. Like that's where I'm really keyed in on. That's what is the thing. I think Tommy Reese did a fine job. Didn't mean for him to catch a stray right there, but yeah, I just think that DeBoer is going to get his guys on offense.
Yep.
And at least we don't have to play at Jordan Hare this year.
Either I for whatever reason the game seem, and I know like all the time it's like anytime you go down to Jordan Hare, it's just like that is always just a challenging game all the time. Doesn't matter. It's always hard. It's crazy. Doesn't matter how good Alabama is and how bad Auburn is. It's just close. It's hard, especially under Hugh Freeze. I mean, they just don't like each other.
I said I was going to go burn sage at the Jordan Hare Stadium before the game this past year, and I didn't make it up there, and it was a scare. We needed 4th and 31. Next time I'm going to be there, you'll see me pregame with the sage walking the stadium because, my goodness gracious, that place. And it's not just us, Kyle. I mean, you go back, Georgia has had some wild things occur in that stadium, right? Like, you remember the fumble pass where it was balls just going everywhere? I mean, that stadium is cursed for anybody not named Auburn.
I'm bringing up the defensive Pro Football Focus grades because I think Schooley inside the comment box want to see them. So if you don't know about Pro Football Focus, basically it's an organization that puts together analytical data to where we can see how well the players did on a grading scale. What I'm going to show to you right now is the defense. And then we can kind of talk about guys that are returning, guys that are leaving, and it'll kind of give you a spotlight of the guys returning. I've showed snap counts already. I go off snap counts because it tells you how many, clearly how many snaps they played. And with our analysis, we can kind of give you a better picture of how the defense is looking. So if you're new to this, Pro Football Focus, again, they give us some analytics to look at. So I'll just kind of walk you through it up on the top left, and then we can kick the ball back and forth. So why is it so important to keep Caleb Downs? Well, number one, he played in 890 snaps as just a freshman. As you can see, the higher the grade, the higher performance for the player. So his overall defensive grade is 85.6. To put that into perspective, that's like elite. That's like NFL type talent, which is just mind blowing. His coverage grade, COV on the far right, says 88.9. That's remarkable for a freshman. Like, it's remarkable. Okay. Kool-Aid was number 2 in terms of snaps, 848 snaps, 88.8 overall defensive grade, and in coverage, 87.8. So it tells you just how good Alabama's corners were, both playing in 14 games and balling out of control. I mean, Terrion, there is no question that he would leave for the NFL if you look to the analytics. Look at that run defense grade. He had a 90.5. That means he's a really good open field tackler, has a tackle grade of 73.9 as well. Malachi Moore played in 751 snaps. He's returning. His coverage grade was 79.6. Jalen Key is going to the NFL. He played in 12 games and 693 snaps. You can see, it was not as high as, the grades as some of the other guys in the secondary, but still comparable. Some of the other guys that are notable that will be returning, people asked about, I think Schooley asked about Jahad Campbell. Jahad Campbell's number 10 on the list, down at the bottom left of your screen, played in 13 games, played in a total of 532 snaps. And his tackle grade, I think, is most notable at 79.8. I'm trying to look for anything else that kind of stands out. Yeah, so that's kind of like the Pro Football Focus grades. And if you have questions, I'll leave it open for a second because Pro Football Focus grades always interesting to dive into. They literally tell the story. what is Caleb Downs leaving? No. Like Caleb, like trust me, like if Caleb Downs is leaving, it'll be like breaking news all over. We haven't heard anything else about Caleb Downs other than just like rumors. So that's kind of where things stand. It's just rumor mill talk, people freaking out, skies falling, all that stuff. But in terms of him absolutely leaving or hitting the transfer portal, we've been able to really, it's just nothing has happened in that aspect. And I think that would make Alabama fans sleep easier is if they find out that he is staying. What about on the offensive side, Ty? Is there like in terms of like announcements other than like Jalen Milroe, like because like nobody from the offense besides we had Isaiah Bond and Amari Niblack, but nobody else is like hit the transfer portal. Who are the biggest contributors you think, in your opinion, that you're excited to see come back? And I don't know if they need to make a statement, but guys that could potentially flourish under Ryan Grubb here at Alabama.
On offense, my goodness gracious, you look at a Danny Lewis. I think that he is a tight end that, and even myself, Amari Niblack, I love his ability. Danny Lewis is an incredibly balanced tight end. What I mean when I say that, you can have him doing really effective run blocking, and he has the ability to be an effective pass catcher. So I think he's going to be an interesting one to watch. Kendrick Law is probably the one I'm super excited to see offensively because of the ability he has, plus the creativity of this DeBoer and Grubb's offense. That's where I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Jalen Hale, I think he's going to be a really impactful player. And then, of course, you look at the running backs. One of the things we talked about earlier is everybody talks about what the wide receivers did with Washington, and naturally they had 2,000-yard wide receivers, but Dylan Johnson also ran for 1,200 yards there.
Yes.
He was a key part of that offense. Yep. He was just super banged up by the time the playoffs came and most people started watching. So I think that Justice Haynes is going to be huge. J.M. Miller, Richard Young. Offensively, like I said, I'm nothing but excited for the offensive side of the ball. And then if we talk about the offensive line, if Scott Huff is the guy, and all reports indicate that he is, I like Wolford. I think he's a great recruiter. He assembled something really good up there at Kentucky. But the problem is Alabama is experiencing the same problems on the offensive line that they were experiencing under Doug Marrone. It's been 3 years. Kyle Flood and Texas turned around their offensive line within 3 years, or at least got it in a position to where the questions were largely answered. At Alabama, they gave up 47 sacks this year. That's unacceptable, right? Like that can't continue. So if you get the Joe Moore a winning offensive line coach, I'm over the moon about that. Offensively, I'm really excited. It's just, what are we going to do with the defensive side of the ball? And I hate to beat a dead horse with that, but that is the question, right? Like that is the question I have. That's the question I think everybody in here has. I think everybody would be very honest that offensively, Bama's going to be exciting, right? Like, and Mike Fort in here dropping knowledge. And thank you, Mike. You even dropped 2013. I saw you say that whenever we were talking about the freaky things that have happened in Jordan-Hare Stadium, that Auburn-Georgia game. I saw you drop the year and the wide receiver, everything. So appreciate that. But Mike Fort, Michigan fan in here, even talking about how people equate UW and DeBoer as air raid, but Dylan Johnson had over 1,100 rushing yards. So Justice will be an integral piece in that offense. 100%. Justice will flourish in the offense.
Yep.
Denzel with the $2. Y'all think we got the Joe Moore win? Y'all think we get the Joe Moore award with Huff? Could. I think we could win it with Huff.
See, one of the players that I'm most excited about coming back is probably Jaden Roberts, right? How good is that going to be this coming season? And that's why I think that, like when we were talking about earlier, Nate Kelpo, who's a potential transfer guy that could come to Bama. Like the guards that Alabama has, are going to be phenomenal. Tyler Booker's really good. I think that, he played sophomoric at times. I think he got beat at times. Michigan beat him. But that guy, he's really talented. And Jaden Roberts, man, he's kind of starting to be a household name, but I think he's a all SEC type guy for sure. So that's why I'm so excited about Alabama's offensive line. It just, the guards are ultra talented, and Caden Proctor, they'll figure out, whether he needs to lose weight and, gain some agility or whatever it is. So you got 3 out of your 5 offensive linemen coming back. And those guys are coming back. I'm not tripping. You got your quarterback coming back. You got 2 really good wide receivers. 2 really good running backs, and running backs who haven't even shined yet. Richard Young, right? And I know Marquise Mays is definitely going off on Twitter right now for sure. Yeah. People, the emotional toll, seriously, the ramifications that Saban leaving is having is real. It's a serious thing. A lot of people grew up with Coach Saban. A lot of people have played under Coach Saban. Coach Saban has been this focal point, the staple for the state of Alabama. I honestly think he has an impact on the economy here in Tuscaloosa. I really do.
Oh, no doubt.
So I think, I think they're people being emotional and all this stuff is just, it's part of it for sure.
I'm trying to find out what Marquise Mays is over.
Yeah, what's he going off on? Is there a tweet that we need to bring and put on on the screen? And I think what you're seeing here is by other people in the chat is, see, Coach Saban has had Alabama so dominant, and he has been someone that everybody, people couldn't be happy of other programs because Coach Saban was at Alabama. You couldn't get past him. You couldn't beat his teams. They're always going to be up in the Final Four, or up in the championship, whatever it was. And so fans are coming over here because they want to see the house burn down. They are hoping for explosions. They're hoping for fallouts. They want to see Alabama suffer because that Coach Saban, what he was able to do to all these programs for more than a decade, they're feeling it. We have PTSD from Pete Golden's defense. They have PTSD from playing Coach Saban for the last forever. And that's why you see all these people in the chat pounding on it. They want to see this burn. They want to see it. They want to see more and more. Reek, we see you, man. Hayes for sure brings it. It looks like we got Coach Smook on. I think we need to add that to the screen again. I don't know what happened here. We got switched out. There we go. So sky isn't falling over here. It's just changing of the guards, and Coach KD has a really a big job to do, and that's get into the defensive coordinator. And who knows? I mean, it could take a little bit longer than we anticipate. So we're just gonna be right with you guys.
Yeah, I'm chilling, to be honest with you. Like I said, the big blow is Saban retired. I think they made as good of a move as you could have made outside of Kirby, right? I think you get a coach that has energy, that's young. The only thing that would have made DeBoer any better is if he was any sort of SEC ties, but you see someone in chat saying DeBoer is a bad coach. That's absolutely facetious. He's 104-12, 25-3, inherited a 4-8 program and took them 11-2 in 1 year, inherited an offense that was number 108 in the nation and took them to a top 15 offense within 1 year, national championship within 2 years, 7-0 against Steve Sarkisian, Dan Lanning, Lincoln Riley. The guy can coach.
Mm-hmm.
The guy can clearly coach. So it is what it is, right? We just need to see what the defense does. I'm just wait and see. That's what I've been preaching for the past 24 hours to everybody in Alabama Nation. Take a wait and see approach.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wait and see. And what we know is that Coach KD is recruiting the players. Yeah, we just saw that Red Morgan tweeted that he's locked in. He's a recruit for this 2024 class. Saw that on Twitter just now for sure. So you're starting to see kind of these like announcements or statements or whatever you want to call them about these players saying that they're pro Bama still, which I think is good. But I mean, it's not every player is going to do that. So if you don't see an announcement by a player, it doesn't mean that the player is like isn't locked in. I mean, he just might not be in social media, but he has to recruit these players. And I just kind of get back to the main topic up top with T-Rob is just, okay, we move on. The guy doesn't want to be at Alabama anymore. One thing that we don't do as people and don't do this in life, don't chase, right? Somebody like doesn't want to be here. Somebody doesn't want to work for you. Somebody doesn't want to be with you. Let them go, right? Just, all right, that's it. It's over. And you move forward, right? So as we transition to the next defensive coordinator, there's going to be someone that steps up. I mean, this Kane Womack, I mean, at first I kind of looked at him and didn't really know who he was. I don't know if he's a true like top candidate, but this is the University of Alabama. There's going to be people who want to come over here to coach up this defense. You think about the name. Like there's probably some names that we haven't talked about that can't wait to get over here to talk to Greg Byrne and Coach KD. Like, yeah, I want to be a part of it. Yeah, I want to coach up this defense. It's a changing of a guard. It's okay. It's difficult to kind of navigate through because there's so many things that we don't know. The coaching staff is kind of, is clearly not complete just yet, but that's okay. It's gonna come. It's gonna happen. What's up, more with the super chat? Dontario, whoever transfers. The players that have a chance to become Alabama football legends in helping start this new era. Caleb Downs.
Did he really say that? Because if he said that, I'm going to be very happy.
Dontario, where'd you get that from, man? Appreciate the super chat. Dontario, let us know where you got that from, man. If he came out, we be on it because we have some people that have been like swooping social media, and I mean that's something that will break the internet for sure. Is if like a statement came out from Caleb.
That would be big.
Want to break the internet? Do that.
Yeah, for real. If that's a quote from him, that would single-handedly like calm down Alabama Nation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that one quote would just calm people down. It is what it is.
Let's read out this
$5.
Yeah, read it out, Ty.
What about the former players who are in the building as position coaches? This will also help with keeping this from imploding. Well, I think HaHa is a name to watch, right? Like if you can get him as like
Yep.
What I thought would have been interesting is if T-Rob was defensive coordinator, then you put HaHa at like maybe secondary coach, right? Like that'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I do agree, PK. If there's any way where you can get former players with the coaching experience to come in there, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that'd be big. They know the standard. They played in it.
Yeah, I like the HaHa Clinton Dix as well reference because he's certainly climbing in his coaching career and he might be ready to hop on the field as like a DB coach. I think he's kind of in a support role right now. But talk about a guy who knows the system, knows the standard, because you want to have some guys from the ecosystem still from Saban. It doesn't have to be all under Saban's ecosystem. This is a completely different regime that's taking over, but still guys that have that, kind of like Saban dog in them a little bit that the players respect because Saban is the guy who recruited all of your guys on the roster. So it's important to have some of that continuity. And I think Clinton Dix could certainly be one of those guys. I mean, he was always posting those viral tweets back in the summer about talking about Saban, talking about the players, really well respected here at the University of Alabama. He would be a guy that I'm curious to see what happens with him. And we might not know because he's in a support role type position. So I can't even imagine Coach KD's schedule right now. He's like, oof. But he knew what he was coming into. And priority number one has to be fill out the DC and continue to re-recruit these players, specifically Caleb Downs. And still haven't heard like a statement from any of the other guys. Hey, Ty, look, there's no reason to think that like a Will, like where do you think Will Rogers goes? You think he stays with Washington, or like what's what are people saying about Will Rogers? Because Will Rogers left from Mississippi State, threw for what I think he might have thrown for 16 or 12,000 yards.
Threw for a bunch of yards.
Right, a bunch of yards. Went out to Washington, hit the portal again. What's kind of the water cooler talk on him?
As far as I know, he was at the meeting with Coach Fish. So I know he hit the portal, but he at least stayed to hear after entering the portal what Coach Fish had to say. So going to be interesting, but I just think whenever he's a talented quarterback. Kyle, there's a lot of talented quarterbacks on this Alabama roster if you're able to keep them. And all due respect to Will Rogers, I think DeBoer and Grubb will be very happy with the quarterbacks that are on Alabama's roster.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, you have your returning starter, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be competition at the quarterback position. I mean, these guys have to compete against each other. That's the only way that they're going to get better. I'm on the Milroe train. I think that I'd like to see him be developed under Grubb. And who knows? I mean, maybe he comes out and just has this stellar year and wins over people like AJ or some of the other people outside of the Alabama realm. Man, because with the receivers you have coming back and the running backs and, 3 out of your 5 offensive linemen, I mean, you got your offensive component. That's why everybody's just freaking out about the defense. Not freaking out. It's just like, give me some nuggets, like something that I could chew on the defensive side of the ball. Reading through the comments. Yeah, T-Rob is a Auburn grad. Enough said. He is that for sure.
Hey, man, at least he didn't go back to Auburn.
Oh,
That'd have been like, no, it hurts going to Georgia for sure. But
my God. Could you imagine Auburn would have rolled Toomer's corner again?
Oh my God. I think they might still be rolling Toomer's corner.
Didn't they did that with Saban retiring, right?
Yeah, 100% they did that. 100% they did that.
Why?
That's Auburn. That's Auburn. I don't know. Like, that's Auburn. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. They're just like they imagine having coach. Imagine being like their biggest rival, and oh look, we got another update. This is big.
Oh.
Yeah, it's from our boy. Here we go. I'll put this on the screen. This is from a ESPN college football reporter. 1 second, getting it fired up. Caleb Downs related. As soon as I can get the screenshot to you guys, I'll bring it on the screen. Here you go, Ty. Why don't you read this out?
I was told that Alabama freshman Caleb Downs hasn't made a decision on his future yet, if he'll stay or transfer. He'd like to see who's added to the Alabama defensive staff, but very likely could make a decision either way tomorrow. T-Rob staying at Georgia factors in.
Holy.
Yep, so we'll have to wait and see.
Wow. That's huge. That's a lot. That's a lot to chew on right there.
Yep. But like I said, hopefully we've seen some players talking about being locked in. Hopefully that helps. We'll see. Interesting to see who they get as a defensive staff.
I'm just tweeting this out. I think that says a lot. I think that's a very impactful tweet. I mean, if there wasn't a decision to be made, he'd be coming back. Reading between the lines, He'd like to
Yeah.
see who's. I mean, this guy clearly talked to him. So there is some smoke to him, thinking about his future. Clearly, it says it right there. He'd like to see who's added to the Alabama defensive staff. So would we.
I personally, I don't think that, like, yeah, this isn't, you'd want to hear him locked in, but I'm not inherently surprised. Like, guys, he wants to see who the defensive staff is, and then he'll make his decision there. I think that's the position we knew we were in. That's the position we've known we were in for the past, since DeBoer got hired. Once we figure out who the defensive staff is, we'll see who comes or who goes. Like that, I think that's more or less the same exact position we've been in. So it's more status quo for me than anything.
Okay. That's good. You make me feel better about that. I just say I think that last sentence, kind of goes in. Tavarius Robinson going to Georgia factors in.
100%. But like I
Right.
said earlier, T-Rob left days ago. It was an uphill battle trying to get him back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. T-Rob is no doubt impactful.
Yeah, that's that's pretty significant though. So I think that's good to kind of read up on. Caleb Downs, a freshman at University of Alabama, played in 890 snaps this past season for the Crimson Tide. So, how you feeling, Ty? Need a blow?
I'm good with whatever, man.
All right,
Whatever you
cool.
want to do.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
Cool.
Well, a lot of questions, y'all. Not too many answers, but like I said, that's the status quo. That's why I know we would like something concrete, you would like something tangible, but to be 100% honest, this doesn't change much for me. I've always operated under the assumption that we will have to wait and see what happens. It's the same thing I've been preaching for the past 24 hours. So, that's kind of where we still remain. Got to see who is next and being interviewed. We got to try and get some decisions made on the defensive side of the ball. That way we can get these decisions. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Money Main asks, is Schumann totally out? I would imagine, I don't know, to be 100% honest with you. I don't want to answer that. If you want my opinion, I think it's not probable. I think that they would, keep him at Georgia, but I have no information on that. Todd says they need Carl Scott. I asked that the other day, or I said that the other day. Like, where's Carl Scott, and how can we get him in there? So we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna have to wait and see. The statement is true about Downs. I can confirm. Yeah, no doubt. Chris Lowe repeated it. So we'll have to see what it looks like once there are some answers. So it is what it is. Downs coming to DBU. Well, if he was coming to DBU, he'd be staying at Bama. So hopefully that's what it is. Downs following T-Rob. We'll have to see, Ducati. We'll have to see. Like I keep saying, T-Rob was an uphill battle, and I've made it known, no doubt about it, that I wanted T-Rob as the defensive coordinator, but he took that job days ago. He took that job days ago. So I've been of the mindset that it's going to be an uphill battle trying to get him back. He has that prior relationship with Muschamp, and he gets to operate as a co-defensive coordinator and continue learning. So it is what it is. Bond is him says, if Bama is DBU, how did Kool-Aid and Arnold get cooked? Actually, if you look at their season coverage grades, they were two at the top, and it's Bond. How are you going to say that they got cooked and then you said first round picks? If they're first round picks, then inevitably they're going in the first round. You admitted that they were two of the best defensive backs. You find another school that's sending 2 DBs in the first round this year, you let me know. Your own, yeah, it is what it is. But they're going in the first round. So it is what it is. Bama is going to be interesting to see. Going to be interesting to see. We have got to get some answers on this. Hopefully they have some indication as to what Roach is going to be doing, Gillespie, all them. Bama isn't DB. Georgia's got a hell of a secondary, no doubt about it. What's going on with Tommy Rees? Tommy Rees, I have no idea. I have no information on that. I would imagine, though, that DeBoer is going to bring in his own offensive staff. Right? Like, I don't think anybody is surprised by that. I don't think anybody is surprised by him bringing in their own offensive staff. And like I've said, I'm not worried about the offensive side of the ball right now for Alabama. I'm not worried about the offensive side of the ball. They've got DeBoer. If they bring in Grubbs, if they bring in Shepard, if they bring in Huff, if they bring in those guys, it's going to be just fine on the offensive side of the ball. It's just, what are we going to do with the defensive side of the ball? That's the big question here. I heard Tommy. Look, if he wants to go to Georgia, it is what it is. Why not promote Freddie Roach to DC? And that's who knows, Chris. He could have interviewed, right? Like, for all we know, Freddie Roach is one of the people that interviewed, because whenever they were talking about it yesterday, my understanding is that DeBoer was interviewing multiple people, and that T-Rob was one of them, and T-Rob was the one that I wanted, but for all we know, Roach could be someone that was interviewed. I have no idea. I have no idea. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I continue to say, I operate under the assumption that unless it's coming from major sources, I just I operate in a wait and see type situation. But hopefully we get some news here soon. Hopefully there's something made, because it's got to, right? Like we knew that. We talked about this whenever Alabama was doing the head coaching hire. You got to move quick. You got to move quick, and same with the defensive staff. You got to move quick. High Power says, remember, guys, Jalen Mbakwe is a lockdown DB2. We have many pieces. Yeah, Jalen Mbakwe, he confirmed that he's locked in. Red Morgan confirmed he's locked in. Devontae Smith locked in. So, yeah, for sure. For sure. There's a lot of talented defensive backs still on roster, still locked in. So, this is just what we got to see. Just what we got to see. But more or less, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the same exact place we've been in for a few days. Same exact place we've been in for a few days. Trying to see what just hit my phone. All right, nothing important. Downs is far more. I mean, listen, Downs is unbelievable. Downs is an unbelievable player. There's no doubt about that. I think he's the best freshman in the nation, and I don't think it was particularly close. So I'm very hopeful that they can keep him. Very, very hopeful that they can keep him. But it is what it is. Caleb doing exactly what coaches asked him to do, give them time. Yeah, Scott, and that's exactly where I am, man. It's a wait and see approach. That's exactly what this tweet says to me. He wants to wait and see what the defensive staff looks like. T-Rob not being there will factor into it, but he wants to wait and see. That's all you could ask of him.
What time is this other game at today? The Bills.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
It's at 3:30. That's what's up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you a blow, bro.
All right, man.
I went down, had a couple bites of my do you guys have? I like Chipotle. I haven't been there in a long time. The college students, like, you can't get in over here. And there's two over here. There's one on campus, and then there's one in like Midtown Village. So I ordered myself a bowl. Went down, had a couple bites, gave me an incredible amount of energy. But maybe Ty, I'll maybe, like, if there's anything like major, whatever you want to pop on like later, whatever, just feel free, bro.
That sounds good, man. I need to get some stuff done around the house, so I might see you later today, or we might have to link back up tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, and I know that you had asked me to be on your show too. I just, man, I had
with everything that was before all of this had happened. We were trying to plan that out Tuesday before all this happened. I'm not doing my live show this evening just because it's one of those things where we've been rocking over here. And I don't want to try and pull resources. You know what I mean? Like we'll continue rocking and rolling over here until we get some answers.
I'm gonna give you a timeout. Is that better? Inside chat, they're giving me crap.
Yeah.
Yo, but Ty, definitely want to talk about some things, man. So definitely, we'll catch up and keep doing it, man. So I appreciate you being here. And if we don't link up later today, then maybe tomorrow, whatever. Cool.
All right, man. Sounds good.
All right, man. See you, Ty.
Later.
Ty Hayes kills it around the table sports. Absolute baller. Does a really good job. What's up, Bon? Bon is him. I appreciate you inside the comment box. Run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys being here as we continue to track Alabama football coverage and all the latest happening right here on Bama Football on YouTube. If you want to become a fan funder, which I mean, we've had a ton of fan funders up in here today, which is amazing. Go up and hit the hyperlink above this if you're watching your phone, as low as $2.99 a month. Deal you can't beat to support the YouTube channel. And then you could do you could also do a super chat, whatever. I appreciate you guys being in here. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. And with that said, I'm going to open up the call-in line. We'll get the call-in line number going on the screen, and we'll get it going. So let's get the call-in line. And if you guys are out there, I forgot that the game was pushed back to today because of all that snow. That's probably why we haven't heard from Jarek. So let's get the call-in line. We got our first caller is 651. Let's take it. Hey, good afternoon. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Cal. This is Nick from Minnesota.
What's up, Nick? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show, man. Take it away.
Man, a lot of questions remaining unanswered here for us. Getting some feedback. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right. So, all this T-Rob stuff, and all the speculation that Caleb Downs is going to follow him, and whoever else, we don't know. But if I'm a player on the Alabama team and I hear that T-Rob was offered the job to be the DC, he's offered the job to come in and be my coordinator, be the guy, and he turns that down.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that tells me, this job that he was begging for 2 weeks ago under Nick Saban. I heard they interviewed DJ Durkin, Saban did, and T-Rob is, begging for it, basically. It's a job he's wanted for years. It's a job that everybody's wanted, to be Bama's D coordinator. But he's finally offered the job, and he gets cold feet. And I think that's what's happened. You go to Georgia, and Kirby Smart appeases you with this co-DC title.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the guy. So if he wants to ride Glenn Schumann's coattails and, walk around saying that, he's an instrumental part of their defensive staff and, a co-defensive coordinator, that's fine. But to me, if I'm Caleb Downs, I'm looking at this guy and I'm saying, you want me to transfer with you? And I'm sure he's going to make calls to other Bama players or, get a third party in there to try to get some other guys to Georgia. But if I'm a Bama player, you had your chance. You could have stayed here or come back, however you want to look at it, been the D coordinator, and we could have kept this thing rolling. But you didn't have enough confidence in us as a program.
Mm-hmm.
The roster we have coming back. The team we have coming back with Saban or without. we have an incredible roster coming back on the defensive side, especially. And I just think T-Rob's gotten cold feet, and now that he knows, hey, I am the guy, I'm going to be making the calls, maybe I'm not quite ready for this. And to me, that speaks volumes. And if I'm a player and he turns around and wants me to come to Georgia, you know, I would laugh at that, quite frankly. So I would like to see these players stick together. And the power of a team sticking together, loving each other, playing for each other can do tremendous things as we saw this year. So I think this team has a great opportunity to get their new coordinator. I think it might be B.J. Durkin. And we've seen the defenses that he's had at Texas A&M. Incredible defenses. So in my mind, DeBoer has done his part. You know, he went out of his way to make the players feel comfortable and keeping a familiar face around in T-Rob. He turned us down. So DeBoer was willing to make himself uncomfortable and meet our players in the middle. T-Rob said no. So let's move on. Let's buy into DeBoer, and let's prove to T-Rob in the fourth game of the year next year what a mistake he made.
Yeah. I'll answer on the other line, but I appreciate you calling in, man, and thanks for calling up from up top, man. Stay warm up top. We're complaining down here in Alabama about it being cold, but man, I can't even imagine up in Minnesota.
Roll Tide, guys.
All right, roll Tide to you. Look, I think regarding the T-Rob thing, number one, what's up with all the trolls? Well, Jeremiah asked inside the chat, people want to see, I mean, they want to look back at car accidents. They want to see houses burn. They want to see Alabama's football program burn. Getting back to our caller, I think from a perspective of T-Rob, something must have happened. I mean, you interviewed for a couple hours. I don't know if they didn't see eye to eye on some things, but T-Rob making that call right away, something happened. You know, I wish he would have been the DC. I think there could be some fallout from it. I don't know if it's, it's going to be continued bleeding from the roster. I don't think that's going to be happening. I mean, we've seen a lot of comments coming out about guys being excited to come back, and rightfully so. T-Rob's a good coach, and it hurts. And I think Isaiah Bond leaving, it hurts. But nothing hurts more than Coach Saban leaving. He was the one centerpiece around the University of Alabama. So this changing of the guards, there's going to be always something, that we're going to have to get accustomed to under the new coaching staff, Kalen DeBoer, 100%. So guys are going to be locked in. Some guys are going to leave, and we're just going to have to see how this all shakes out. But I think right now, you can't rush things, but like the defensive coordinator, like as you can see on the screen, like this is coming from somebody who clearly talked to Caleb Downs. I don't see it as a good thing. Kind of a T-Rob staying at Georgia factors in. I don't. So look, for those of you that might be talking about Caleb or whatever, you guys would be dancing in the streets if he does announce it and he's coming back. Like that would break the internet either way. So depending on what happens with the defense, he's your centerpiece. He was the best player in the country as a freshman this past season. So retaining him is at the utmost importance, 100%. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 256. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Jeff. What's up, Pearl City?
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you. And look, man, if Caleb Downs said that, and Chris Lowe posted it, it's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, but honestly, Caleb Downs is actually giving Alabama a chance to put a defensive staff in place before he makes his decision. And you can't ask more than that from a freshman. Well, sophomore now.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, do you feel that they need to make this like a quick hire, Jeff, in terms of like DC? I mean, is this bothering you at all? I mean, it's only Monday of the work week, and today's a holiday.
Well, honestly, yeah, like you said, honestly, today's a holiday. I don't think you can rush the hire.
Yeah.
If these players want to leave, that's more power to them. That's what they think they can go wherever they think they need to do better for themselves. I'm completely fine with that. I'm a Bama fan regardless.
Yeah.
So, I think they just need to get the DC coordinator right. Not just a quick hire to keep players here.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen most of Alabama's players today, especially some big commitments, saying they were locked in. You see the 2025 said today, Zion Grady, 5-star edge. He said he was locked in with Bama.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to get the defense coordinator position right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're right. Like, you bring up a really good point. Like, as much as we want kind of news to continue to talk about in the DC, like, it's the DC position, and this is no disrespect to any of the players, but it's important that you get somebody to come in and it's larger than one particular person. This is about the whole defensive philosophy that you're coming in for this group, and you're replacing really Coach Saban, who was the thing about this. Kevin still told us that the DC was Coach Saban, so really you're looking for the replacement of the DC position for Coach Saban. I just feel that now the transfer portal window being open has put pressure on the administration to make a quick hire to kind of calm masses, and so you can show your players this is the outline. These players have to get enrolled in school. They have to get ready for, spring practice, the fourth quarter program. So every single thing is like the gas pedal's down, and it's not good for college football. But here we are. So I think that Jeremiah Taylor inside the comment box is like, give the man a week for sure. Like this isn't even really his first. Tomorrow, today's a holiday, and I'm sure he's working nonstop right now. But tomorrow would theoretically be his first day, like, really on the job. But of course, as we know, like his job is never going to stop until he leaves Alabama. That's just, he's a head football coach now.
You gotta support that Kalen DeBoer actually chose. He came to Alabama knowing he was going to be looked at by Saban. And everybody, all the fans are going to look at him like as soon as he loses that first game, everybody's going to be like, fire him. I'm not, but you got to give him time. He's got, just like you said, the staff here, right? Well, guess what? Chris Lowe reported it. You can almost guarantee that staff's going to be here, but they still ain't for sure here yet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, it's just a wait and see. You got to give him time, get everything. Everything's got to be worked out, and we don't need to rush things. Bama's going to be Bama regardless. The haters are going to hate us all the time.
And that's why everyone's asking, like, where are all these guys in the chat? People want to see Alabama burn down because of what Nick Saban has done to college football. He's the king. They want to see it's like an episode of like Game of Thrones or something like that. The final episodes, like, you want to see those because this is something that has been, he's had such a stronghold on all of college football. And what pissed people off more than anything was the fact that Coach Saban, with this team that was punching above their belt, was still able to get to the playoffs and was and took the title team to overtime. So people were like, are you kidding me? This team made it to the playoffs, and people felt that Alabama shouldn't have been in the playoffs. So there's so much animosity for Alabama, Nick Saban. That's why people are here. People have popcorn. They're eating. They want to see the exodus. They want to see Alabama fail in every single way, and it's going to be the same thing. People always love to see Alabama football lose. And Champions inside the comment box is saying we are witnessing history. This is amazing. Like, this is historic stuff that we're covering right now. Coach Saban's retirement and all the aftermath. This is unbelievable. Go ahead, Jeff.
Look at the record he had. Look at the record he had for most 10 or 12 win seasons in a row for at least 12 wins.
Yep.
He broke that record. He broke who was it? Either Miami or Florida State's record for 10 win seasons in a row, 16. He still got that record going on. And actually, if we win 10 wins this season, that's record still going.
Someone asked.
Look at all the stuff that he done as a coach, and the records that he broke. It's just going to be hard for anybody to replace him. But this guy's going to give it his best shot.
I was saying punching above their weight inside the comment box. Like this team from the beginning of the season being super sophomoric and having all those sophomores on the team, there was so many naysayers out there that didn't believe that this team could get to that point. I think that the team at the back end of the season, how they played against Georgia, that was the team. But I think for the majority of the season, this team wasn't supposed to be where they were. I mean, they kind of, if Saban stayed, they were all kind of looking for this next year, in my opinion, with everything coming back. That's kind of why I said that. But Jeff, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for the dialogue, and I'll catch up with you next time.
You know it. All right, man. Keep the show going, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Take it easy.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here and appreciate the dialogue inside the comment box. Hit the thumbs up, run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. Kind of run over what we're talking about today as we continue to track Alabama Crimson Tide football news and notes. I just saw, by the way, Isaiah Hastings, who had hit the portal before the Rose Bowl from Alabama, and then he committed to Missouri. Now, this is crazy. And now we're seeing players jump back into the portal. So he committed to Missouri, and now he's back in the portal. That sounds like a Black Mirror episode or Star Trek. You're like in the portal, out of the portal. So Isaiah Hastings is now back in the portal. Weird. All right, 205, you're up next. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yo, Kyle, this is Rico. City, Birmingham, Alabama.
You're kind of coming in and out. You're going to have to, let's see if we can get a bit better connection. I'll give you like a minute to tighten up.
Yeah, I've been noticing that.
Say your name and where you're from. I missed all that whole beginning part.
Yeah, this is Rico. Birmingham.
Yeah, Rico is just a little bit choppy, man. Try to talk. If not, call back later, man. Go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, I'll call back.
Yeah, it sounded kind of robotic. It was like Rico. So it's the phones. I get it. You know. Somebody said the mic guy tweeted. He's been funny to watch. I don't even know if I should put this out. All right. Screw it. Let's do it. This guy, Mike, who we've been following on the transfer and through all this crazy stuff. Look at this. This is what he just posted. Caleb Downs expected official into the transfer portal, and Georgia is a likely destination. So I don't know. That's what he's saying. I mean, this guy has had scoop before. I mean, I think, does the king of college football, Josh Pate, follow him? There's people who follow this guy 100%. Yeah, Cody, if you're just joining, this guy, his title is, I know this is so stupid. His title is a senior peon at a university, and it's Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So this guy has had scoop before. He said a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I know, Brandon, you're like, who is this guy, right? This is where we're getting our news from. Yeah, he literally breaks like stuff. So I know, hate to show it, but this is what this guy said. And I'll take it off the screen. But if you want to go run through his followers, I bet you a lot of people that you're following follow him too. So Mike 4172 saying that Downs is expected. So let's see. We're gonna keep track on this guy. And have you got? Let me see. If those of you who follow kind of stuff have your foot to the ground in terms of following that guy. Has he been legit or like full of shit? Seriously, like thumbs up if he's been good, or thumbs down if he's just been putting out smoke. Seriously, because if he's just been putting out smoke, then I'm not going to feature him anymore. But I've seen some stuff. He's like broke some stuff for sure. All right. All right, we go back to the phone lines and see, thumbs up. He hasn't missed. See, I don't know. Okay. See, you say it's been right. I mean, the dude, I'm telling you, the guy is legit. So, when am I coming back to Orange Bloods? Man, if I can get some room to breathe. Right now I'm just in this Alabama football news machine. I didn't think that the channel would like just blow up like this. Now here we are. So I'm good for it. Yeah, this is, I think, the best way to put it. Right here, I'm in this category. Deegan, right here. He's been right and wrong at times. I would probably say he's kind of like 60, like if he had a percentage about being right and stuff, it's been like 60%. Is that fair, Egan? Maybe more, 65, something like that. I don't know. Dang, 95% hit rate. Maybe it's higher. It actually might be higher than 65%. ESPN, hold on. There's Coach Saban just giving all the information to Chris Lowe. ESPN is reporting that Alabama safety could make a decision on his future tomorrow. Downs is waiting on the defensive staff to be put in place before making the decision. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. 75%. All right. Go back to the phone lines, and it's a 706. I appreciate you.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
I'm Tony. I'm calling in from Georgia.
All right, Tony, what's up? I appreciate you calling in. Thank you very much for joining the show. Welcome on in and take it away.
I appreciate your show, man. Thanks for the information that you keep putting out there. I know it's not easy.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there's a lot to kind of sift through and kind of go through, but I've tried to keep it all organized for everybody, is because the fallout, like not fallout, but like after Coach Saban retired, there's been so much to keep track of, and everybody keeps hitting the internet looking for news and notes. So no, I got it. And
you gotta sort through some of them, because some of them will be fake news.
For sure, yeah.
Some of them will be actually true.
Yeah.
But here's my thing on this. Saban, as long as I've known Coach Saban, he's always been a forward thinker.
Mm-hmm.
And after we didn't get to go to the Natties this year,
mm-hmm.
I think that he's trying to help clean house so we can start new.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these kids been saying that they're loyal and hey, I'm down for whatever Bama is producing. I'm trusting the process. But at the end of the day, it's been shown that they've been showing for the dollar signs.
Mm-hmm.
I may be wrong, but that's not how I'm looking at it right now. Because if you're loyal and you trust the process, right, no matter what's going on, you're going to stay and say, okay, I'm staying. I know Saban's not here, but he's still on the campus. He's not gone anywhere. He's still on campus. I can still reach him if I need to talk to him,
mm-hmm.
right? And I'm giving this new coach a chance to show me what is his plans and how can he help me get to the next level.
Yeah.
This thing with T-Rob going back and forth with T-Rob, I think it's ridiculous. I really think it's ridiculous, and it's just a way of trying to cause chaos and between Georgia and Alabama, because at this point, if he wanted to stay, he'd be here.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and we as fans, we gotta just realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these kids, they're gonna run for the money. Maybe some of them never had money like this before, and so people are throwing dollars at signs, Lambos, and
mm-hmm.
all these things at them, and so they're running for that. Does not mean that we don't have other athletes that are there who needs that chance to show who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just like how the all these, and if Down, and I'll be honest, if Caleb Downs wants to leave, let him leave, right? And anybody else wants to leave, let them leave. Stop running these kids down like they're pro players. They're not pro players. They're student athletes at the end of the day.
Mhm.
Yes, they're going to the next level. I get that, but they're still student athletes, and this is where we're forgetting. These kids are students, right? And we're throwing all this money at. And I understand what Saban was saying about the NIL. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, if I'm a student athlete and in the middle of a season, I can just say I'm tired. I don't want to be here no more. I'm into the portal.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. This is something that NCAA needs to now come with some rules and slow it down, because it's ridiculous at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Appreciate it.
And I mean, that's how I feel. I'm a Bama fan to the day I die, but at this point, I don't see why Bama is running down these kids. If they actually, truly are loyal and say they trust the process and they're going to stay, just like Milroe and the rest of those guys, then stay. If you don't want it, you're running down the dollar signs, go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the line with Tony from Georgia. Tony, I have something to say, so I'm gonna answer on the other line. But I appreciate you calling in. Calling anytime, by the way. Hit me up on the 205-850-1994. We appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna answer you on the other line though.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Tony calling in. You know, look, I want to pose this question to everybody, and we have a lot of trolls inside the chat box, so I want to get you guys' feedback too. I think that as Tony was talking about with NIL, you've seen the University of Alabama be pushing their NIL collective more than ever, right? Saying support Alabama, support Alabama's NIL. I mean, is the writing on the wall that these other programs simply have more money to offer these players, plain and simple? Are they getting beat by NIL deals? Do they not have the money to match these other programs, right? I mean, I think they're basically telling that to us, in my opinion, or they're trying to have basically the fans support the, to buy the players. Tony also makes a good point. Look, if you don't want to be here, then don't be here. If you want to be here, then go somewhere else. If you don't want to play here, then go somewhere else. If you want to be a part of the brand anymore, don't be here. I think it's going to, affect, some of the position spots. But you guys, for right now, Alabama has guys, and the depth chart is so deep that you can have people step up. Then it's Kalen DeBoer's job to facilitate that roster and to keep 5 stars behind 5 stars. Saban could do that for the most part. It was getting harder to do because of NIL. Now it is pay me. And man, look, I don't know the relationship with T-Rob and Caleb Downs, but I'm sure they're tight because they're both in the secondary. And if he's going to be a DC over there, who knows? I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. Yesterday we learned that, he interviewed for the job. Maybe it came down to Caleb couldn't get an NIL deal. I have no idea. I hope that Alabama is able to figure something out to keep Caleb Downs. 1,000,000%. Who knows if it's going to happen? But as Tony was saying, this is this NIL thing. I mean, these guys aren't, look, they are future pros, but they are not current pros. They are getting paid, on kind of a pro level. I don't even what do you think? Let's talk about this. Inside chat. How much money do you think Isaiah Bonds is getting to go to Texas? Let's say a Lambo and something else. How much? How much for this season? Over $1 million? $2 million? Less than $1 million? What do you think the going rate is? $2 million, $5 million, right? The Nebraska coach, Matt Rule said that that a good quarterback, what did he say? It costs you $2 million? That's what he said. I think Ty Simpson just posted something. It's not a transfer portal. I think it's a picture of him and Tommy Reese. Oh, there you go. So he posted a heart emoji. I'm going to post that right here. 700K. I don't know. QB's like 2 mil. This is what Ty Simpson just posted. So what this means to me, this means that he loves Coach Tommy Reese. and I would assume that he's going to miss him, but it's just a heart. It doesn't say anything else. Here it is. 2 a.m. views. I got you. Posted it. What does it mean to you? That he means to me basically just misses his coach is going to go somewhere else. That's it. Right? That's what that means to me. Isaiah Hastings back in the portal. Yeah, Hilton, we just checked that out. The tweet, we showed it. Kyle, look at Mike's tweet. I just posted Mike's tweet. Who is Mike? Somebody in the comment box explain who this Mike is. This guy has like he breaks stuff. You know, he's like he's like a no-name guy, and he breaks stuff. And this is what he posted just recently. Some people have said that he's just lucky. Some people, yeah, he has a random. Yeah, I know. I'm serious. It's crazy. But this guy's had some scoop. This is what he posted. Okay. This was at 3:12 p.m. That's all we know. This was posted at 3:28 p.m. All right. We'll go back to the phone lines at the 512. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson.
Hi, Phil.
Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Kyle, this is Jay Townsend at Round Rock, Texas. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What's up, Jay? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. I read something yesterday to the nature that T-Rob gave the new coach an ultimatum to hire him the first day, and he couldn't do that. So I don't know whether that's got something to do with, the little turmoil or what have you. But on the other hand, as far as the players wanting T-Rob to be there, I look at it like this. I would like him to be there, but they need to look at it like this. How dedicated was he to them for him to walk away from them to go to Georgia when he had an opportunity to stay there?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
Oh, man, there's a lot to wrap our heads around. I don't know. I mean, I think that, there's just so many people buying players, and this world of NIL, it's just changed the game. And look at what we're doing right now. We're chasing unicorns on NIL. Oh, by the way, our guy Mike just tweeted again. Thanks, Bailey, for the heads up. So we got a new tweet coming in. Jay, hang on real quick while I post this. This I don't know if he's a rascal or a source or who knows, but I'm telling you, look, this is it. This is what he said. Also said, could he be listening to the show? Mike, are you out there? Here's what seems to be the reoccurring issue: the amount of NIL money to stay has been way less by as much as half than other players to stay. So that's kind of the tweet out there. But we got Jay Townsend calling in from Round Rock. You just got a shout out from Round Rock, by the way. Someone else I think is maybe like from there or in Round Rock. Where is Round Rock? I'm not familiar with it. Where that's at? Is that
It's 15 miles north of Austin.
That's what I thought. Okay,
I'm originally from Alabama.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm originally from Southeast Alabama. That's why I know about Emmanuel Henderson. But as far as Caleb Downs, I think it's the familiarity is got something to do with, he wants somebody that he's familiar with. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's chasing money. I may be wrong, but I do get the feeling that we're probably going to lose him.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that Caleb Downs just being familiar with T-Rob?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, him being familiar with him and but he still said that he's going to give them an opportunity to get the people in place, so he's not going to make a decision today. Okay, he'll probably make a decision sometime tomorrow. I'm following this thing closely, and I'm watching you faithfully. Okay, and I'm reading every bit of news that I can get on Alabama. Period with this transition.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to, I'm really, really stressing over this because I don't want our defense to fall apart, and I want him to make the best choice, you know, when he makes that choice for who's going to be our DC, because that's going to make all the difference as to whether our defense is going to look like it did last year, you know, or if not better, you know. So that's the main thing that I'm concerned about. I'm not really concerned about our offense. I mean, even if we lose Caleb Downs, who's to say that we won't have somebody step up and play just as good or close to it? So we just got to work with what we got. That's the way I look at it. I would hate to see him. I keep getting these gut punches, you know, first Coach Saban, then T-Rob, now, and then it was Bonds. And Bonds is driving around here in Texas now in a Lamborghini. And now we're looking at losing Downs. So
yeah,
it's like our world is crumbling right now. But it's going to be okay. I got confidence that it's going to be okay.
All right, Jay. Well, I appreciate you calling in from Round Rock and calling again, man. I'll be around.
Thank you so much, man.
All
Roll
right.
Tide.
Roll Tide to you, man. All right. Jay Townsend calling in from Round Rock. That's what I was just thinking about, Nick. Who would be, if Downs was to leave, who would be his replacement? I guess you have Devontae Smith and Tony Mitchell back there? Then I guess Damani Jackson at corner, Trey Amos at corner, star position. I mean, with Earl Little just leaving, I mean, you definitely don't want other guys. Des Ricks just hit the portal. Yikes. Antonio Kite just hit the portal. I don't know. Who do you guys think? Jahil Hurley? Yeah, Amari Knobloch went in the portal yesterday. Wild. Okay. No, Malachi and Devontae. Oh, okay. So Devontae Smith, Tony Mitchell, Malachi Moore. There you go. Yeah, because Malachi could either play safety or star. So you could either have Devontae Smith, Tony Mitchell, Malachi at star, Trey Amos, and then Damani Jackson. I like that. I'm comfortable with that if that was to be the case. So, yeah, see, Bailey's saying 6 days ago he's going to be the DC about T-Rob. So, missed on that. Damani Jackson, Amos on the Islands. I like that for sure. Tony Mitchell. Yeah, I can't forget about him, Chris from New Jersey. And you got to think, if Michigan has some players hitting the portal, man, kind of get somebody from that. But then again, do they have the NIL money to bring some people over? Now Isaiah Hastings to Syracuse. Syracuse must have like some money up there because they've been getting some people for sure. Isn't that where Kyle McCord went, the former Ohio State quarterback? That was weird. There you go. Reported on Next Round this morning. Got 700,000 plus a Lambo. So there you go. I appreciate it, Samuel. Thank you so much, man. All right, back to the phone lines. 251. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from? Oh,
hey, Kyle. It's Rusty from Gulf Shores. How you doing, bud?
Hey, what's up, Rusty? I appreciate it. Thank you very much for calling in from Gulf Shores. What's the weather like down there for you guys today?
Oh man, listen, I was fishing this morning in shorts, but it's supposed to get cooler tonight.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Over here, we're under like a freeze warning, and schools. This is the first time I've heard of it. School being delayed because of it being cold. Right?
Welcome to Alabama, son.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. It's like it's too cold. I don't know. I mean, it was this morning. It was like 30, but I guess tomorrow is supposed to be like 15 or something like that, which is clearly below freezing. But I don't see any precipitation. But maybe they're accounting for like maybe some dew. I don't know. Who cares? Anyways, welcome to the show, Rusty. I appreciate you being here, man. Welcome on in. Take it away.
All right. So first things first, man. I called you this season a couple of times or whatever, and the day that I heard that Saban was retiring,
yeah,
my wife's an alma grad. She's like, "You're all right. You're all right." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good," but we've had a nice run, and I appreciate the run that we had.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But she brought up something very poignant to me. She's like, "Rusty, since we've been married, your life has evolved. You started following Christ more, and you started prioritizing things more, right? So what's more important, Saban retiring or sticking to your principles and following Christ and doing right things, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So everybody needs to take a deep breath. I've been an Alabama fan all my life. In 1978, I was the most valuable player on my team.
Mm-hmm.
And Bear Bryant gave me my trophy for being the most valuable player on my team.
Mm.
That's years ago, right? I'm listening to all this stuff with the NIL. I'm listening to stuff with the players leaving or T-Rob leaving or whatever. I'm not going to judge anybody for decisions they make, right? But at some point, you got to cull the herd, because there was a point Alabama wasn't the popular team to follow. I heard you talk about this earlier today. You were talking about Gulf Shores and Orange Beach area, everything down here, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. Saban pretty much, but when you go before Saban and you look at Shula, you look at DuBose, you look at Francione, none of those people recruited this area. Julio Jones, he got him out of Foley High School here. And it changed the program because he was kind of bought in or whatever, but he spent the time to recruit him. This coach from South Alabama, I think probably there's a lot of talent down here. But a lot of the talent down here, they go to Florida State, they go to LSU, and they go to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Because quite frankly, South Alabama, or Lower Alabama, we're an afterthought in the state of Alabama. But people need to chill. We will get the people that we need to get. We enjoyed a lot of years under Saban, right? But I told my wife this after Saban retired. I said, this year was the most fun year that I've had watching Alabama since 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't a given that we were going to win the game. It was competitive, and that's why I love college football.
Mm-hmm.
I love seeing these kids grow. Bear Bryant, there was a statement about Bear Bryant years ago that said he could take his and beat yours, and he can take yours and beat his. So it's, we got to look for character people. These kids that are bought in, man, I hope they stick it out. The kids that made other decisions, I don't judge them. I mean, they're in a situation they can pick and choose. So good for them.
Mm-hmm.
My thought is who do you think we should be looking at as a defensive coordinator? I'm not even counting on, and I'm not counting on Caleb Downs being back next year or being with us next year.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are your thoughts with this? Just let it go, right?
I mean, look, I think when we're starting to look kind of at new names to track after T-Rob, likely to or is staying now at Georgia, I think one of the names that has came up was being Kane Womack. And I mean, you're down in that area. Be curious to kind of find out what you were thinking about Kane. But I mean, for me, kind of looking into it, he seems like a younger coach, but hasn't coached at this level. I felt that in order to win over, a marquee prospect like Caleb Downs or some of these other guys, look, some guys are just bought in, period. They get it. They want to stay here. But other guys, you need to slam dunk higher. I mean, look who you got on the offensive side of the ball. And I mean, what does it tell you? What does that tell us if you go with the big name, very reputable on offense, and then somebody here on the defensive side that is kind of lesser known? I think from the player's perspective, they're not that happy. I mean, this is Alabama. I mean, the standards are very high for defense. So other names, I mean, that I, would like to see, I mean, man, it's kind of slim pickings, to be honest. I mean, there's some guys that are still available right now. We've talked about, maybe like a Jesse Minter or something like that from Michigan, depending on what happens with Jim Harbaugh. That would probably be like hotline number one for Greg Byrne. But could he potentially take over Michigan? Could he be like the guy after the guy? I don't know. Zach Arnett is out there. I don't know if that would really mesh well. It doesn't look like it'd mesh well, in my opinion, with Kalen DeBoer. Not really sure what's going on in terms of the DC. It's just like kind of up in the air. And I think a decision needs to be made that players, most importantly, are going to be happy with.
Let me ask you this. If you look at the Washington's recruiting ratings compared to ours, right, and you look at what they did on offense, right, there's going to be growing pains. I don't think whoever we get as a defensive coordinator, I don't think they're probably going to be the defensive coordinator there in a year or 2 years or whatever, right? That's just my feeling, right? Mm-hmm. But I think you have to kind of establish the culture, and you have to kind of make sure you're bringing the guys in that want to be there, the ones that want to buy into the culture. I mean, here's the blessing in disguise that people aren't getting is that I know there's probably going to be some fans that roast me for this, but man, I've had to endure all the bad years of Alabama and everything, but at least we're kind of culling the herd of some of the bandwagon fans because they talk and they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, I want to have an outstanding football program, but I also want a program that's got plenty of pride in what it's doing and like a very character oriented. Look at Jalen Hurts, prime example. Like that's the kind of character that's going to build this program, whether it comes to a defensive back or defensive coordinator. But hey, man, that's just my thought. You're knocking it out of the park as always. Always appreciate a chance to chat with you. Roll Tide, brother. The sun's going to rise tomorrow, and the tide will come back up again.
Appreciate you calling, man. Take it easy, Rusty. All right, yeah. I just updated that graphic, by the way. I threw up an old graphic. My bad. Doing like a million things, but T-Rob staying at Georgia is official. That's in from Chris Lowe. So I'm sorry about posting that old graphic, but this is the updated one. So yeah, good call from Rusty down in Gulf Shores. Gulf Shores is I've liked it down there. It's a nice spot for sure. Absolutely. Chris Chandler, what's up, man? I see you inside the comment box. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you very much. Hit the thumbs up on this video. I appreciate you guys checking in. I think I'm going to try to have Coach Sean tap back in here at the 4 p.m. Hour or close to it. And then, yeah, a lot of people have been calling for Charlie Strong. Look, why not? I think I would be happy with Charlie Strong. And look, in no disrespect to Kane, let me ask you guys this in chat. Who would you like? I don't even know if these are legitimate options. Just talking here. Who would you guys want, Kane or Charlie Strong? Let me know inside the comment box. Super chat in. The portal will work both ways for Alabama. There will be a lot of players available in the next transfer cycle. That's true. Yeah, and that next transfer cycle is coming up after spring ball. Room 237 is saying neither. Look, it looks like Strong, overwhelming, right? Yeah, where's Carl Scott at? He's in the NFL too, right? I mean, looks like Charlie Strong for a landslide, huh? Yeah, I would say Charlie Strong too, by the way. Just put me in that group. I don't really know too much about Kane, and like no disrespect to him, I just think like Charlie's coached at the high of a level, right? Been a head football coach. I think I don't know. I just wanted to get your opinion. Looks like everybody's kind of on the same boat on that. Yeah, Tony, what's up? Thanks for the call, by the way, Tony. Appreciate it. All right, 762. Let's do it. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What up, Kyle? This is Jay Ray from Georgia.
What's up, Jay Ray? I appreciate you calling in, man. Good to talk to you again. Welcome on in, man, and take it away.
Yeah, buddy. I'm just sitting here taking everything in, just watching your show. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. I kind of went to this new format just because, the news doesn't stop. I'm here for it. And I just, been trying to organize everything in terms of, I like to compartmentalize stuff when I cover, whatever content it is. So this has kind of been like right up my alley. Plus, got the call-in show the calls never stop, thankfully, which is cool. I appreciate you guys wanting to call and talk with me about college football, and then having the coaches kind of rotate in, which has been great. Those guys are really good at their craft, and I know people, like to catch up with them as well. But anyways, Jay Ray, I appreciate you calling in, man, and let's wrap.
Yeah, yes, sir. No doubt. We definitely are hiring a bunch of people real quick. It seems like there's a bunch of speculation out there. I hate that. It's always speculation's always just tearing you, just sending you everywhere, But you've really been grinding the past few days, Kyle, and I love it, man. I love your show. It's freaking awesome.
Thank you.
It really is. Yes, sir. And I just want to speak on the DC a little bit. I think we got a couple good names like Kane Womack and Glenn Schumann. I hope we get Glenn Schumann, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a real good name. What you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean that would be. I think that would probably make Alabama fans feel really good, to be honest. I think that if you're looking for a quality defensive coach, somebody who can kind of, coach at this level, maintain stability is really important for me. Recruiting the players is important to Kalen DeBoer. That seems like a name that I would certainly go after. I'd love to know kind of the hot list of names that are like realistically in there. And I bet you Schumann is certainly one of them.
Yeah, I wish we knew the hot list too from the inside, because like I said, we just got a bunch of speculation right now, man. I got another good name for you. What about Nick Gentry? You know who that is?
That's been posted on the board a couple times. That name by Nick Gentry. But go ahead, give us the kind of the detail about Nick Gentry. I haven't really kind of followed it too much, to be honest.
I was just on Twitter. I've been on Twitter a good bit.
Yeah, I guess he's currently outside linebackers coach at under Trent Dilford at UAB. Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. I haven't really looked into it too much to really know exactly off the top of my head, but I was just looking at his resume earlier, and he seemed like a good little name,
Mm-hmm.
I just want the DC. I'm ready to hire a DC.
Yeah, me too. And I think that would kind of, ease a lot of the anxiety and win the players over too. But the good thing is we have seen some player announcements today, like Jahar Campbell came out, Devontae Smith, Jalen Mbakwe. And he's a name when we were talking about kind of the defensive secondary setup. Shoot, who's to say that he can't be a guy that rises up and makes an impact at corner? I know we're talking Damani Jackson and clearly Trey Amos, who played in 340 snaps this past season. But
Damani.
Yeah, Damani's good, man. So maybe Jim. Yeah, and you have other guys coming in. Xavier Brown. Someone mentioned him inside the comment box. What else you got, Jay Ray?
I want to talk about players leaving for the money, man. I know it's a new age in college football, but I just hate to see it because you got families out here. I grew up, medium wage family, not really with a lot of money, and you got a lot of people out here with not a lot of money, and these kids are just getting $500,000. I understand they're playing football, but man, they just going and chasing the bag, and it's just a new age in football, and you got to get used to it, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. We just have to get used to it. We have to adapt. But with that said, Alabama has to adapt, and Alabama has to figure out, look, if they're scrounging for pennies with this Alabama and trying to nickel and dime, for really big money, I go to the NFL. Isn't the NFL built by Bama? I contact all of my former players and be like, hey, you want to keep the lasting legacy of Alabama football? Yo, this is that's the direction. Call on your NFL.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
They always tweet out.
Bama.
Yeah, they always tweet out that $2 billion number that they've helped players earn. I mean, let's get a percentage of that back here for NIL to have more future NFL players, right? What is it, like $2.2 billion? There's some money right there.
Right, exactly, man. There ain't no telling what the number is. there ain't no telling. But if you don't want to play at the University of Alabama, then you can go ahead and get up out of here, because we got players that wasn't making money in 2009, 12, 15, and they're making millions and millions of dollars now. So y'all just need to wake up, play for the University of Alabama, and get ready for Kalen DeBoer, because we're coming.
Yep. Appreciate it, man. Well, thanks for calling in, Jay Ray. I appreciate the call, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Kyle.
All right.
Hey, roll tide.
Roll tide too. Hey, and, yo, Jay Ray. I forgot to tell you if you're still listening. I should have pointed this out. My dad's name is Ray, and my dad is an identical twin, and his brother's name is Jay, which is crazy. Yeah, but my pops is an identical twin. Do I have twins? No. I don't know. Like, I'm not supposed to have twins, but are my kids supposed to have twins or something like that? I don't know how that works out. It's like Skip's generation does it. Twins, but my dad was a track star, and so is my uncle. And they ran with some other guys. That actually played in the NFL. Coach Sean, man, give me a thumbs up. You ready to go? All right. Hey, callers, I'm going to be back in like 20 minutes. So if you guys want to just call back at that time so you guys don't have to wait online, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to bring back Coach Sean for to give me a blow for like 30 minutes. Coach Sean, hold on 1 second. I got to switch something. Coach Sean, what's up, man?
What's up, Kyle? What's up? Back in the house. Back in the house.
Back in the house, man. Yeah, so I was talking about a couple different things. Clearly you're here for T. Rob Stain at Georgia, his coaching, kind of this whole coaching thing we've been following with T. Rob. But lately we've been talking about like ESPN posted about Caleb Downs. Did you see that? It said that he's yet to make a decision. Did you see that?
Yeah, I read about it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So kind of just bringing you up to speed on that. I'm going to take like I'll be here for like 20 minutes. Are you cool to fly the plane?
Yeah, I got you covered.
Bit? All right,
yeah,
cool, man. All right. I'll be back, Coach.
No problem. Right. Chad, what's up with you guys, man? How you doing? How you feeling? What's going through your mind? Let me know. I'm about to read and get into it and confer with you guys and see what's cracking right now. I see all the Caleb news and things of that nature. And it is what it is, guys. It is what it is, right? That's the reality of it. The truth is in the details. That's just what it is. And at the end of the day, and this is no disrespect to any coach or no big up to any coach. At the end of the day, these young men get recruited. What's up, Darkwing Duck? How you doing, man? And let's just hypothetically say that the South Alabama coach is, let's just say he's in the running for this thing. We almost can't be upset at these kids when they say, I respect it, but I'm out. Caleb comes from a great family. I can assure you it's not about money with that kid, right? And it's about relationships. This is what I spoke on yesterday. It's a relationship thing. Let's see, Marcel Lewis, what you got, Marcel? Marcel says, I swear, man, my heart would drop if I see tomorrow Caleb Downs have decided to entertain the transfer portal. We have to keep this kid, hire a defensive coordinator by tonight. Look, Marcel, you took the words out of my mouth. Keegan, what's up with it, Keegan? I mean, that's true. The champion, all of that is true. I mean, Caleb is the future of this program on the defensive side of the ball. He's a unmatched talent, right? But the reality of it is, Marcel, it's a relationship business. I spoke on this for 3 days in a row. Recruiting, I've done it, guys. Recruiting is a relationship business, guys. For some kids, it's not about money. Their family is already doing well. Their family is right where they need to be. And it's a relationship business, man. It's a relationship business. And imagine you at your job, all of you that have a job right now, you know who your supervisors are, you know who your managers are. Imagine somebody come in and wipe all those people out in one day, right? One day they're gone. They bring in 2 or 3 other managers who may or may not be your manager. One of them is cool. One of them is not so cool. One of them you think you can get along with. One of them you like, I pray it's not that one. At some point, and you have the opportunity to go somewhere else. You may go somewhere else. That's what you're facing with. These kids have a relationship with these coaches. I tell people all the time, the kids have super relationships with positional coaches, man. Like the relationship, the bond is strong, very strong. They talk to their parents on a daily basis, sometimes weekly basis. So when you lose that and you have no familiarity at all with what's going on, what's going to happen, who your coach is going to be, and you can go down the street, and my coach is down the street, bunch of people I know down the street, bunch of players I know down the street. It makes it easy, guys. And you really can't blame a kid for not wanting to stay around for something like that he's unfamiliar of, right? We as fans want him to. We as fans, we say trust the process, and we say, give him a chance. But when you're in that spot and it's your future, who am I? I'll just keep it to me. Who am I to say, don't you do that? Don't you do that? So that's just the reality of it, man. Coach Saban retired, and it's never going to be a good time to lose the GOAT, right? No matter when we were going to lose Coach Saban, it's never a good time, guys. So that's what it is. If Caleb leaves, shout out to him. God bless him and his family. Next man up for me, next man up. As long as he's on this roster, I'll talk about him. But as soon as he leaves, I won't speak on no more kids that's not here. You know what I mean? And that's just the reality of it. Jarvis, what you got? Jarvis said Downs is actually from Georgia as well. So there's also that. Yeah. I mean, it's what it is, guys. I mean, this is not a kid that like other kids who are taking Lambos and posting pictures and doing things of that nature. This kid's not doing any of that. This kid's really fighting with himself about what it is. You know what I mean? Defend. What's up, Bulldog? AAMU, what's up with you, Defend? How you doing, baby? On the hill, A&M representative. You already know, Bulldogs for life. That's Alabama A&M Bulldogs now, not Georgia Bulldogs. So that's what it is, guys. I mean, that's just the reality of what we're facing. If Sark was to leave Georgia, or Kirby was to leave, Sark was to leave Texas, or Kirby leave Georgia, you would see the same fallout. Alabama's roster would be full of people trying to get over there, right? So you got to understand, guys, we had a coach for 17 years that dominated everybody, right? Put more players in the NFL in the first round than he has losses. I want you to think about that. He put more first rounders, 49 in the NFL, than he has losses on his entire resume at Alabama. So when you lose something like that, guys, of course, doubt is going to set in, right? We as fans, of course, doubt is going to set in. It's no disrespect to Coach DeBoer. It's just the that cloud of unfamiliarity is what make you question it, right? For me, I would have got me a defensive coordinator, even if I'm just naming somebody for the title. I mean, it sucks, right? But you almost have to do that to preserve your roster, right? Now, the older guys like Lawson and Campbell, Campbell's just a sophomore. These guys have been there, right? But your younger guys like Justice Haynes, I know he's on the offensive side of the ball, but Caleb Downs, Dez Ricks, Antonio Kite, these guys are young. They want to know who the hell's going to be my coach, man. Let me know something. And when you don't have an answer for that, this is what happens, guys. Unfortunately, this is what happens. What you guys talking about in the chat? Brandon Griffin. Yeah, everyone knows Downs says, what's what Brandon talking about? Schoolie says, I said the same thing about Kirby not leaving Saban back in the day. I mean, facts. That's what I'm saying. It's a familiarity thing, guys. It's a who do you know type thing. And and believe this or not, it's the same way in recruiting. It's the same way in recruiting. See, this is where I take the other side of Coach Smook and Coach Jay, and maybe even Ty. Ty kind of was on with me, but this is where I take the other side of it respectfully. Washington coaches are great, right? Obviously, they made it to the big dance, right? But I've rehashed this several times, and maybe some people in the chat that didn't hear me say it. Recruiting in the South is totally different, right? I've seen kids recruited before up north. You have the mother, the father, the siblings, the coach, nice, quiet, intimate setting. Man, listen, when you recruit down south, the cousins is over there, the aunties, the uncles, half of the family, the neighbors. I mean, it's just different down here, man. The coaches all know each other. The coaches have coalitions together where they have these meetings. The Alabama High School Coaches Association. It's totally different down here, guys. So when you don't have those connections to the South, and you don't come in and make waves and honestly, to be completely honest, you don't kiss the right, you know what? They'll shun you. They'll shun you here, man. It's recruiting in Alabama, recruiting in Florida. Louisiana is probably the worst at it. That state, man, you got to go in and grease palms. You got to go in and kiss the right rear ends. But they will shut you out. They will shut you out. Recruiting in the South, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, Tennessee, these places are different, man. So if you don't have roots here, if you don't have a history of coming here, I'm not talking about one player here, one player there. I'm talking about a history. Like I can call the coach from Hoover on the phone right now. Like I can call the coach from Monroe, Louisiana on the phone right now. If you don't have that kind of relationship, guys, you're going to take an L to somebody else, right? And you're coming into the SEC, a place that has some big dog recruiters. So you won't get the top kids. You will not, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's different recruiting here, guys. Brandon says, yeah, everybody knows Down says the kid is not flaky. He thinks things through and has integrity. Leave or stay. I respect the kid. Right. This is a kid that could have left right along with everybody else from day one, right? Him probably more than others, right? He could have left anytime he wanted. He's not posting. He's not going on leaving no hidden messages. He's not playing the clue game. He's not posting crazy emojis. He did the same thing he did all year. Post a highlight about himself, shoot his number 2, the deuces. So give that kid some respect. His family is a great family, great mother, great father. Really understand the game. He got a brother, Josh, that's playing in the NFL. He understands, what it is. He understands what it is. And if I know that kid, which I don't, I'm assuming he's fighting with it right now. I don't want to turn my back on the Bama fans who've shown me none but love. But at the same time, this is my future. This is my future because at the end of the day, guys, this hire is going to be great or it's going to be Brian Harsin, one of the two. And look, everybody's talking about the defensive coordinator from South Carolina. Bro, listen, we had a defensive coordinator who came from that level of football, came from Delta State, came from UTSA, and his name was Pete Golding, right? He came from that level, and he was awesome at that level. Awesome. Had some of the best defenses around, great coach, but he got to this level, and the plethora of athletes overwhelmed him on that side of the ball. See, when you come from that level of football, you can't just take away one player because the other player will kill you. At this level, right? At that level, you focus your defense around stopping one person, and 9 times out of 10, it works. At this level, if you stop Isaiah Bonds, then Jermaine Burton gonna kill you. If you stop Jermaine Burton, then Kendrick Law gonna kill you. At Division I, Power 5 level of football, you have to account for every athlete on the field. You have to account, pattern match, all these different things you have to do on the defensive side of the ball. And it's going to be pulled out you. These offenses are going to pull it out you, right? And we've seen Golding as well as others from that level struggle. Not saying this young man will. I'm just saying I much rather have someone who's coached in this league, who's seen these offenses up close and personal, who's coached against Lane, who's coached against Kirby, who's coached against most of these guys who understand their philosophies, understand everything it is to know about the Southeastern Conference week to week, right? What makes this conference different, guys? In the chat, what makes this conference different? Sure, we got a Bama, we got a Georgia. Well, the Big Ten has a Michigan, has an Ohio State. The Pac-12 has the former Pac-12 had a Washington and an Oregon. The Big 12 had a Texas and an Oklahoma. So what makes this conference different is you 3-0. You got Kentucky on the schedule, at Kentucky on a Saturday night. You thinking that's a win. Go in there and play with yourself. Go in there and play messing around. You're going to look up in the fourth quarter and you're going to be in a fight, right? This is what makes this conference difference. The games you think are going to be walkover, passover, easy. That's a W. Going there on a good Saturday night with a record crowd, you are going to lose that football game. Going to Mississippi State with them loud, annoying cowbells on a good Saturday evening and don't play your A game, you will lose. Ask Texas about going to Arkansas. Arkansas was terrible that year. They went to Arkansas on a Saturday night. The crowd was lathered up real good, and they lost. And that was just 2 years ago. So that's what makes this conference different, guys. It's the week-to-week competition. It's not this team is better than that team or that team is better than this team. It's the week-to-week grind of being in the Southeastern Conference. And that's why you got to have a coach, to me, that has seen that before. You know what I mean? Chris from New Jersey, what's up with you, bro? Roll Tide. You got to have a coach that's seen that before, man. And I'm not talking about on tape, right? I personally, this is just me personally, I respect the guys from Washington. I see we bringing over a lot of guys from Washington. Respect Washington, have nothing but love for what they done, right? But I'm a Southeastern Conference guy, man. I'm of the belief that you just for me, I could be dead wrong. This is JMHO, just my humble opinion. Give me the guys that's been in this league at some fashion, at some form, and understands what you are going to be facing week to week. That's me. That's just me, guys. I could be dead wrong, but that's my preference. See what you guys talking about, man. Let me grab one of you guys' comments. I like to talk to you guys and get you guys, check your temperature, if I will. Let me see what Schoolie talking about. Let's see what Schoolie talking about. Schoolie says, I'm kind of sick of the student athlete making business decisions. That used to mean NFL stuff, but now they want the fast cash. Well, Schoolie, I'm with you, but this is what I'll say to you, Schoolie. We can't be tired of it until we stop it at all levels. That's including the adults. That's including the businesses who are profiting off these kids outside of football. That's going on right now. Moe's Barbershop down here is promoting haircuts just because they got Caleb Downs' face on their billboard, right? They're making money off of that without this young man say so. In 2024, that's illegal. You got to pay him. So if we're going to stop it, Schoolie, we got to stop it everywhere, right? Not just the student athletes. We cannot hold the student athletes to a standard that we're not willing to hold the adults to. And that's the way I feel about it. If we do that, then we're hypocrites our damn self, right? And that's just what it is. Let's see what else you guys. Let me grab one of my Georgia guys. Legend. Let's see what Legend talking about. Legend says the only reason Down leaves is T-Rob. Is that simple? Legend, you 1,000% right. I can't make nobody understand that. They think it's about Coach Saban and all of this stuff. And no, it's not, guys. It's respectfully, it's not. The relationship in college football is at an all-time high. And that is a fact. Familiarity, especially with these 2024 type kids. And I'll just say that. I won't say nothing else. These kids today are a little different, a little tender. You know what I mean? They're a little different than how I was raised, right? And that's just what it is, man. Let's get Savage Dog in here. Savage Dog been here trolling us all day. Let me put Savage Dog up. This guy knows his stuff. Savage Dog, I appreciate you, bro. You've been getting us today, man. You've been getting us, brother. But it's the truth, guys. No matter how we want to look at it, it's the truth. We get mad at these kids for wanting to transfer and things of that nature. But it's a familiarity thing with these guys, with these kids, guys. That's all it is. It's not that they don't trust DeBoer or anything like that. They just don't know him. They don't know him to trust him. It's got to be a relationship factor there, guys. And it dates back to recruiting. So that's my biggest fear. If you want my biggest fear, it's not even losing Caleb Downs, right? We could possibly lose Caleb. Alabama has talent on top of talent. I'm not worried. I would hate to lose that young man. Don't get it twisted. But we have other safeties. We have other guys that can play that position. Maybe not to the level of Caleb, right? But we have other talent. Devontae Smith 2.0 is a baller. He's a straight baller. Don't get that twisted, right? But my fear is that DeBoer brings in a gang of guys on the defensive side of the ball that don't have ties to the South. Sure, we have Freddie Roach. Sure, we have Robert Gillespie. Robert Gillespie's on the offensive side, so they still do cross recruiting. But if you're on the offense, it's very, very narrow. They don't do it a lot. It may be one or two guys here or there, but it's basically where you coach at, where your position, your side of the ball. So that's my biggest fear, that he that the coach wants a comfortability, and he brings a lot of his Washington guys here, which that's not a bad thing, but I think that will hurt us in recruiting. I think that's going to allow Sark to come in and plant his roots. I think that's going to allow Kirby to get even stronger, right? What was Kirby Smart's biggest kryptonite? Nick Saban. Nick Saban is the only thing that can recruit with Kirby Smart, right? That name, Nick Saban, that shut towns down when this guy's coming to your school, and they know it. Nick Saban casts the biggest shadow over not just the state, over college football. Do you guys not know this was news in London and out of the country that Nick Saban retired, right? You had those weirdos down in Auburn rolling trees because he's retired, right? Not even knowing you're showing him the ultimate sign of respect. Now we can win. He's gone. Boy, please. Child, please. You know what I mean? So this is what you have to understand, guys. The recruiting for me is the biggest thing. This is where me and the coaches disagree. For me, it's the recruiting, man. Recruiting is the lifeblood of your program. It is the lifeblood. There's not one program that you guys have seen that has won the national championship that isn't tops in recruiting, right? Name one. Michigan, they're always in the top 10, top 12. Georgia, Bama, Clemson, all these programs are at the top of recruiting. Maybe not the top, right? But they always get their guys in recruiting. You have to have the Jimmies and the Joes, guys. And that's my worry. I don't want to see a gang of Washington people from Seattle come down here trying to go to Pahokee, Florida, in the hood. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see a bunch of guys, and I understand. I see some people said, well, when Saban came here, he wasn't from the South. I understand that, guys, but that was a long time ago. You're in a day and age now where that kind of thing matters, and people will whip out their phone to show you that it matters. Ching, ching. It's a different day and age out there, guys. And I think Coach Saban knows that. That's part of the reason he's not here right now. That guy's 72 years old. You think he got time to go out there, coach high school kids in camps all summer, get to the season, spring practice, summer ball, workouts? This guy is 72, guys. 72. Terrion Arnold had the best tweet that I saw. He said, Coach Saban, you've done a great job, but now it's time for you to go take care of yourself. And most importantly, Miss Terry. The guy's 72 years old, 50 something years total in football. It's time, man. It's time, right? It's time that young man or that guy kick back, watch from the sideline, and find another thing in his life. Trying to relate to these young kids. I see kids all the time cussing their coaches out. They don't care what you say, right? These kids are totally different. So you got to have those mentors in place that these kids look at like, hey, I recognize him. People ask about Coach Sanders. Deion is still trying to find his way, right? He had a great early in the season. He failed at the end of the season. But make no mistake about it. When these young kids see Deion Sanders, especially the ones that come from the way we grew up, they see people that look like him all over the neighborhood. So that's why they commit to him, right? I think his problem is he overdo it sometimes, and he don't have enough people on his staff that can help him out in the things outside of football, right? So that's my biggest worry, man. The recruiting part. I'm not worried about the coordinators on the offensive side of the ball. I'm not worried about the players on the offensive side, but we got a lot of talent in that room, right? But the recruiting side is what scared me on the defensive side of the ball. Let's get another comment and see what you guys are talking about, man. Sam Thomas, let's get Sam. What you talking about, Sam? Let me see what you on. The transfer portal is the equalizer. We can recruit an entire new roster if need be. I mean, yeah, Sam, yeah, you're right about that, but that wouldn't be very smart, right? You don't want to bring in too many new people, right? The chemistry could take years to replace. The structure and the standard and the culture is already set. If you want to hit the transfer portal for a position here, that's fine. That's fine, right? But I don't think I would want to, just go raid the entire roster with transfer portals and a bunch of freshmen. Shout out to Bruce Watson. I appreciate you, brother. Let's grab another one, man. I love you guys' comments, man. I love you guys' comments. Bill Overshadow, you've been on us all day, Bill. I'm gonna put you up here, man, because you've been really going hard in the chat for hours as a Texan. You says exactly as a program, you have to move on. I mean, that's true, Bill. I mean, you it's hard, brother. It's hard having a coach in place for 17 years and having to all of a sudden make decisions on the fly and change everything you thought you knew. You know what I'm saying? It's extremely difficult, man. It's extremely difficult, man. So, you see the Bama fans just going through it right now, right? As are the high school coaches, as are kids who committed here, as are the administration, the compliance officers, the business owners. Everything around Alabama football is suffering right now. And so you just see the product of it. That's all it is. But we'll be fine. One thing about Alabama, guys, don't lose sight of it. I don't like tooting our own horn, but let me toot our own horn for a second. Alabama has recruited extensively well. It is kids on the roster right now that are just as good as the starters. You guys just hadn't seen them yet, right? Because they hadn't played. They don't have that game experience, right? We lost we lost Isaiah Bond, right? No problem. I get it. We still have Cole Adams, who you guys hadn't seen. We still have all these other guys that's coming in right now. These younger receivers, man. Jaron, the young man who came down to Georgia Tech and Alabama. We still have the Hale kid, Jalen Hale. We still have Kendrick Law. We still have Kobe Prentice. You still have a collection of wide receivers that are absolutely outstanding. I personally am high on the freshman they got. I don't know if this young man is going to play offense or defense, but we have a kid by the name of Jameer Grimsley, and he is a dog. Trust me. He is an absolute dog, bro. I challenge everyone to go look at his highlights. Jameer Grimsley. If it was Saban, I think they would probably put him on the defensive side of the ball. With this coach we have now, wouldn't shock me if he's on the offensive side of the ball. This kid is a monster. Trust me. Arian Hampton. This kid is an absolute monster, right? So the talent is there. Don't fret over talent, guys. The talent is there. The question is, what do we do on the defensive side of the ball to instill relationships and that our recruiting will still be at an all-time high? And that's what it is, man. Let's see what else we got from you guys, man. I love some of you guys' comments are absolutely awesome, man. Carl Scott, Jeff said, Carl Scott, I think he's fully entrenched with the Seattle Seahawks, man. It's going to be tough to pull anybody from the pros to come down to college and deal with this madness that they're dealing with right now. Because in essence, guys, you're asking pro coaches and pro personnel to beg 18-year-olds, can you please come play for me? Please, I'll call you 5-6 times a day. That's what you do. I mean, I know it sounds bad, but that's in essence what you do. You have to beg these kids to come play for you. Real talk. Schooley says, how you think Malachi Stark's feeling at Georgia? If I know Georgia, I don't think Malachi going to be upset because they can easily put Caleb at the other safety. You know how it is in this kind of football today, right? Safety is safety. On the hash is on the hash. Off the hash is off the hash. Middle of the field is middle of the field, right? With this wide open, same as basketball, stretch 5 type wide open offenses, safety is safety, man, right? So you put Malachi Starks and Caleb Downs back there, look out, right? I don't even want to think about that, bro. But yeah, man, I try not to get so wrapped up into it, guys, because it upsets me. If you look at the young men and you see them making their decisions, if you get too vested in it, it'll make you just put your head in your hands like, what is going on, right? So I try not to get too vested into it, man, until I see the young men come out with their own decision, with their own tweets or comments or, something from their camp. Even if it's a credible source, man, I want to hear it from the kid or until I see for facts that this young man is transferring. So until I see it, it's just a bunch of fans, including myself, going back and forth. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I think Coach DeBoer is knee deep in it right now. I think he's understanding the latitude of what this is to coach in this league, right? The effects of losing this many kids, right? Even though they're support kids, they're not starters other than Isaiah. Still, it does make I can imagine it makes his head spin, man. I can imagine he's calling on Coach Saban, bro. Can you help me? This is crazy. So it's crazy right now in college football, and it's not just Alabama. I would tell all of you fans in the chat this: no matter what team you are a fan of, guys, right? No matter what team you're a fan of, this could easily be your staff. It could be easily be your roster, right? It could be your roster next. With this NIL, you just never know. What's up, Kyle?
What's up, Coach? Hey, you good for like 10 more minutes, Coach? Be right back.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, cool. Be right back. 10.
Okay. Yeah, guys, with this NIL, you just never know, man. You never know. You see starters. Go ask Quinshawn Judkins. Go ask Ole Miss how they feel about that. This kid was a starter. One of the top backs in the country, probably the best running back returning as far as backs who started all year, all this season. He's not at Ole Miss anymore, guys. So it could happen to your roster right down the street. And it's sad because every state has different rules. In Texas, you can do this. In Georgia, you can't do this. In Bama, you can do this, but you can't do that. Every state is different with this NIL stuff, right? So they're going to have to put some guardrails with this stuff, man, because it could easily be your roster, man. Even Texas, for as much money as Texas have, when they get in the SEC, everybody's going to be trying to tamper with their roster. Everybody. Bama included. Everybody's going to try to poach the kids that are not playing. It's going to happen. Let Isaiah get there and one of their other starters. Now he mad, right? He's not getting playing touches like he used to get. He's not getting as much playing time. You don't think Xavier Worthy's backup is upset right now? Sure, he's on the team train right now. Let the season start. Let Isaiah get a few more looks other than him. Guess what's going to happen? Such and such hitting the transfer portal. It's going to happen. That's why in this day and age, you can have too much talent, guys. You can have too much talent. These kids don't have to stay on your roster anymore. This is what Coach Saban was talking about. Kids get angry. They're not playing as much as they're supposed to. Guess what happens? Transfer portal, transfer portal, transfer portal. So it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Bertina, that's my wife right there, man. Love her to death. Said, Sean, you are doing a great show. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you so very much. I try, man. I like rapping with the people here. These are my people. They Bama people, Georgia people, Texas people. I don't care. I love them all, man. Let's go. Chris Chandler, Sean for DC. Man, my specialty on the other side of the ball, Chris, but I take it. For a cool $300K, I'll shovel you know what down there. Trust and believe that, brother. But yeah, man. So we just got to stay positive, bro, because we have to understand that this is a part of it. This is a part of it, man. This is a part of it. It's going to happen. You know, it hurts to see these kids who you poured time into, who you've trained up, put weight on, looking good and stout and strong. It hurts to lose them, right? It hurts to lose them, especially to a program like Georgia, who is our main competition, right? So it is what it is. It's kind of like Marquise May said, man. You gotta focus on the kids that are here. You got to focus on the kids that are here. Let's see what 2AM View said. He says, Coach Sean, why do you think Saban isn't talking to Downs or these players to stay? You know what, 2AM? I don't know that he's not. I don't know that he's not, man. I thought the same thing. I won't lie to you. I thought the same thing. Like, where is Saban at? Coach, can you help us right quick? I thought the exact same thing, but I don't know that he's not. Maybe he is 2AM. These kids are just probably in the mindset of, Coach, you're not going to be here, right? You're not going to be here, Coach. So I'm out. So I don't know, man. I don't know, 2AM. I don't know that he is, or I don't know that he isn't, man. But I just know it's tough. It's tough to lose all of this talent like that, man. I thank you, Chris Chandler. Much love to you, brother. Roll Tide. So yeah, that's what it is, guys. It's one thing on another. You know, I think it said something about him supposed to decide by tomorrow what it is. So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. What's up, Mike Ford? That's our resident Michigan fan, national champions. He said, if you think there's no police for NIL, Florida State fans would like a word with you. Well, you got to remember though, Mike, what they're getting in trouble for is so off this Richter scale, it can't even be hidden as NIL, right? If you tamper with a player and you offer benefits to his family, whatever the case may be, in today's age, in 2024, you can't get in trouble for that, right? You're not supposed to do it. And coaches usually don't try to snitch each other out, but there's no guardrails on it. I think what Florida State is accused of is way past NIL. Like, if that's true, I could never see Bama doing nothing like that. But, that's just going way off the Richter scale, man. I challenge everybody, just go look it up. I don't want to put it out of me personally. Just go look it up. That some of that stuff is just way past simple NIL. You come here, we pay you. It's way past that. BA, let's get BA's comment. BA Ty Stone Cold Style says, T-Rob, great recruiter. Gonna need a Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kentucky guy. 100 UGA, gonna recruit like crazy. Facts. 1,000,000% facts. If you don't think these guys are doing a jig because Coach Saban is gone, you kidding yourself. Right now, Kirby, Sark, all of them, Lane are probably somewhere doing backward flips, clicking their heels, right? Like the Lollipop Guild on the Wizard of Oz, because Coach is gone. Coach, listen, man, Coach Saban's shadow was huge, man. So for him out the way, sky's the limit. You see what they're doing to the roster? Look at Texas. These people, while things have been in play for a while, they would never come out this publicly and do it with Coach Saban there. Wouldn't happen. They know Coach Saban's voice is very loud. And if he say anything about anything, you're done for. They know that. So now Coach Saban gone, the bully is out of here, right? Now it's open season. And that's what it is, guys. That's honestly what it is. Kimberly Harmon, what's up with you? Roll Tide to you. Make both Kyle. I wish that was the case, Chris. I wish that was the case, man. I relate to these young people. I talk with them. Chris Wright says Sean Deion Hamilton as defensive coordinator. Chris, I don't know where Sean is right now. I thought he was in the league. If the last I remember, I thought he was coaching for the Lions or something somewhere. I thought he was coaching for the Detroit Lions. I'm not sure where he's at right now, Chris. But I wouldn't mind having any former Bama player back. And I know we spoke earlier about the Bama players contributing back to NIL. Listen when I tell you this, that's already happening, guys. That's already happening. Players are giving back. Players are giving back to the collectives. Julio Jones especially. These guys are giving back right now. That's happening behind the scenes. People are giving back. It's just the relationship aspect. That's what we're suffering from at the moment.
What up, Coach?
What's up, Coach? What's going on, Kyle?
I'm doing good, man. Any more snow up that way?
Yeah, a little bit down here, man. Our little half an inch. I'll take it though. We only seen snow in 3 years, so I'll take it.
Was there I mean, that's probably not even enough to take the kids sledding or anything, right?
Nah, it's not enough like that. It's just in pockets, but it does. I tell you what it does do though. It's just enough to ice over at night, that black ice that you can't really see. And will cause some problems getting on the road.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, it's crazy, man. But I was just talking I like to talk to the chat. I like to speak with them and listen to what they say and try my best to answer their questions, man. They got some good questions, man.
I mean, there's there's so many questions and I mean, there's a lot to go over. So I appreciate you being here and talking to the chat and keeping them up to date, and don't feel like you guys there's different ways to support the channel, and it helps me support the coaches, right? So as I kind of build out the business model, the super chats help becoming a fan funder, hitting the hyperlink above this video if you're on your phone, or if you're on your computer, you can hit the join button and you can become a fan funder. Bailey is a fan funder. right? So you see a
That's right.
different
There it is.
icon and you get like different emojis. And right here, this looks, so she's saying that she heard that there's a team meeting tonight at 6:30. She's been pretty dialed in, honestly, helping us on social media. So if you want to contribute to the channel, we really appreciate you. But honestly, like when you see the videos out there or even this video, a thumbs up goes a long way too. So
Yeah.
I get it. Everybody's in different positions and it's all good. So thank you so much. Coach, I think as we kind of, round out this top of the hour or whatever, I just wanted to ask you about, is there anything kind of like, I mean, I guess the thing that is the most concerning kind of as we get in the, hey, if you guys did email, I'll put my email real quick too. For like sponsorships, or if you have like a question or you want to like contact me, Bama Football on YouTube, on Instagram, let's see, IG, Mr. Kyle Henderson, on Twitter, on Twitter it is I think we're just Bama Football or Bama YouTube. That's what we are on Twitter, or on so today it was cool. I know you like that tweet, Coach, but I saw we went out and we worked out here in Tuscaloosa. It was cool because we get up and we go put in work. No, I didn't get any news, Jeremiah. If I had news, I'll bring it, man. So nothing right now, man. It's been a little bit slow this last like 30 minutes. It's been kind of nice, to be honest. But we went around the city and it was cool because there's so much history in Tuscaloosa in terms of like the civil rights movement, right? So we went down to different spots, and it was cool because one of the guys within our workout groups, he's an associate professor. He has his and he's like a historian. So to be able to get all that information out of him this morning is crazy. 60 years ago is not a long time ago, right? I mean, it was just it was really cool to kind of get that in. But now, like, you should see how cold it is out here. Like, because this morning wasn't really cold. It was like 35. Now it's cold. Like tonight is going to be cold for sure. Any news on Caleb Downs? We've been covering that. I mean, basically, this is the tweet that has kind of been most impactful really throughout the day. Is let me try to find it. Oh, I don't think I'm sharing my screen right now. 1 second. There we go. This is the tweet that is like most impactful. And this is by ESPN's Tom Van Haren. And he said, I was told Alabama freshman hasn't made a decision on his future yet, if he'll stay or transfer. He'd like to see who's added to Bama on the defensive staff, but likely could make a decision either way tomorrow. Travarius Robinson staying at Georgia factors in. Coach, you think he leaves?
If we don't hire a defensive coordinator that Caleb can see himself flourishing in, someone from the South, I think the only defensive coordinator that he would stay for is maybe Michigan's defensive mentor, right? I think he will leave, right? I mean, the bed is made for him to leave. The only thing I can say, and I don't know that the coach hadn't done this, I'm sure he has done this, because this is what I would do. I would call Caleb in my office. I would get his parents on the phone, all in a group. I would give them my plan. I would ensure him, let him know how important he was to me. I would tell his parents how important he was to me, and I would let him know, you will be the first that I tell who we get on the defensive side of the ball, and I would give him a timeline of when this guy will be here. I would say, just if you want to transfer, I understand, but at least give me that and let me sell it to you, because that's what you're doing. You're selling it to him. You're doing the same thing you do to these kids when you recruit them out of high school. You sell it to them, and that's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, he's priority number one. I think you get him in a room, and whoever's with him is detailed, because these guys have agents now, their parents. I schedule a meeting. Greg Byrne, Nick Saban, Kalen DeBoer, like everybody. And I'm like, okay, this is the plan in place. These are the targets. This is where we're at. These are the guys that are coming in. And the most important thing is not only taking care of you, on the field, but also making sure that we get you taken care of in terms of going to the NFL. And here's our roadmap for you graduating. Here's our a roadmap for you getting to the league. Because Caleb Downs is like generational type dude.
That's a fact.
Seriously.
That's a fact.
Buffalo's up on Pittsburgh 21-0. So got to keep him, got to figure out a way. I think you're right, coach. We're going to I think we're going to take a pause, and then what we're going to do, we did this yesterday and I think it worked out pretty well. Basically, we're going to update this graphic that I'm going to show you right here. So we're going to update this, and then we're going to come back when major news happens. So I'm going to leave the chat open, and I'm going to be on periodically, kind of as news happens. And I think that's kind of a fair way to do this, because I think it's kind of a little bit slow. I need to take care of some of the things around here, and I know you got, it's a day off for everyone else too. So,
do you mind if I grab this last one, Kyle?
Dude, we could, yeah. I mean, and I think what we could do too is I'll just have it open, so people want to pop on or whatever. But I'm gonna keep like a running chat, so I'm gonna be here till this graphic is updated with like kind of the latest news, and then that's kind of be the format.
Travelpreneur Sportscast asks, Coach, what do you think about Derek Ainsley? I love Derek Ainsley. When he was our DB coach here, he was a baller. He was a straight baller, man. I love Derek Ainsley. I would love to have him back in some fashion. This guy was so good, they wanted him in the NFL. They came and got him straight from Bama, so I would love to have him back in some fashion. He's a hell of a recruiter. So I hope, man, I'm praying, not just hoping, that we go get some guys that know the landscape of where we're all from. And that's my biggest concern, issue, whatever word you want to use, right? And I need that. I need that for the recruiting purposes, and to ensure that we don't lose any more kids.
All right, cool. Thanks, Coach. I appreciate you getting back. Todd Grantham. Yeah, that's the name that's like the first time we've heard that name. I'm surprised. Where's he at right now?
Todd Grantham. I don't know. He was an analyst with us 2 years ago. I'm not sure. Went from Florida to an analyst with us. Hadn't seen him since then, man. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not
Hey,
sure.
but does it make sense to everybody inside chat? I'm just gonna basically, like, when you kind of roll through, it's gonna look like this. There's gonna be a graphic with basically like the headlines. You guys just treat it like a chat, and then if like news happens, see how it's highlighted in yellow. News happens, boom, I'll be back right here. And then depending on if it's a full court press or whoever's around, we'll pop back on. So we can basically just like keep it going. All right,
Keith,
thumbs up. You guys got that?
Keith is a member, Kyle. Let me grab his real. He's a member. Thoughts on Warmack? Is it a recruiting thing or what? Keith, I'm not sure. I did some research on him, and he's a great coach at that level. I mean, he's a great coach. I keep hearing the other coaches talk about how well he did to Oklahoma State, but to me, Oklahoma State sucked. So I mean, no disrespect. That don't impress me at all. Not even a little bit. I'm sort of weary of coaches that come from that level, because coming to Bama, I watched Pete Golding do it. Not saying he's Pete Golding, not saying that, but there is an adjustment. There is an adjustment in trying to defend Georgia and Texas than defending UAB and Louisiana Monroe. There is a difference. And so I don't know, man. I don't really know much about the young man, right? He may be an awesome head coach. He may be just what we need, right? I'll educate myself to him in the next couple of days. But to answer your question, Keith, I really don't know, to be honest with you, man, to be completely honest. And that tells you a lot. I have never heard of the young man.
All right, someone's asking for kind of like a recap of the last few hours. Here's kind of this next graphic that I have will kind of put things into perspective about kind of how the day unfolded. I think. Let's see. This is will Caleb Downs enter the portal? It should be enter. Yeah. Will Caleb Downs enter? Need to take off that S. January 15th headlines: Caleb Downs to make decision soon. T. Rob staying at UGA. Kane Womack is a name that we're watching as a potential new guy as the defensive coordinator. South Alabama coach Devontae Smith supports Coach KD with a statement on Twitter. Jahad Campbell says Bama for life. Jalen Mbakwe says locked in. Shaz Preston to Tulane. So there's kind of like the last 5 hours in a nutshell, right? Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
I
Nah,
don't think
you
I
covered
did,
it. That
right?
graphic covers it. Yeah, pretty well.
Yeah, we just need to update the top. But other than that, we're cool. So yeah, I think this is probably right, Coach. You think this is probably a good time to take a quick, like a pause?
Yeah, whatever you
Right?
want to do, brother. Yeah, I agree. JP Statham, I would love to have Manny Diaz if we could get him. Yeah, I'm with you, Kyle. I'm with you, bro.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a good time for us to kind of chill, maybe watch that game for a little while. Even though the Bills are
Killing the
tough, man.
Steelers. They're killing the Steelers,
The
man.
Bills are just so hard, man. They're always a tough out. I get it. Up in Buffalo
Always.
stuff. I know Jarek's happy.
I
You guys
know,
definitely
right?
go check out Jarek's reaction video when they win, when they beat Buffalo. He's got some good stuff.
Yes, he does. He does, man.
Let's see how I like this. Okay, we're gonna work on this graphic before we get it done. But I appreciate you, Coach, and maybe I'll hit you up on text, man. Just kind of stay by, and if you can, man, if you're around, just roll through, man.
I will do it, brother. Thank you for having me. Roll Tide to everyone in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in, and stay positive. Stay positive.
All right.
All right.
Cool. Thanks, Coach.
No problem.
All right. I need to fix kind of the detail of the graphic. I don't. Excuse me. To the live chat. Back as news happens. Will Caleb Downs into the portal? We'll take the call line off at the bottom. Okay. Yeah, I think this makes sense. We could work on it. It's all good. All right, fam. So we're gonna keep this working. You're going to see this when you come back, and then as news happens, we will be back. I will be back for sure. Follow me on Twitter, everything else, and I will be back. So if news happens, think Bama YouTube. If news happens, think Bama football on YouTube. If news happens, think Bama football on YouTube. All right, just pull out your phone. I got you covered. I'm watching Twitter as well. I'm gonna go downstairs and chill. And when we're live, as news happens, I'll be back. We've been streaming for another 8 hours today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And I'm gonna keep it going. And then when it's time, I'll be back and roll through. Appreciate you guys watching for the time being. And feel free to stay in the chat. And we'll see how it goes. All right. Fam, what's up? I feel like there's like some test. I feel like there's like weird echo. Weird. Maybe not. What's up? How you guys doing? I don't think there's that feedback anymore. I guess I was tripping. Oh, where I been? Shoot, man. Okay. I went to I went to cover up my outside like water spigots because it's gonna get like 10 degrees. But so last year when I was here, my pipes froze. I know I don't the news is pretty much the same. That's it. I mean, yeah, the plants got to be in faucets. There you go. Spigots. What am I in the 1800s? Thank you. So I bought the other day at Home Depot, it covers up the faucets. Had to go make sure that those were tightened up. Did that. Got the kids settled in. Dude, they don't have school again tomorrow. Dude, procrastinate. Dude, I've been on here. I haven't had time to change my clothes. So it's cold over here, but they're gonna cancel school. The schools already canceled. So the kids are home again. So think about it. The kids were home on Friday. The kids were home on Saturday. The kids were home on Sunday. Kids are home on Monday. And the kids are gonna be home on Tuesday. 5 days, man. They got a spring break. And the and the news broke. So I've been talking to him, and I just redone my daughter's room. And I'd, setting up the TV and kind of rearranging everything. So I've been talking to him, like, you guys know, like, what I do. I love you guys. I got to be all in right now. So they're cool. So I guess the only news when I was gone. So, then I drove to my son. He has a bunch of his friends over tonight. And when I broke the news to them that they have school, they went crazy. They were like, they won a Super Bowl. They were like, yeah. And I have 4 teenage boys here. So I got them Hungry Howies again. And they're watching the Eagles game. No, this isn't like major news or anything. I just came back for the nightcap. Just want to say what's up. Now you guys would know if there's news. Like I'd be in a whole different vibe. There's nothing other than what we pretty much talked about today. I think the one thing that kind of was kind of the news was, what was it, Sean Murphy going to Florida State. So you have 5 guys that have went from Bama to Florida State. I tweeted that out. I think I'm gonna put my Twitter handle in here. I don't really tweet. Bama YouTube on Twitter. So if you follow that, I'll like notify you guys when I'm live or whatever. But if you're notified here, then you should know. But since I have like an ongoing stream, I kind of coming back and forth. Kyle, did you see Bama's interest in Parker Bracefield, center guard from Washington? No, I didn't. But I think what is it? Nick Kelpo, who is their guard. I think I could potentially see him being a good fit. I don't know about Parker, but I mean, since Alabama potentially needs a center, and I think they had a team meeting tonight, but nobody was talking about. There hasn't been like any like major leaks or anything like that in terms of like what was said at the team meeting. So that's kind of it. Not a lot to go over in terms of like the team meetings and stuff like that. A lot of that's in house, which is fine. Glover, if you're wondering about it, is he's a 4-star. What is it? Dontrell Glover. I'll bring it up. I don't really like freak out about the. I'm gonna bring up Dontrell Glover on all three. Here we go. So this dude just decommitted. Why is this important? Well, he's a 4-star, right? Out of Georgia. And he's the second prospect from the class of 2025 to decommit from Alabama. I don't even really worry about the 2025 class right now because it's like so far removed. But I was thinking about this. I saw this on Twitter when I was just chilling. Carl Scott, that'd be cool. I know a lot of people would like him for sure. Jabbar Muhammad. I was thinking about this. Wouldn't it make sense that in the worst case scenario, you lose Caleb Downs tomorrow, and then you find out Glover's on the screen, Dontrell Glover, class of 2025, offensive lineman. Couldn't you see, though, Jabbar Muhammad coming over to Alabama if you get Caleb Downs to maybe leave? I like that. Who knows, though? Bailey saying, did you see Malachi and Booker's statements? Yeah, those guys are all in. And they said that anybody who was wanting to leave was basically idiots. I think that's what they said. Yeah, but I think like Shore is saying, who's a member, saying that it's either going to be Texas or Oregon. Who knows? I like Alabama's secondary where things stand right now. And, you know, depending on what happens with Caleb Downs tomorrow, that's when we'll kind of figure out what is kind of the direction of the secondary. Now, the good news is you have Malachi returning. You have Devontae Smith. You have Damani Jackson. You have Trey Amos. You have Tony Mitchell. So there's a good nucleus coming back for sure. But I think while I was gone, Sean Murphy committed to Florida State. So that's 5 guys that have gone from Bama to Florida State. I would probably rank it like this. I think that Roydell Williams is probably the most impactful of those guys, followed by Earl Little, followed by probably T. Ferg. There really hasn't been anything leaked out about the team meeting. I think the team meeting is another part. I mean, this is really like their first team meeting, you know, other than kind of the, you know, hello, what's up? Yeah, they said there was a team meeting at 6:30 tonight, Central Time. Plain and simple, he has to be able to re-recruit this room. If I'm a player, I'm like, you know, I'm listening because Coach KD definitely deserves, you know, attention, and you need to be able to give him a chance. I mean, shoot, it's the first Monday of the week, game on a national holiday. I think Roydell will play at Florida State 100%. I told the Florida State guys, they asked me about him. I said Roydell Williams is the best transfer, then Earl Little, then T. Ferg, then I guess maybe Sean Murphy, then I think Malik Benson. And maybe that will change with Malik Benson. He had a case of the drops, but I really like his game. He's good. John has become a fan funder. How do you do that? Hit the hyperlink up at the top. You're watching on your phone. If you're watching on your computer, hit the join button. As low as $2.99 to support the YouTube channel. Coaches do a really great job. It helps me support them. Helps me build out the business model. Yeah, I like Malik was kind of underwhelming. So was Tyler. So was Tyler Harrell too. He came in and I don't think he even played. Malik played a lot. He had a lot of snaps. I guess we're in the PM hours now. 8 p.m. You guys watching that Eagles game? What's the score on that game? Eagles. The Eagles are losing? Man. This would be huge. Josh Pate said he heard his opposite about Downs leaving. That'd be great. I mean, he knows pretty much everything. So if he's able to have a good scoop on that, that would be great. Because I think I haven't really freaked out about anything that besides like Saban, just because it's like the magnitude. But if Columbus over Tuscaloosa. Demetrius, what's up, man? Appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you so much. 100% pay is connected. 100%. We know this, especially to Alabama. You connect all the dots. I mean, he's like right there. So we know out of all the programs, I mean, I think he cut his teeth here. So he has connections here. And that, I mean, he covers Alabama, covers all of college football, but he's really dialed into Bama. I didn't see where Pate said that. So if somebody had saw that, post inside chat. That'd be dope. Because I haven't really freaked out about any of this. But what would freak me out is if you see Caleb Downs leave. And then and that's so like we're talking about I guess last night on Page's show he said that. But what I'm talking about is this is a thing. I think where was it? It was a tweet today that came out. It was from somebody at ESPN. Here it is. This guy from ESPN, which was posted. This was retweeted by Chris Lowe. Says, I was told Alabama freshman Caleb Downs hasn't made a decision. We know that. If he'll stay or he'll transfer. He'll likely see who's added to Bama's defensive staff, but very likely he could make a decision either way tomorrow, which is Tuesday. T-Rob staying at Georgia factors in. I think what they don't factor in here is NIL. Look, Caleb Downs deserves some sort of NIL package. I don't think he's going to be like, okay, I'll come back and just play. No. Like these guys need to be taken care of on all fronts. And that's why you've seen Alabama frantically saying contribute to NIL. And I don't think like these, I don't know, small heaps of money are really going to, I think that it's a great idea and I'm behind it. But you're going up against like places that have millions and millions of dollars already in the bank for NIL. I think NIL is an arms race, and I think I don't even know if Alabama's in the top 10 in terms of NIL. Am I wrong on that? I think I could probably list 5 that are ahead of Alabama in the NIL space. Why do I think T-Rob declined the offer for less money? Maybe because he wanted to be with Kirby, and maybe he felt that Georgia's program there's more stability right there than Alabama, and he foresees that Alabama, maybe he doesn't like the direction that Kalen DeBoer is kind of taking right now. Maybe he's scared that the fact that Washington's defense is ranked number 94. Maybe he wants to go somewhere where, because think about it. If there's any, like the most stable program is probably Georgia right now that Coach Saban has left. It was more stable than Georgia. They won the last 30 out of 31 games, won the national title twice. They won the Orange Bowl this year. Maybe he wants stability. Maybe he wants somebody that's from the same ecosystem as Coach Saban. Kalen DeBoer has zero ties to Coach Saban. So, Tampa Bay beating the Eagles 13-0. Man. How's Jalen Hurts playing? Probably not good if they're losing 13-0. People want to get paid. I was thinking about this. Now, I don't even know if this is true. This just kind of got into my mind. What if, like, T-Rob, so I was thinking, if Caleb leaves tomorrow, does that mean that Alabama couldn't put together a deal for him to stay and that Georgia could? Like, why would you leave to Georgia if you're Caleb Downs? The coach? You don't like the defensive setup? Because you have all the pieces coming back in the secondary. So why would you leave? No Saban? That's the easiest thing to say. Like Isaiah Bond was like, I left because of Saban. It was a business decision, and then you're like, well, shit, Saban left. But really, I mean, dude's got a Lambo. Zay Mincy, thanks for posting, Joshua Ray. Yeah, he's a first-round draft pick for sure. Absolutely, Bailey. Bailey saying first-round draft pick. Yeah, no matter where he's going, he could probably be a first-round draft pick right now, which is a crazy thing. He still has to wait, play another season or two. According to Sports Illustrated, Alabama is ranked number 3 in NIL in the SEC. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that one bit. I believe it's Texas A&M. I think it's Georgia. I think it's I don't know. Maybe Oklahoma. Does Oklahoma have more NIL money than Bama? I don't know. But whatever it is, like in terms of the overall, Oregon's up there. I don't know what type of NIL. Oh, Ohio State, they got money for sure. And that's in the SEC. There's zero chance that Alabama's 3 in the SEC. Zero chance. Ole Miss, look what they're able to do. Where are they getting their money from? Yeah, USC has a ton of money too. True. Yeah, Bama has plenty of money for sure. I don't think they have as much money as these other people though. And this is I mean, this is interesting. Ben is saying they use money differently. Yeah. They need to start using it for like heavy hitters to keep them. But no, I just wanted to come on the late tip. I know you guys were in the chat, which I appreciate. Just kept the stream going for you guys so you guys could have a place to chat. It's a free chat. Definitely appreciate you guys joining today. Been almost streaming for 12 hours. It was good. It was a good day. There was a lot of news that came in today. A lot of news that we covered, a lot of ground. The biggest one was today about T-Rob. That's how kind of the day started. And then I think the news that kind of crept up in the morning part was Kane Womack being a guy to watch. He's a South Alabama head football coach. And then some statements came out later in the day from Devontae Smith, Jahad Campbell, and Jalen Mbakwe that were like, we support coach. And then Shaz Preston to Tulane, and then I guess we need to update that because Sean Murphy is going to Florida State. Jeff, that's a really good question. They haven't even talked about that. We haven't even got like the final contract for Kalen DeBoer. Yeah. but I'm just chilling. I'm kind of like in chill mode. So like usually you have a really fast Yellowwood. All right, cool. Thank you, MHS. Appreciate you. Yellowwood. I'm kind of like in chill mode. Usually like because I do like my delivery, like once I get going, but I'm kind of just like I'm trying to chill. It's the evening time. What's up, Diz? Kyle, do you know Womack played QB at UT Martin? Huh. That's cool. Is this true? That's what's up. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, his dad, I think a lot of people forget that Ty Simpson's pops is the head football coach at UT Martin. Today, Ty Simpson posted a picture of him and Tommy Reese with a heart. Clearly, the guy knows that, he liked Reese and Reese is gone, but, he'll have a new quarterbacks coach. Ryan Grubb will be the guy. Kyle, get this Ohio State guy out of here. Don't you have an Ohio State home? Why are you at our house, man? I know he's kind of just chilling. Just behave inside the chat. I think you go if somebody's bothering you could block them, but I don't know. I really haven't seen anything too crazy in there. I mean, I'm not into like blocking and stuff like that unless it's like something super crazy. I used to moderate message boards for rivals, like when I ran the rival site, and it was terrible. People are just, oh my God. It was like one thing after another on the message boards. It was annoying. I'm 40 years old. I don't have time to do that. Oh yeah, and then this is a good one too. We need to update this one. Isaiah Hastings, and this was a transfer portal flip. So he went in the portal and then he went to Missouri, and then he flipped from Missouri, came back out of the portal, and then he's going to Syracuse. So look, we could probably eliminate the Jahad Campbell and elevate some of that stuff. Exactly. Because look, I mean, this is exactly why Alabama is always ESPN. Exactly, because no other college football program is more polarizing than Alabama football, and it's because of Nick Saban. That's why, like, you have all these people up in the chat from all over in different programs because they're here to see, like, they think that the house is on fire. They think this is like a major car crash. They want to come see something that they don't like burned down. That's it.